Chapter 1 Greetings. I am Uchiha Kai. Presently, I have no particular avocation, but my future aspiration is to become the inaugural Hokage from the Uchiha clan in the village hidden in the leaves, dedicating all my strength to this village. Within the Ninja Academy, a mere 7-year-old, seated in the last row of the class, stood up with an air of dominance. He boldly proclaimed his ambition to his classmates. The gaze of every child in the classroom converged upon him, and even the eyes of the young man, seemingly in his early 20s, at the front of the room, were fixed on him. A momentary silence was succeeded by an uproar of laughter, with some students even pounding on their desks in mirth. Even the teacher on the platform revealed a hint of disdain. Nevertheless, fulfilling his role, the teacher suppressed his feelings and offered a slight smile. He gestured for the boy to sit down. He then addressed the rest of the class. Kai's aspiration is indeed commendable. Dreams are worthy of affirmation. Next student, please introduce yourself. I am Yamanaka Kawa. I have no hobbies. My dream is to become the most powerful individual in our clan. I am. One by one, they introduced themselves, then promptly resumed their seats. Uchiha Kai sat there, resting his head on the table, observing each individual as they introduced themselves. However, he paid no heed to their words, not absorbing a single syllable. The introductions were rather melodramatic, leaving me with a sense of cringeworthy discomfort. He mused to himself. But perhaps this is the necessary rhythm for development? He could distinctly perceive the disdain emanating from the instructors at the Ninja Academy towards the Uchiha clan, yet it seemed to matter little to him. In the world of ninjas, especially with the Uchiha surname weighing upon him, one must navigate the intricacies of detail with both cunning and intellect to survive. Today marked the first day of enrollment at the Ninja Academy, a time devoid of actual learning, merely a session of introductions followed by the arrangement of tasks for the following day. Consequently, everyone departed early from school. At the entrance of the academy, the scene mirrored his memories perfectly. A massive tree loomed, with a colossal branch from which a swing hung. A solitary figure swayed back and forth on the swing, eyes shut, savoring the rise and fall of gravity, while his thoughts drifted back to days gone by. At 7 years of age, he had now spent 7 years in this world. The reasons for his arrival remained a mystery. He simply awoke one day to find himself in this new existence. A promising youth, he never anticipated that everything would begin anew. Having arrived in the world of ninjas is one thing, but being born into the Uchiha clan is quite another. The year is 54 in the Hidden Leaf Village, and Uchiha Kai was born in 47, making him 2 years younger than Uchiha Itachi, yet 4 years older than the future protagonist. As a soul that does not belong to this world, Uchiha Kai possesses an uncanny awareness of the trajectory of the Naruto universe. He is not only familiar with the overarching direction, but also intimately acquainted with the specific timelines of forthcoming events. Thus, each time he senses the imminent occurrences that are bound to unfold in the years ahead, it sends shivers down his spine. Kai, are you waiting for me here? While swaying on the swing, a voice reached Kai's ears. He opened his eyes, placed his feet on the ground, and brought his motion to a halt. Who else would I be waiting for if not you? How was your first day at the Ninja Academy? Uchiha Kai leaped off the swing and, with a broad grin, approached his friend, a chubby boy of similar age. Uchiha Yamashita. To Uchiha Kai, despite being just a child, he greatly admires and cherishes Yamashita's vibrant personality. The two are indeed neighbors, living in close proximity to one another. Faced with Uchiha Kai's inquiry, Uchiha Dai-san offered an awkward smile, scratching his head in embarrassment as he hesitantly spoke. Kai, I believe it would be better for me to study within the Uchiha clan's territory. Here, I am surrounded by strangers, and more importantly, I am completely unfamiliar with many aspects of this environment. Additionally, Hayu is only 3 years old. If I spend an entire day here, there would be no one to care for her. Uchiha Hayu, Dai-san's younger sister, lost their father when she was just 1 year old. During the aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War, he tragically stepped on an explosive tag, leading to his untimely demise. Their mother, unable to cope with the loss of her husband, fell gravely ill and soon followed him to the afterlife. Thus, the burden of responsibility fell upon Dai-san, who was merely 5 years old and tasked with caring for his little sister, who was just over a year old. Uchiha Kai's circumstances were not dissimilar. His father, also known as a perennial low-ranking shinobi, fortuitously awakened a Sharingan. Consequently, he was thrust into the battlefields at the onset of the Third Shinobi World War, and Kai had never laid eyes on his father since birth. His mother, for reasons unknown, vanished when he was just 4 years old. Regardless of the circumstances, it was presumed that she too had perished. However, there was one significant distinction between their situations. Uchiha Kai was affluent. The father, a perennial low-ranking ninja, held little significance in the grand scheme of things. The mother, not a member of the Uchiha clan, operated a weapons shop along the streets of the Uchiha district. While not the wealthiest in the village, she bequeathed a considerable amount of resources to Kai. In stark contrast, the situation of Uchiha Yamashita was markedly different. The family's sustenance relied solely on the meager earnings from their father, a Chunin of the Uchiha clan, whose missions barely covered their expenses. Tragically, the compensation following his untimely demise was usurped by their uncle, leaving the siblings in dire straits. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yamashita never once contemplated abandoning his sister. Despite the hardships, he ensured that she led a life of relative comfort. This unwavering dedication earned Kai's admiration, prompting him to generously support the siblings with his family's substantial wealth. Over time, Uchiha Yamashita developed an unwavering respect for Kai, primarily rooted in gratitude. Without Uchiha Kai's intervention, it is likely that the two siblings would have succumbed to the harsh realities of life within the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan, while a family, resembled more of a village within a village, divided into two distinct categories: the elite ninjas. Those who could awaken the Sharingan would garner ample respect and admiration within the community. The bond between individuals can be as close as that of brothers, however. In the absence of such connections, one might find themselves in a position lesser than even a dog within this village. This is the stark reality, and it is precisely for this reason that the Uchiha clan venerates strength above all else. Deshaun, I didn't realize you were still concerned about such matters. As he spoke, Uchiha Kai casually draped his arm over Uchiha Deshaun's shoulder, embracing him as they walked forward, a cheerful smile adorning his face. Since you're worried, let's have Aunt Yin take care of Ing. After all, he has little to do at home. How can that be? Aunt Yin is your hired caretaker. It seems rather inappropriate to have her look after Ing. Though he expressed such reservations, Deshaun's countenance revealed a burgeoning anticipation, albeit tinged with a hint of shyness. What's there to be polite about between us? Henceforth, you should focus on your studies at the ninja school without any concerns regarding home. Suddenly, Uchiha Deshaun came to an abrupt halt, his head bowed in response to the previous words. When he finally lifted his gaze, tears welled in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks like a torrent unleashed. Large droplets of sorrow fell steadily to the ground. Hey, what's going on with you? Uchiha Kai quickly released his hold around Deshaun's neck, his expression one of astonishment as he inquired, "We have troubled you with so many matters over the past few years. Even for our enrollment in this ninja academy, you have generously provided us with 20,000 Ryo. Rest assured, I shall devote myself to diligent training, and in the future, I will repay your kindness, even at the cost of my own life." Uchiha Yamashita declared earnestly, clenching his fists tightly before him as he spoke loudly to Kai. Perhaps we should reconsider. What we ought to focus on now is how to train effectively and strive to join the ranks of ninjas as soon as possible. Just look at Uchiha Itachi. He graduated in his first year and is likely already a Chunin. With such a prestigious background, coupled with his immense effort and talent, it stands to reason that we too might achieve swift graduation, provided we dedicate ourselves to mastering the knowledge at hand. Isn't he still not a Chunin yet? What do you mean he's not? His abilities have long surpassed that level. It's merely that the village has yet to issue an official acknowledgement. But do not fret. I believe that you, Yamashita, may very well surpass Uchiha Itachi in the future. Is that really true? Absolutely true. As Uchiha Kai and Yamashita walked together, their shoulders linked, they engaged in lively conversation filled with laughter. There are two ways to enter the Ninja Academy. The The first is to pay an enrollment fee of 20,000 Ryo. While this amount may not seem excessive, it is indeed a considerable sum for an average ninja family to as for another means of entering the academy. There exists the category of special enrollees, appointed directly by the Hokage or the higher echelons of Konoha for them. No fees are required. However, within the village of Konoha, the avenues of learning are not limited to this singular institution. Each clan possesses designated spaces for the study of their unique ninjutsu. Yet, those who train in these environments often emerge merely as instruments of their families, devoid of profound emotional connections. The Uchiha clan also maintains such facilities, though their methods of instruction are rather monotonous, focusing solely on the rapid enhancement of strength. This, however, is not enforced upon every individual. Thus, it is understandable why two individuals would opt to attend the Ninja Academy directly. For Uchiha Kai, the decision to choose this particular place stemmed from the ease with which one could conceal various aspects of oneself. How is this year's cohort of students? In a spacious, clean, and meticulously organized office, an elderly man, around 60 years of age, sat with a pipe clenched between his teeth, his hair appearing somewhat disheveled. Gazing at the individual standing before him, he gently tapped the ash from his pipe and inquired, "Lord Hokage, all the detailed data is compiled here for your review." This time, the members from each clan are included as well. The Hyuga clan has 3 young participants this generation, the Uchiha clan has 2, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have collectively registered 4 individuals. The remaining participants are predominantly ninjas hailing from civilian families. The speaker, adorned with sunglasses and a black headscarf, exuded an air of composure, although he appeared to be around 20 years of age. Sitting there was the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing the report, Sarutobi's expression darkened momentarily, and he promptly inquired about the 2 Uchiha participants. Humph, the Uchiha clan boasts only a couple of geniuses. The rest are woefully inadequate. The 2 entering today haven't even mastered chakra yet, and they lack the most fundamental understanding of chakra absorption. That it's unlikely that 2 individuals of the caliber of Uchiha Itachi will emerge from the Uchiha clan. Hibiki scoffed, adjusting his sunglasses with disdain. Since you've stated it so plainly, if you aspire to become an elite instructor, diligent effort is imperative. Each individual is a member of the elite of Konoha in the years to come. The safety of the entire village will rest upon their shoulders. Therefore, your responsibilities as their teacher will be quite significant. Let us set this matter aside for now. I shall review it thoroughly later. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded in a calm tone, revealing no overt emotion. Hibiki had gleaned the information he sought from the 3rd Hokage's words regarding the training of the Uchiha clan. Henceforth, he merely needed to adopt a hands-off approach. With a slight smile, he bent slightly and said, "Lord Hokage, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to summon me to As the office door closed, Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply and emptied the ash from his pipe in one swift motion. He placed the pipe on the table and cast a glance at the documents Hibiki had left behind. Initially reluctant to peruse them, curiosity ultimately compelled him to open the bag and examine its contents. The initial sheets were rather unremarkable, devoid of any captivating allure, until he stumbled upon a page where the individual had written their aspirations. The old man couldn't suppress a chuckle upon reading the ambition to become the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan. What an admirable aspiration! Let us see if you possess the potential to achieve the title of Hokage in the future. From the day they entered the Ninja Academy, these students commenced their daily routine of departing in the morning and returning at night. Repeating this cycle, yet at least they were afforded 2 days of rest each week. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the swirling snow blanketed the ground, transforming it into a pristine white expanse. Uchiha Daisan, in a state of urgency, burst through the door, calling out loudly as he were in the courtyard. A woman appearing to be around 30 years old was gently sweeping the accumulated snow to clear a path. Upon noticing the frantic Daisan, she paused, set down her broom, and greeted him with a warm smile. "Daisan, you're here." "Hello, Uni." Daisan quickly halted, standing tall and bowing deeply to the woman before him. "Why aren't you resting at home on your precious days off? Why are you out here so early?" Uni approached and gently brushed the snow from Daisan's shoulders. I'm here to find Kai. You see, Uni, I've finally learned to condense chakra. I can condense chakra now. Daisan exclaimed excitedly, grinning widely. That's truly impressive. This wonderful news will surely prompt a grand celebration for Kai today. However, he's still asleep, so let us not disturb him just yet that I'll go fetch some treats. And we can have a nice meal together at noon. You should invite Akira over too. Uni maintained her gentle smile, not overly surprised. After all, beginning to condense chakra at the age of 7 was considered quite late for a ninja. Indeed, that Kai is something else. He excels in everything except allowing anyone into his room. Dyson slightly tempered his earlier excitement. Pouting, he then took a step back and once more bowed deeply to Uni, saying, I truly appreciate everything you do, Uni. Thank you for taking care of Akira. Once I become a ninja, I'll earn money and treat you to an abundance of delicious food. That sounds delightful. Uni replied, affectionately ruffling Daisan's hair. Though she was merely a servant of the Uchiha clan, in the eyes of Kai and his siblings, she was regarded as family. Having lost her husband in the Third Great Ninja War and never having children of her own, Uni treated the matters of Daisan and his siblings as her own. Inside the house, Uchiha Kai was currently hanging upside down from a beam, his feet resting on the ceiling while his arms were wrapped around the beam. The floor was strewn with sheets of white paper, each inscribed with dense characters, spread out before him. He hung in this position to admire his creations. Something feels slightly off, yet I cannot pinpoint what it is. He murmured. He then released the chakra from his feet and gracefully fell towards the ground. Just as he was about to make contact, he gently supported himself with his right hand, executing a flawless aerial spin before landing silently on the ground. Grabbing a sheet of paper from the floor, he sat down and scrutinized its contents carefully. I've organized the 12 hand signs for ninjutsu creation according to an ABC grouping method. Even the techniques within the sealing scroll should be manageable if broken down accordingly. Why can't I create what I envision? Kai sat on the floor, inhaling deeply and closing his eyes to contemplate where the issue lay. Indeed, as he had mentioned, he had read the sealing scroll years ago. This document was considered one of Konoha's highest secrets. Yet 3 years prior, at the tender age of 4, Kai had stealthily slipped into the Hokage's office to examine its contents. As a traveler from another world, he was not devoid of advantages. Upon his arrival, he had been bewildered, and once he confirmed it was not merely a dream, he was left in shock. As a member of the Uchiha clan, others would typically awaken their Sharingan with one tomo, and even those deemed geniuses might begin with a double tomo. However, for Kai, these steps seemed unnecessary and tedious. Astonishingly, at merely 2 months old, he had awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, an occurrence unbeknownst to even Daisan or his deceased parents. Moreover, by the age of 1, he had already identified his chakra. The Uchiha clan was known for its limited chakra reserves, typically classified as below average in the grand scheme of the ninja world. Nevertheless, the moment he realized the vast chakra energy within him, he was taken aback. Though he didn't possess a conventional system as one might find in stories, he had at least confirmed his own situation. He harbored immense mental strength. Although his physical age was merely 7, his soul bore the weight of decades. Thus, in terms of spiritual prowess, it belongs to an extraordinarily immense existence. This is precisely why one can attain the kaleidoscopic realm with a single activation of the eyes. At the tender age of 4, when the entire Konoha Village was thrown into chaos due to the emergence of the Nine Tails, an event coinciding with the birth of the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki Kai, having already surmised the turmoil engulfing the village and the concentration of all guards against the Nine Tails, effortlessly breached the defenses maintained by the Uchiha clan, which were bolstered by a considerable number of Anbu personnel. Despite the formidable presence of the Uchiha guarding the perimeter, Kai was able to slip past their vigilance and stealthily infiltrate the empty Hokage office building, perhaps to the higher-ups of the village. It was almost inconceivable that anyone would possess such audacity to attempt the theft of the sealing book, yet this endeavor was not without its risks. And one could have anticipated that the sealing book indeed contained genuine seals. Had Kai not approached with utmost caution prior to opening it, he might have been unable to evade the onslaught released from within the book. After hastily perusing its contents, he swiftly closed it. However, The means of attack it conjured could not be reloaded. Moreover, aside from glimpsing the first 2 entries of the sealing book, the remaining contents lay sealed away, rendering them inaccessible. Nonetheless, this experience represented the sole flaw he had left for himself in his life. The Uchiha clan, despite their shortcomings in various aspects, possessed one commendable feature: a repository akin to a library. This place housed a vast array of books, and even the scrolls of ninjutsu were openly displayed within. No restrictions were imposed on any member of the Uchiha clan wishing to peruse its contents. Even children devoid of any prowess were free to explore without hindrance. Of course, the number of individuals present there was predominantly below rank C. Given the plethora of knowledge he had encountered, the remaining time was solely devoted to the study and dissection of ninjutsu, meticulously arranging all hand signs in an alphabetical order to discern any unique aspects. However, it became evident that creating such a formidable offensive capability was fraught with challenges, and without practical experience, it was impossible to pinpoint the source of the issues. Gradually, Kai laid the paper he held upon the ground. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and rushed to the door, flinging it open, only to be met by a gust of wind. Snowflakes danced through the air, and the scattered manuscripts within the room were instantly swept away. Upon witnessing the scene outside, Kai promptly slammed the door, shut once more. Lo and behold, it was snowing. A shiver coursed through him as he turned to his bedside, donning a thick cotton jacket, wrapping a scarf around his neck, and retrieving a white mass from the bed. However, instead of opening the door again, he chose to secure it, sliding the bolt into place, and then leapt out through the window, vanishing from the premises in an instant. The snow-covered landscape transformed Konoha Village, along with its surroundings, into a pristine winter wonderland overnight. All the trees donned a silver cloak, some branches even bending under the weight of the accumulated snow. Amidst the swirling flakes, a figure darted swiftly through the forest. Aside from the faint footprints left in the fresh snow, the rest of the area remained undisturbed. Yet, even so, as the figure moved, the tracks were soon obscured by the wind and snow. Shadow clone technique. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Uchiha Kai raised his right hand and called out, and in the next moment, a puff of white smoke enveloped him, revealing 5 or 6 identical versions of himself. These clones then scattered swiftly in different directions. Transformation technique. The original continued forward, while one clone remained vigilant, observing the surroundings before transforming into a bird perched atop a branch, its hands forming seals. The Death Forest, the largest forest adjacent to Konoha Village. Yet simultaneously, the area with the weakest defenses that it appeared as a vast labyrinth, typically devoid of visitors unless some incident occurred. Naturally, the boundaries connecting the Death Forest to the village were still monitored by Umbu members. However, being a member of the Uchiha clan and situated at the outermost perimeter of the village, there was a certain area connecting to the Death Forest that lacked any guardians. The Uchiha clan, with their overwhelming strength, had long since grown complacent, convinced that no one would dare attack their clan from the direction of the Death Forest, or that anyone would have the audacity to confront them directly. This circumstance provided Kai with a natural barrier. Activities that were otherwise impossible could be conducted within the depths of the Death Forest, so long as he kept the noise to a minimum. He would likely go unnoticed. With light-footed steps and remarkable speed, he traversed the forest until he arrived beside a small brook. The flowing water remained unfrozen, yet the puddles nearby had turned to ice. The snow on the ground, shielded by the tall trees above, was relatively sparse. In fact, the underbrush in denser areas retained its original state, untouched by the snow. Perched on a branch, aware that no one would approach this locale, Kai remained vigilant, scanning the vicinity. Once assured of his safety, he gracefully leapt to the ground. Time to test it out. Raising his hands, Kai commenced a series of seals at a speed barely perceptible to the eye. Water release. Infinite barrage. Suddenly, a water sphere, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, materialized before him, and with a swift thrust of his right hand, it erupted, sending droplets shooting forth like bullets in the blink of an eye. A nearby tree was riddled with countless small water droplets, creating a massive hole. Not bad for an attack. Water release. Infinite barrage. He swiftly formed seals once more, conjuring another water sphere and meticulously scrutinizing every detail as before. After several attempts, Kai finally paused. The trees before him bore the scars of his efforts. One tree had toppled, precariously supported by another. The attack was fixed in place, immobile, with a fan-shaped range capable of covering a 50-meter radius. Effective against singular or multiple foes, its advantages included rapid speed, significant power, and broad coverage. However, its drawbacks were evident. Immobility, an excessive number of seals required, and a lengthy casting time. After analyzing the concept of this ninjutsu he had created, Kai let out a resigned sigh, ultimately deeming it a subpar technique. Suddenly, Kai felt a grip tightening around his throat, a wave of suffocation crashing over him, nearly overwhelming his senses. The intense lack of air made him contemplate activating his Sharingan to eliminate his assailant instantly. Yet, he understood that if he truly unleashed his power, failure to dispatch them both in an instant would spell his demise. Struggling against the impulse of rage, his confidence rendered him speechless. Jishui. This person must belong to our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Itachi's slow approach, Uchiha Jishui relaxed slightly, loosening his grip on Kai's throat. Cough, cough. As he was freed, Kai gasped for air, his breathing labored and punctuated by violent coughs. If I recall correctly, you should be from the civilian district, am I right? What brings you here? Uchiha Itachi stood before Kai, looking down with an air of superiority, and inquired coldly, I merely took a wrong turn and inadvertently found myself here. I mean no harm. Get lost. If you dare approach this place again, I shall end your life. Uchiha Shursui interrupted Kai, his expression frigid and disdainful. Such a demeanor, one would expect not only from a fellow clansman, but even from any outsider, would be utterly unthinkable. Moreover, within a clan that traces its lineage through several generations, they were likely to be relatives. It was astonishing to encounter such blatant hostility. Brother Shursui, I am not your brother. Do not address me as such. Despite the humiliation he faced, Kai stood tall, his eyes filled with anticipation. Before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Shursui interrupted him once more, his brow furrowed in disgust. If memory serves me correctly, you're Uchiha Kai, are you not? Yes, you were given the opportunity to learn within the clan's grounds, yet you chose to squander your resources at the Ninja Academy. After spending nearly half a year there, it is appalling that you have yet to master chakra. When did our Uchiha clan produce such a worthless individual? Uchiha Itachi's tone was equally harsh, overflowing with contempt, seemingly even more severe than that of Uchiha Shursui. Kai feigned disappointment, lowering his gaze in silence, opting not to engage further, and turned to walk down the nearby path. What a waste. Even after Kai had departed, Uchiha Shursui remained, disdainfully muttering under his breath. Within the Uchiha clan, both of them undoubtedly occupied positions of prominence. One was the youngest and most renowned member of the Uchiha clan, while the other was the son of the clan leader, having graduated from the Ninja Academy in his first year and awakened his Sharingan to two Tomo. They were quintessential examples of individuals who had achieved the pinnacle of success. It was only natural for them to look down upon those from the lower districts, whose greatest accomplishments were limited to becoming nin. Kai chose not to dwell on the matter. Observing the two as they resumed their journey toward the training grounds, he rolled his eyes, pouted slightly, and let out a sigh, a thought crossing his mind. No wonder you scoundrel met your demise so early. Though he thought this, he quickly found solace, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Meanwhile, at the treetops, a black raven perched atop a grand tree, notably possessing the ability to activate its two-tomo Sharingan. Quietly observing the entire training ground, Uchiha Shursui repeatedly demonstrated his body flicker technique, tirelessly instructing Uchiha Itachi. Unbeknownst to them, the raven was watching intently. Bang! Having witnessed everything, the raven suddenly transformed into a plume of white smoke. However, as it vanished, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi turned their gazes toward the treetop. Did you sense that? Uchiha Shursui inquired. There seem to be signs of chakra activity over there, Uchiha Itachi replied, his expression grave. Oh, you think it was that little brat? Impossible. I specifically used my Sharingan to take a look. Although he possesses chakra, it is exceedingly weak. almost negligible. Uchiha Itachi responded. He had already begun to scrutinize Kai the moment he first detected him, employing his Sharingan to ascertain whether the boy was utilizing a transformation technique to approach them. Yet, the result revealed that the chakra within Kai's body, while present, was pitifully feeble. Little did they know the immense effort Kai had expended to alter this situation. After dispelling his shadow clone, Kai leisurely strolled along the path blanketed in silvery snow. Each breath released a visible mist, particularly pronounced in the stillness of the air. The surroundings were uniformly white, and the dazzling reflections compelled Kai to squint slightly as he walked. As the memories from his shadow clone returned, they began to merge seamlessly. He recalled Uchiha Shursue's instructions to Uchiha Itachi on how to employ the body flicker technique. This fellow is quite clever, Kai mused, devising a method to utilize shadow clones while allowing his true self to swiftly move between them, thereby creating a form of body flicker technique that traverses the chakra regions he has established. This technique seems akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, does it not? Kai pondered, his mind engaged in contemplating the specifics of this approach. The ability to rapidly relocate to a designated chakra-marked location indeed qualifies as a remarkably swift form of short-distance movement. Uchiha Itachi would likely be incapable of mastering it. Kai smirked at the thought, recognizing that such a technique demands immense competitive prowess and exceptionally refined chakra control. In terms of chakra control, Uchiha Itachi was undoubtedly formidable. However, in terms of mental acuity, he certainly had not yet reached that level. It would be worthwhile to study this further. It is undoubtedly an extraordinary means of escape. Grinning broadly, Kai continued to stroll forward, his hands tucked into his pockets. As for the chakra within his own body, he had mastered a method of control since he was 4 years old. Before the death of the wife of the fourth Hokage, Kushina Uzumaki, she often bestowed various gifts upon him, and he had finally learned some sealing techniques from her. He had then tailored those techniques to suit his own needs, applying some seals to himself. The rationale was simple. After all, those capable of seeing through a person's chakra include the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and the Uchiha clan Sharingan, both of which were prevalent throughout Konoha Village. Yet, if his modest abilities were discovered, he might be captured by the Umbu for human experimentation. As Kai ambled along the path leading to Konoha, lost in thought, he noticed a group of children surrounding a young girl crouched on the ground, taunting her with laughter. Not far off, another child ambled leisurely in that direction, a boy with yellow hair, a girl with black hair, and they were calling her a Byakugan monster. Kai could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. While he was aware of the situation, he never expected to encounter such absurdity himself. It was utterly ludicrous. Despite the incredulity, he couldn't help but smile. Swiftly approaching the group of taunting children, Kai shouted, "What are you little rascals up to?" They appear to be merely 3 or 4 years old, and Kai towered over them significantly. Regardless, confronting 3 small children should pose no significant challenge. "Who are you? Why are you meddling?" One of the children retorted, clearly displeased. "Oh," Kai replied with a grin, stepping closer to the child and feigning a fierce demeanor. Leaning in a whisper, "I am of the Uchiha clan." "Nanny." The boy's expression shifted to one of alarm upon hearing the name. For the majority of ordinary villagers in Konoha, the Uchiha clan was akin to a nightmare, particularly after assuming responsibilities in the security forces. The actions of the Uchiha clan had incited widespread resentment within the village, often resulting in arrests for trivial matters, followed by torment before release. This would later become a significant factor in the clan's downfall. Therefore, upon hearing the name Uchiha, the child immediately appeared flustered, hastily beckoning his companions to flee the scene. "Are you all right?" Gently lowering himself, Kai offered a faint smile as he lightly patted the shoulder of the little girl before him and inquired, "Is everything all right?" At that moment, upon raising her head, the tears on the girl's face were still quite evident. He had encountered members of the Hyuga clan a few times, and despite the familiarity of their Byakugan, it always evoked a sense of discomfort within him. Nevertheless, the little girl was undeniably adorable, with her black hair framing her delicate face, and the tears on her cheeks stirred an instinctive urge to comfort her. "What a charming little girl you are. You must belong to the Hyuga clan, correct? What brings you here?" Stammering, the girl seemed at a loss for words. However, Kai found himself increasingly intrigued by her, the eldest princess of the Hyuga clan. The future heroine, Hinata Hyuga. She was also the cherished ideal of many. Huh. You are truly delightful. How about becoming my wife from now on? Kai suddenly blurted out, catching Hinata off guard, her eyes widening in disbelief. Perhaps at her age, she could hardly comprehend the concept of marriage, but she likely possessed some understanding. You scoundrel. What are you doing? A blonde-haired boy, who had been standing not far away, exclaimed as he rushed forward. Demanding an explanation, and who might you be? Kai feigned ignorance, turning to the young lad, I am Naruto Uzumaki. What do you think you're doing, bullying such a small girl? Naruto shouted defiantly. Kai smiled nonchalantly and reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair. Yet, in that very instant, in a dimly lit space, an enormous figure abruptly opened its eyes, emanating an aura of terror. Assessing the situation outside, it became clear that this was a formidable entity. Even if given 8 lives, he would not dare confront the person before him. After all, one could easily deduce how many eyes were fixed upon this scene. Your name is Naruto Uzumaki, a rather impressive little fellow. Kai grinned, not overly concerned. He had no desire to stir up too much trouble or be scrutinized by others. Well then, I'm off to get something to eat. Just as he mentioned food, Naruto's stomach let out a loud growl, causing him to awkwardly lower his head. Oh well. Fate has brought us together. Let's go, I'll treat you to some ramen. Really? Naruto exclaimed, filled with excitement. What do you mean, really? Help her up. We're going to eat something, and then I'll ensure she gets home. Clearly, she must have wandered off. Kai gestured toward Hinata, who remained crouched on the ground, and spoke somewhat exasperatedly to Naruto. Leave it to me. I'm very familiar with this village, so I can take her home. Naruto responded with unwavering confidence. After a moment's hesitation, Kai contemplated escorting her himself to garner some goodwill, but ultimately decided against it. He had no intention of mingling with the Hyuga clan. After all, in just a few years, he would need to find a way to leave this village, and when the night of the massacre arrived, it would be too late. All right then. I'll leave the rest of you. Kai nodded slightly, then turned away, hands in pockets as he continued walking toward the village of Konoha. Hinata suddenly spoke up, her shyness evident, yet Kai shifted his gaze to her. After standing up, she bent down slightly and whispered, Thank you both very much. No need for thanks. Come on, we're going for ramen. Hurry up. Ramen, as they walked. Naruto, with his hands in his pockets, strutted ahead, his head held high while babbling incessantly. Should I intervene? Kai led the 2 children, meandering toward the village center, where many shops were closing due to the heavy snowfall. Walking ahead, Naruto kept pace beside him, while Hinata shyly trailed behind. However, in a shadowy area, several masked figures, clearly members of Konoha Village, observed them from a rooftop. One, wearing a fox mask, turned to his companion and remarked, What's there to report? Just mention it during the evening debrief. It's all just kids, no difference whether we report it or not. Another, donning a tiger mask, replied, But that is a member of the Uchiha clan. I know him. He is a first-year student at the Ninja Academy, still unable to gather chakra. We only need to keep an eye on this. No need to take it too seriously. Understood. After that, aside from one individual who meticulously observed the trio's every move, the others merely engaged in casual chatter. Ichiraku Ramen. This place likely held the best location in all of Konoha, situated at the intersection of 2 main thoroughfares. Easily visible from afar, truly a prime spot. Next to this establishment, there were no other shops, ensuring minimal competition. Unfortunately, it was merely a small stall, though the awning provided some shelter from the wind and snow. Customers sat on high stools, leaning over a counter that extended outward for dining. There were 5 spots available, accommodating only a small number of patrons at once. Feel free to order whatever you like. Today, it's my treat. Upon arriving, Kai glanced at the menu hanging on the wall and generously addressed Naruto and Hinata. Really? In that case, I'd like a large bowl of ramen with extra squid rolls. If that is all right? Naruto asked, still a bit hesitant. And you? Kai turned to Hinata. I'm fine with anything, she replied, still shy and speaking softly. With a resigned sigh, Kai leaned over the counter, to his current height. He was nearly level with the counter, needing to stand on tiptoe just to see inside. Welcome. I didn't expect to see young guests here. What would you like to eat? The man behind the counter appeared friendly. Likely around 35 years old, and his smile radiated warmth. "Hello, sir. Please give us 3 large bowls of ramen, and add all the toppings. Thank you," Kai stated as he leaned on the counterpoint. 3 bowls? The owner of Uchiha Ramen expressed surprise, then leaned forward to see the 2 shorter figures. "Oh, little Naruto is here too." The owner clearly recognized Naruto, exchanging a brief greeting, perhaps noting that the 2 little ones might struggle to reach the counter. He quickly fetched a small table and several tiny stools for them. "Please wait a moment. You can sit here while I prepare your order," the owner said with a smile, hurrying into the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, 3 large bowls of ramen were placed in front of each of them, each portion generous and identical in size. However, the auxiliary ingredients had nearly piled the entire bowl into a pointed mound. It was evident even to the naked eye that there were various other meats, squid, and some meatballs among them. The supplementary ingredients indeed appeared to be plentiful. How sumptuous! I have never indulged in such a feast before. At this thought, Uzumaki Naruto surprisingly felt a wave of excitement, tears beginning to well up in his eyes. "Hurry and eat. On such a frigid day, if we don't eat soon, it will turn cold," Kai exclaimed, promptly grabbing his chopsticks and diving into the meal with unabashed enthusiasm. Although Hinata was still enveloped in shyness, she too picked up her chopsticks and gingerly began to sample the dish. "I am so full," Uzumaki Naruto declared, having devoured the entire bowl, patting his round belly in satisfaction while letting out a contented burp. What was rather surprising was that this young lady from the Hyuga clan managed to finish an equally heaping bowl without leaving trace. As for Kai, however, his bowl still contained a considerable portion, his appetite not quite as voracious. After all, at such a tender age, consuming an entire bowl of that size would likely leave him feeling as though his stomach might burst. "By the way, big brother, you haven't told me your name yet." Uzumaki Naruto suddenly remembered this question and curiously inquired of Kei. "I.my name. I am Uchiha Kai. However, it seems that our fates may not intertwine much further. This encounter is merely a stroke of luck. That's so. Allow me to treat you both today. And should we meet again, I shall not hesitate to extend my hospitality once more." He offered a simple smile before rising to approach the shopkeeper of Ichiraku. "How much do I owe in total?" "All right, young patron, that will be 1,200 Ryo. What? How can it be so expensive?" "That's enough for my living expenses for a month," upon hearing such a staggering sum. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. "Here are 2,000 Ryo. You needn't give me change. The remaining Ryo is for little Naruto. Consider my treat for him twice over." Kai generously handed over 2 banknotes, addressing the shopkeeper with remarkable nonchalance. "No problem. He can come by whenever he likes. I didn't expect such generosity from you. Young patron, we happen to have a promotion going on, so here are 3 discount coupons for you. I hope you both will visit us again." As he spoke, the shopkeeper retrieved 3 cards from behind the counter and handed them to Kai. However, after merely glancing at them, Kai tossed the cards in front of Uzumaki Naruto, saying, "I have no use for these. Perhaps you can come back another day." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but nonetheless silently tucked the coupons into his pocket. "And my name is Hinata. Thank you so much for your hospitality." Brother Kai, after leaving Ichiraku Ramen, perhaps noticing her clan members approaching in the distance, Hinata politely bowed her head slightly towards Kai in a shy manner and spoke. After finishing her words, she turned and hurried towards her clan without waiting for a response. Observing this scene, Kai felt no particular emotion. After all, it was merely an outing. It was not of great significance to him. "Little one, I must take my leave." He patted Naruto on the shoulder and casually remarked before turning to leave. Uzumaki Naruto stood rooted to the spot, initially wanting to call out, but ultimately raised his hand, uncertain of what to say. In the end, he could only watch as the figure of Kai grew increasingly distant. Remaining silent, the Ninja Academy. The teacher, Ebisu, stood at the podium, earnestly explaining the fundamental concepts of being a ninja. His lecture was passionate, bordering on incessant. However, when he turned to face the attentive crowd, he noticed one student slumped over on the desk. Fast asleep, in frustration, he seized a piece of chalk and hurled it towards the student seated at the back. "Uchiha Kai. If you wish to sleep, why not do so in the comfort of your own home? Why must you come to the Ninja Academy? Since your arrival, you've been sleeping in class every day. Tell me, what have you learned?" You still cannot even master chakra. If this continues, I shall have no choice but to expel you." Ebisu shouted furiously. "Teacher Ebisu, I believe it's inconsequential to worry about a slacker like him. He merely occupies a seat." The other students began to jeer mercilessly. A S for Uchiha Kai. He groggily lifted his head, rubbing the spot where the chalk had struck. Faced with the situation, Ebisu was at a loss for words, suppressing his anger as he took a deep breath and pounded the desk with his book, yelling, "Silence! Let us continue with the lesson." As he turned back to write on the blackboard, he couldn't help but internally lament, "I never expected someone from the Uchiha clan could be such a slacker." Regardless of how others mocked or commented, Kai remained unfazed, not even displaying a hint of emotion. Completely indifferent to their opinions, he continued to rest his head on the desk and drift back into slumber. He was of the same age as Uchiha Daesan and had entered the ninja academy simultaneously. The only difference being they had been assigned to different classes. The reason for his daytime slumber was that he was akin to an owl, fully active at night. During the day, he appeared lethargic and dull, but as night fell, he swiftly fortified his door and stealthily slipped out through the window. The winter snow had already melted, although the weather was not particularly warm. It was certainly not as frigid as on snowy days. Once again, within the Death Forest, he utilized the same methods as before to enter, sending his shadow clones ahead to transform into various animals and soar into the distance. All clones, including his original form, concealed their chakra, ensuring that it remained undetectable. Even when observed with the Byakugan, their chakra presence was minimal. After all, in the ninja world, there were countless creatures infused with chakra, and a slight trace of chakra within one's body was quite normal, though most individuals did not bother with such subtleties. Indeed, the number of clans capable of detecting such nuances within the entire ninja realm was limited, and only the Hyuga clan remained a significant concern for Uchiha Kai. Traveling light, with no clouds in the sky, a full moon hung high, illuminating the ground. This place, often frequented by Uchiha Kai, exuded an enchanting ambience. Along the banks of the brook, a small clearing had emerged. While not extensive, it was undoubtedly quite secluded from most activities. All right, time to review the previous content and see if my recent creations yield any results. Placing his small backpack on the ground, Uchiha Kai stood still for a moment. He then swiftly clasped his hands together, his eyes transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan. However, he was not foolish enough to utilize the power of his eyes in this location, as that would deplete his ocular strength. The purpose of activating the Manjiki was to meticulously observe the deficiencies in the jutsu he had created. Inu, Ushi, Tora, Yumi, Hitsuji compared to the hand seals he had inscribed on paper. The process felt somewhat unfamiliar, causing him to take his time. Fortunately, the number of hand seals required was minimal, and even at a slower pace, he completed them within 2 seconds. Once all the hand seals were finalized, Kai directed his gaze to the distance, quickly crossing his hands before exclaiming softly, "Ninjutsu." Fire style, Firefly explosion. As the release of ninjutsu unfolded, Kai was able to distinctly perceive an astonishing scene before him through his kaleidoscope Sharingan. A web-like formation directly enveloped the entire area from a distance of over 10 meters, with chakra manifestation points appearing every few centimeters, all interconnected. The range could be extended based on the amount of chakra he infused, and he could also adjust the distribution of these chakra points according to his intentions. Explode. With both hands forcefully pressed together, all the densely packed chakra points instantaneously detonated. The amount of chakra input was relatively minimal, resulting in little commotion. After all, Kai's objective was straightforward: to test the practicality and effectiveness of the jutsu. The explosive power and range no longer required examination. This was rather satisfactory. It felt reasonably effective. For large-scale attacks, this should suffice. However, he had yet to witness what the actual impact of such an attack would be upon landing, and at least within the confines of Konoha. Such an assault was unlikely to land. Nevertheless, preparation was essential, ensuring that his years of effort were not in vain. Boom! Just as he felt a sense of pride, a distant shadow clone suddenly erupted, transmitting all the visual information to his mind. Closing his eyes to absorb the recent images seen by the clone, he noticed an individual clad in a mask. yet the forehead protector distinctly bore the insignia of the hidden Cloud Village. This was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that the individuals seemed to be cradling a child. Was this a mistake? Why were they here? Kai's eyes flew open, a look of disbelief etched on his face. He was aware that the hidden Cloud Village had come to the Land of Wood, as this arrangement had been made over a month prior, finalized just earlier that day. However, he hadn't expected this situation to arise by nightfall. What perplexed him further was why they had ventured into the Forest of Death and were advancing deeper. Shouldn't this matter have been resolved within the Uchiha clan? Never mind. What did this have to do with him? Swiftly gathering his backpack from the ground and meticulously checking for any traces, he confirmed the absence of any evidence. He hastily slung the backpack over his shoulders and was about to turn away when a sudden thought struck him. Fixing his gaze in the direction the hidden Cloud Village ninja had departed, he dashed towards that location at an incredible speed. However, the ninja from the hidden Cloud Village was glancing back, seemingly evading something. Navigating through the forest, each landing was deftly poised on the branches, indicating that he possessed at least the skill of a chunin, exhibiting a commendable level of vigilance, albeit lacking in awareness. Bang! Seizing the fleeting moment while the individual turned back, Kai delivered a powerful kick directly to his face. The immense force sent the swiftly advancing ninja tumbling backward, plummeting toward the ground. The child he had been holding slipped from his grasp. And just as the child was about to fall, Kai leaped to a nearby tree, swiftly catching the child just before impact. Kai, brother. The voice was weak, yet the sudden recognition sent a chill down Uchiha Kai's spine. He hadn't anticipated being recognized by this little girl. In the next instant, he swiftly employed a transformation technique to alter his appearance, believing that the hidden Cloud Ninja had yet to see him. "You've mistaken me for someone else," Kai replied, feigning ignorance and offering a casual excuse. However, the hidden Cloud Ninja, now back on his feet, had already detected their presence. Yet, this individual seemed disinclined to engage further, hastily attempting to flee upon realizing they were not alone. Still wished to escape? With one arm around Hinata Hyuga, Kai instantaneously positioned himself before the fleeing ninja, performing a one-handed hand seal, with a surge of lightning appearing in his hand. He shouted, "Lightning release. Chidori sharp spear." Accompanied by a piercing sound, a lightning blade approximately 10 meters long pierced through the ninja's right arm. With a slight lift of his hand, the ninja's arm fell to the ground. In an instant, Kai materialized in front of him and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The overwhelming impact, combined with the injury to his arm, rendered the ninja motionless on the ground. "Hinata!" In less than 5 seconds, a voice rushed forward. Another individual charged in at remarkable speed, attacking Kai without hesitation. However, Kai had no intention of engaging. Suddenly retreating, he raised his hand to halt the assault, stating, "Don't misunderstand, I merely saved her. The one you should apprehend is that guy." As he spoke, Kai gently set Hinata down. He then leaped back, distancing himself by several meters. Hayashi Hyuga rushed to check on Hinata, relieved to find her unharmed, only to feel a surge of anger upon seeing the hidden Cloud Ninja lying in a pool of blood. "Do not kill him." Bang! The words had barely left his lips when it was too late. Hayashi dashed forward, plunging a hole through the ninja's chest. Alas, Kai sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Who are you?" After dealing with the hidden Cloud Ninja, Hayashi furrowed his brow and directed his inquiry toward Kai. "I saved your daughter, and this is the attitude you present." The conduct of the Hyuga clan was truly disappointing. My apologies. I acted impulsively. Please forgive me." Hayashi, cradling his daughter, lowered his head. He realized that despite his earlier demeanor, it was indeed inappropriate to address someone who had just saved his daughter in such a manner. "Who I am is of little consequence, but it appears you are facing a significant predicament. The Umbu will likely arrive within 3 minutes. I suggest you consider how to handle the situation at hand. If not managed appropriately, your Hyuga clan will certainly face repercussions." Kai did not wish to involve himself further, merely offering a straightforward warning. "Wait." Observing Kai's intent to depart, Hayashi quickly called out to him. "What do you mean by that?" "Indeed, if an agreement could be reached with the Hyuga clan, then on the night of the Uchiha massacre, he could ensure the safe passage of the Uchiha siblings, thus presenting an opportunity. Kai paused, contemplating this notion, and promptly turned back. Approaching within 10 meters of Hayashi, he smiled slightly and said, "There are approximately 2 minutes and 40 seconds left until the Umbu arrives. I wouldn't mind lending you a hand, provided you agree to one condition." "What is it?" "In the future, in the event of a Uchiha massacre, I require you to ensure the safe passage of 2 Uchiha children from Konoha. You need not worry about any arrangements. I will personally deliver the children to you. They belong to the civilian district, thus posing no threat to the village. What do you think of this arrangement?" "The Uchiha clan faces annihilation. I only speak hypothetically." "Very well. I accept your condition. Consider it a favor for saving my daughter. However, what do you mean by saying that the Hyuga clan will attract trouble?" Hayashi, having initially acted on impulse, quickly calmed himself and began to contemplate the implications of the situation, eager to see how the stranger would respond. This individual was from the Hidden Cloud Village, and with both villages currently negotiating a partnership, their intentions were unmistakably clear. Seizing Hinata was merely a means to acquire the Byakugan. Consequently, given that lives had already been lost, the Hidden Cloud Village would undoubtedly seek to exploit this incident, likely never intending to ally with Konoha. Otherwise, this incident would not have transpired, would it? Kai inquired leisurely to the tea present. It appears that there is still a modicum of time, even though the moment of departure has long since been ample. Hinata Hizashi, as the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, could, to some extent, surmise the purpose of this visit from the Hidden Cloud Village. "However, you just mentioned that killing him would pose some trouble for my Hyuga clan," Hinata Hizashi asked. "Trouble?" Kai found himself somewhat speechless, yet he was already inclined to leave this place, unwilling to become embroiled in such matters. Nevertheless, he ultimately stated that the Hidden Cloud Village would certainly use the pretext of war to demand retribution from your Hyuga clan for the death of that individual. And that individual is you as of now. You cannot evade the fact that the Umbu has already infiltrated this forest of death. In due course, you may escape unscathed, but your brother's fate is far less certain. Nonetheless, there are methods to resolve such issues. The crux lies in what price you, as the Hyuga clan leader, are willing to pay. Price? I can assist you in resolving this matter, provided your Hyuga clan supplies me with cells from Senja Hashirama. How could that be possible? My Hyuga clan possesses no such thing. Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brow, questioning the identity of the person before him, who had evidently employed a transformation technique. Moreover, judging by the chakra emanations, the individual must be extraordinarily powerful. Why would they choose such a guise? Your Hyuga clan has connections within the root. That scoundrel Danzo has an abundance of such resources. Convince your people to procure it, and there's no rush to utilize it. Just obtain it, and I shall visit you when time permits. Kai spoke calmly, then added in 30 seconds, "The Umbu will arrive?" "Very well. I promise to do my utmost to facilitate this matter." Hinata Hizashi, acutely aware of the impending arrival, remained still, cradling Hinata in his arms. As the Umbu members approached, they paused momentarily upon seeing the fallen ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. Soon after, the apparent leader, noticing only Hinata Hizashi standing there, stepped forward and questioned him. "Patriarch Hyuga, shouldn't there be an explanation regarding this incident?" "Ridiculous. What explanation do I owe you? This matter has nothing to do with my Hyuga clan. Can't you see with your own eyes? The wounds on him were not inflicted by us. That I merely happened to accompany my daughter here and witness the battle unfold, only to find that the opposing party had fled swiftly. You cannot possibly believe this incident implicates my Hyuga clan, can you?" Hinata Hizashi retorted, his brow furrowed. Currently, the largest clan in Konoha, even with the Uchiha clan still in existence, in terms of both numbers and strength. The Hyuga clan undoubtedly surpasses. The conditions to awaken the Byakugan are far simpler than those for the Sharingan, and the long-standing division between the main and branch families has resulted in the entire Hyuga clan largely adhering to the commands of their patriarch. Hinata Hizashi. "I apologize. When we arrived, we found only you here. Thus, it was natural to consider you as the focal point of this incident, overlooking other possibilities that we hope the Hyuga patriarch can forgive us. If possible, we would appreciate your cooperation in our investigation." The leader, donning a dog mask, courteously addressed Hinata Hizashi. "Certainly, I had no idea that an outing would lead to such an unsettling affair," Hinata Hizashi remarked. turning to leave. However, such words might be met with disbelief even from a dog, who could believe that the patriarch of the Hyuga clan would venture into the depths of the Forest of Death for a leisurely stroll. Located 4 to 5 kilometers from the village without any paths, yet, in the absence of substantial evidence, none dared to impede the footsteps of the Hyuga clan leader, take the body back, and conduct a thorough examination of the circumstances surrounding the death. The leader commanded loudly, for in the obscurity of night, it was impossible to ascertain how the victim had been slain. Third Hokage, shouldn't you provide an explanation to our hidden cloud village? We approached you, earnest in our desire to ally with Konoha, yet now one of our own has perished within your territory. If this matter is not addressed, I fear the hidden cloud village will have no choice but to declare war on Konoha. A robust figure, whose strength remains uncertain, leaned over the Hokage's desk, glaring fiercely at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, the third Hokage remained silent, his pipe continuing to smoke, filling the office with swirling clouds of vapor. He was not alone. 3 elder statesmen sat beside him, their gazes fixated on the incensed representative from the Hidden Cloud Village, in response to the aggressive stance of the Hidden Cloud Village. The third Hokage spoke slowly, assuring them that an explanation would be forthcoming. However, investigations had yet to be concluded. Once clarity is achieved, we shall provide you with the information you seek, allowing you some time to rest in the interim. What further investigation is necessary? It was clearly Hinata Hizashi who committed the act. Does this require further inquiry? Thus, you must present Hinata Hizashi's corpse before us, or else we shall resort to war. Let us fight. Do not presume that Konoha fears you. The ever-volatile Danzo abruptly stood, slamming his right hand against the table. He pointed his left hand at the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village, making his stance unmistakably clear. Undoubtedly, from a position of firmness, Danzo appeared far superior to the third Hokage. Point 1 was entrenched in internal strife, while the other, lacking foresight, acted impulsively. Is it any wonder that Konoha now finds itself in dire straits? Is this truly Konoha's stance? The Hidden Cloud Ninja inquired. Danzo, sit down quietly. The third Hokage admonished him, taking a deep drag from his pipe before exhaling slowly. He continued, we will indeed provide an explanation. However, no evidence currently implicates Hinata Hizashi. Thus, we must await a definitive conclusion. Should the Hidden Cloud Village find it intolerable, then war may be your recourse. Furthermore, may I inquire why your ninjas ventured into the depths of our Konoha's Forest of Death? Shouldn't you also provide an explanation for that? The inquiry regarding the third Hokage left the representatives from the Hidden Cloud Village momentarily speechless. Surely, they could not claim that their purpose was to pursue the young princess of the Hyuga clan. We shall await your response. Ultimately, they could only clench their fists in fury, gritting their teeth in indignation before departing the Hokage's office. The audacity of the Hidden Cloud Village was utterly outrageous. How dare they behave so brazenly within the Hokage's office? A proper confrontation was in order, one that would allow them to experience the repercussions of their insolence, even if it meant igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. It would be worthwhile. Upon noticing the departure of the opposing party, Danzo sprang to his feet, seething with anger. The Third Great Ninja War has only just concluded. We have yet to recover. How can we possibly engage in another conflict? The third Hokage, wearing a look of resignation, followed up with, how do you propose we handle this situation? Mishandling this matter could indeed lead to significant trouble, and all that remained was to await the results of the examination of the body. Should it be confirmed that Hyuga Hayashi was responsible, I shall place the burden upon the Hyuga clan to address it. We need not concern ourselves with such matters, as for how they choose to deal with it. That is solely their family's affair. The elderly figure who had remained quietly seated throughout the discussion spoke up, addressing the third Hokage with a calm demeanor. I concur. However, if the examination of the body yields no evidence linking them to the Hyuga clan, this matter may prove to be more complicated than anticipated. The speaker was Tonin Shikumo, one of the elder statesmen close to the Hokage. Typically, major decisions were made collectively by these 4 individuals before being enacted. After considering the suggestions of the 2 elder statesmen, the third Hokage hesitated momentarily and let out a weary sigh. Just then, a knock echoed through the Hokage's office, before the third Hokage could respond. Danzo barked, "Enter." Third Hokage. The individual who entered was an Umbu operative, his face concealed by a mask, instantly recognizable. Upon entering, he knelt on one knee, presenting a document. "Has the examination of the body concluded?" inquired the third Hokage. "Yes, third Hokage. The current examination results indicate that there are no discernible injuries on the corpse, suggesting involvement of the Hyuga clan, nor is there any trace of Hyuga Hayashi's chakra. However, the nature of the wounds is peculiar. The force applied was remarkably precise. The body bears two distinct injuries, one of which severed an entire arm, with signs of burning that confirm it was indeed lightning release that caused the damage. Yet, so far, there appears to be no record of such a jutsu in the Hidden Leaf Village, though it bears a resemblance to Kakashi's Raikiri, albeit with notable differences in its nature. The lightning-inflicted injury did not extend to the surrounding area, which raises further questions. The other wound is a massive, gaping hole in the chest, a result of an attack that could only have been executed by the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. The residual chakra is unmistakably present, yet we have yet to identify anyone possessing such chakra, the Umbu operative reported earnestly, having conducted a thorough examination. The formation of these injuries intrigued even those who specialized in assassination techniques, as they had never encountered such an innovative application of jutsu. Unless Kakashi had developed an advanced version of his Raikiri, which seemed unlikely given his consistent presence in the Umbu, it was perplexing. "Are you certain?" Danzo inquired, his brow furrowed and tone serious. "Yes, Danzo-sama." "Very well. Leave the document behind and return." The third Hokage tapped the ash from his pipe, his expression remaining composed as he spoke. "Understood." With that, the operative hastily exited the Hokage's office. Once the door closed, the usually placid third Hokage finally revealed a hint of confusion on his face. "What shall we do now?" Danzo inquired. "What do you mean?" "What shall we do? I believe we should simply place the blame squarely on the Hyuga clan." Mito Menken, without a moment's hesitation, boldly proposed his idea. "That is unwise. The Hyuga clan is currently the largest family in our Hidden Leaf Village. If we were to unjustly assign this matter to them, the ensuing repercussions could be as severe as those caused by the Uchiha clan that, if possible, we should find someone else to take the fall. After all, it is a matter of life and death. Handling it this way would be far simpler." Tonin Shikamaru rose to express his viewpoint, directly countering Mito's suggestion. According to his perspective, this was an exceedingly dangerous course of action. Unless we could definitively confirm that Hyuga Hayashi is responsible, we cannot shift the blame to the Hyuga clan. However, it appears that this is rather improbable at this juncture. Moreover, if we proceed down this path, not only could we provoke the Hyuga clan, but we may also invite even greater calamity. The presence of the Uchiha clan in our midst is already a source of unrest, should the Hyuga clan become embroiled in turmoil as well. The stability of our village will be gravely compromised that we cannot afford to act recklessly. We must conduct a thorough investigation and select someone from prison to serve as a scapegoat, while we address the subsequent inquiries at a later time. The third Hokage concluded, weighing the pros and cons. This seemed to be the most reasonable approach. Danzo had no significant objections to this plan. After all, his objectives were clear, whether or not they targeted the Hyuga clan. This matter was not as critical as it initially appeared, especially given the absence of any concrete evidence against Hyuga Hayashi. "Hyuga Hayashi, are you awake? Today you are permitted to rest, but starting tomorrow, you must resume your training." In a room, Hyuga Hayashi sat quietly, hearing a rustling from the bed. He turned to see his daughter, Hinata, staring at him with wide eyes. Despite her silence, Hyuga Hayashi could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Do you know who that person was last night?" "I don't know," Hinata replied without hesitation. Hyuga Hayashi, having lost interest in pursuing the matter further, turned and exited her room as Hinata lay in bed. She closed her eyes, yet could not shake the vivid memories of the previous night. Uchiha Kai's face was indelibly etched in her mind. However, all of this would likely remain a secret, forever concealed within her thoughts, never to be revealed to anyone. Life in the village continued at an accelerated pace. 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and it felt as though nothing significant had changed. The life at the Ninja Academy was monotonous and tedious, compounded by the incessant ridicule from others. Yet Kai remained unfazed, displaying a demeanor of indifference despite being labeled as the bottom of the class. He made every effort to blend into the background, choosing to sleep through lessons. You're back again. The sun had barely risen when Uchiha Kai was seen jogging steadily along a narrow path, sweat glistening on his forehead, indicating he had covered a considerable distance. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past him, accompanied by a fleeting figure. Perhaps having noticed Kai running as well, the individual came to a halt beside him. Until Kai caught up, he accompanied the other's pace in a slow R-U-N-A-T the same time. He raised his thumb towards Kai and said, after all, their names were indeed the same. Might Guy, a training fanatic from the Hidden Leaf Village. Undoubtedly one of the very best. Kai-senpai. So early. Uchiha Kai greeted with a smile. Hey, by the looks of it, you should have been up even earlier than I thought you would only last a day or two. But here you are, already going strong for a month or two. Truly commendable. Might Guy, unlike Uchiha Kai, remained unfazed, his face calm and composed. For him, whether it was ninjutsu or chakra, these posed no significant challenge. Even without special buffs, his clever mind and photographic memory allowed him to excel remarkably. Yet, the only exception was physical techniques. This aspect served as the foundation of all mobility, although chakra could provide assistance. If one's basic physical condition couldn't keep pace, then everything else was mere talk. Initially, when he thought about working on his body, he had not anticipated encountering Might Guy. However, fate had brought them together unexpectedly. Kai-senpai, my stamina is running low. Perhaps you should run ahead. Uchiha Kai panted, his steps gradually slowing. Yet Might Guy, in stark contrast to the situation, maintained his pace alongside Uchiha Kai, even running backward while observing the 8 or 9-year-old boy before him. He then cupped his chin with his right hand, a look of serious curiosity crossing his face as he asked, "How long have you been running around the village? This should be my 3rd lap since departing from the Uchiha clan." Damn, am I getting too lazy? I must resolve to rise earlier in the future and push myself harder. But your spirit is truly praiseworthy. I never got around to asking why you were so determined to train so hard. Might Guy expressed a mix of regret and self-reproach, then quickly shifted his demeanor, gazing curiously at Uchiha Kai. Though I possess chakra, I have never been able to master ninjutsu. I can't even grasp the basics, and have always been at the bottom of my class. So, I wish to keep up with everyone else. I heard that you, Kai-senpai, became a ninja solely through physical techniques. I aspire to be like you. Uchiha Kai swallowed hard, his expression earnest. Surprisingly, hearing this moved Might Guy, as it reminded him of his own past. He too had once been at the bottom of his class. He had some chakra, yet it was of little use. Unable to learn the ninjutsu others utilized, he could only rely on his own efforts to reach this point. That's indeed a commendable thought. If you're willing, I can train you from now on. Really? Uchiha Kai exclaimed, suddenly exhilarated. He then stopped, bending slightly, gasping for breath before asking, "I will need your help in the future, Kai-sensei." "You think too much. Training is arduous, especially when it comes to physical techniques." Might Guy flashed his signature big white grin. And as they resumed their run, he pondered for a moment before stating, "Since I've decided to teach you, I will also give you a gift. Tomorrow, your first goal is to run 10 laps around the village. We'll meet in the woods at the village's edge." Might Guy genuinely did not care about Uchiha Kai's clan background. The boy before him resembled his younger self, particularly in his relentless effort. Over the past 2 months, he had witnessed Uchiha Kai's determination and persistence. During this time, Might Guy even took the initiative to learn about Uchiha Kai at the Ninja Academy, driven by curiosity about the boy he frequently encountered. The information he gathered echoed Uchiha Kai's words. He was indeed at the bottom of his class, nearly the worst of the worst. Were it not for the Uchiha bloodline, he would scarcely be distinguishable from a common ninja. Guy momentarily froze, but while running, a smile crept across his face as he said, "Then I shall count on you, Kai-sensei. Tomorrow, I will run 10 laps around the village without fail." This is what youth is about. Let us ignite the flames of our youth. I have decided to run 20 laps tomorrow to celebrate this. Might Guy beamed, a wide grin on his face. One tall and one small Might Guy, now in his 20s, ran alongside the 9-year-old Uchiha Kai, their names being quite similar. Should anyone catch sight of them, it would indeed seem rather peculiar. After all, such a spectacle could hardly remain hidden. As they were openly running around the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village, Might Guy was already an elite jonin of the village and a leading figure in the world of physical techniques. If one were to speak solely of physical prowess, there was likely no one else in the world who could surpass him. Although this training method was somewhat daunting for Uchiha Kai, this was not the time to delve into ninjutsu or chakra training. The primary reason for his previous avoidance of this aspect was that his body was still in a stage of growth, and the absorption and exertion would impose a great burden on him. However, at this age, he would no longer be significantly affected. With the vast chakra within him, complemented by a rigorous training regimen, his physical condition would undergo a qualitative leap in a remarkably short time. The next day, Kai-sensei, may we take a break? Early in the morning, while most were likely still lost in slumber, the duo of one tall and one small was already struggling to run along the road. Uchiha Kai, in particular, looked as though his eyes might pop out. To avoid drawing attention or being discovered, he had deliberately sealed most of his chakra beforehand. Yet, such intense physical exertion nearly led him to lose control and unleash his Sharingan. Ah, this is youth, little Kai. Might Guy appeared unfazed, merely breathing lightly, and upon hearing Uchiha Kai's plea, he waved his hand and gave a thumbs up. Uchiha Kai could hardly take another step. After all, when they began, Might Guy had tied a 20-pound weight to each of his legs and arms. With his chakra sealed, bearing an additional 80 pounds was an insurmountable challenge. Even running 10 laps around the village empty-handed would likely cost him dearly. Under such circumstances, completing 10 laps seemed utterly impossible. Keep going, little Kai. I believe in you. After all, you're stepping boldly into your youth, running backwards. Yet even so, Uchiha Kai found himself unable to keep pace with Might Guy. Each step felt unbearably heavy, as if he might collapse at any moment. However, amidst this struggle, Uchiha Kai realized something remarkable. Through this relentless physical exertion, he could not only push his limits, but also catalyze a significant enhancement of his mental fortitude. Throughout the arduous journey, there were several instances when he nearly lost control and activated his Sharingan. After all, while chakra can be sealed, the Sharingan cannot. With every heavy step, he reminded himself to push just a bit further. 2 more steps. He urged himself. Such conviction propelled him onward, and by the end, he felt as though he had become a mere automaton, devoid of thought, with his body functioning on instinct. Eyes closed, leaning forward, his legs moved forward almost involuntarily. Circling the village of Konoha, the distance was roughly 30 kilometers. To think he could run 10 laps while bearing an additional weight of 80 kilograms, all without relying on his chakra. Guy, have you made your decision? Might Guy, who had already completed his own 20 laps, sat atop the Hokage rock with his old friend Kakashi Hatake. Each held a bottle of drink, and Kakashi had set his mask aside. Having noticed Uchiha Kai's recent training endeavors that mirrored Guy's own youthful spirit, curiosity compelled him to ask, "So, what is the verdict?" "Indeed, I made my decision yesterday," Guy replied, "that if he can run 10 laps around the village, I shall become his mentor. However, this morning I decided to increase the challenge by adding an extra 80 kilograms. You can see for yourself that a person's willpower is the most crucial quality. Never yielding to youth. What do you think of the outfit he is wearing?" Kakashi, taken aback, could only express his disbelief. After all, few would choose to don the skin-tight attire favored by Might Guy. Yet Kakashi understood the practicality of such garments during weighted runs. "Are you not concerned about his Uchiha lineage?" Kakashi inquired calmly. "What of the Uchiha clan? In Konoha, Kakashi are also of noble birth, while I am merely a commoner. Our friendship transcends such distinctions, so I do not concern myself with where he hails from," Guy responded with a smile. Though Kakashi had never seen his friend so serious before, a resigned sigh escaped him as he took a hearty swig from his drink. Then stood up, saying, "I must take my leave. There are many matters to attend to in the village. If you're free, perhaps lend a hand." "Oh," Kai replied simply, not even shifting his position, watching Kakashi leap from Hokage Rock. He felt no stirring in his heart. Has it not been sufficient? Suddenly reminded of Uchiha Kai, Might Guy smiled faintly before leisurely making his way toward the small grove at the village's edge. At this point, Uchiha Kai was no longer running. He was merely struggling to move forward, Step by agonizing step, he had long since lost track of time, likely having slipped into a state of unconsciousness. Yet his body, driven by sheer mechanical instinct, continued to push onward. In the grove ahead, Might Guy had marked a white line at the start of their journey and stood waiting within his line of sight. He spotted a figure slowly approaching, moving at a pace that seemed even slower than walking, swaying as if on the verge of collapse. However, as the figure drew closer, Might Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Uchiha Kai, enveloped in a cloud of white steam, kept his head bowed, his body moving on its own. Each step left a distinct imprint on the ground, which, though not paved with stones, was hard enough to yield such a clear mark. The sheer force exerted with each step was nothing short of terrifying, and on the very first day of training, he has already opened the first gate. I haven't even begun to instruct him. Might Guy exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled the months of rigorous training it had taken him to achieve the same feat. Bang. Just a few meters from the finish line, perhaps his body could no longer endure. Kai stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Might Guy rushed to assist him. He was taken aback when Uchiha Kai, with great effort, rose unsteadily and took a few more steps before collapsing again. Yet the finish line lay tantalizingly close that he attempted to rise twice, ultimately resorting to crawling toward the goal. Witnessing this, Might Guy clenched his teeth and formed a fist. Drawing a deep breath, he shouted, "Kai, youth is right before you. The finish line is within reach. Push on." Instead of rushing forward to help, he stood at the finish, his body trembling with excitement, calling out to Uchiha Kai, whether driven by instinct or the sound of encouragement. Uchiha Kai pressed his hands into the ground, inching forward, blood seeping from his fingertips. Yet his indomitable will urged him onward. Last, when his right hand grazed the white line, his body could bear no more. Collapsing heavily onto the ground in that instant, Might Guy quickly knelt beside him, unhesitatingly hoisting Uchiha Kai onto his back and swiftly navigating through the grove toward an unknown destination. Upon awakening, but the intense pain coursing through his body overwhelmed him, eliciting a cry of distress. "Kai, you're awake!" Uchiha Rin exclaimed, her excitement nearly causing her to leap with joy. She hurriedly fetched a glass of water and brought it to him. "How did I get back?" Kai lay back down, recognizing the familiar surroundings of his room. Even the slightest movement sent sharp pangs through his neck. Curiously, he asked Rin, "How long was I out?" 2 days. She replied, cheerfully. 2 days? Kai felt as though his entire body was paralyzed. The pain was so severe that even breathing made his chest ache. "Rin, why don't you go play for a while?" "I need to rest a bit more," he said, taking a deep breath. "Okay, Kai. Call me if you need anything." Reverse seal technique. Reversal seal release. Enduring excruciating pain, he raised his hand, channeling chakra through his right palm and abruptly placing it upon his chest. In that instant, the chakra within his body surged forth, granting a fleeting respite from the intense muscle agony. With a furrowed brow and a grimace, he made a determined effort to descend from the bed. "Doton, Tsuchi no Kei-sun." With the incantation uttered, his right hand pressed firmly against the ground, and the once solid earth transformed as if it had become quicksand, causing him to vanish beneath the surface. Yet, within the subterranean space, its depth unknown, lay an expansive chamber, comparable in size to his room, furnished with an array of amenities. The only absence was windows, rendering it a completely enclosed environment. The surrounding area was inscribed with various crude runes, all indicative of sealing techniques. As he descended, Kai could not suppress a cry of anguish. He stumbled onto a bed crafted from earth, inhaled deeply, and reclined, subsequently forming hand seals for right undada. In the next moment, arcs of lightning began to flicker rapidly across Uchiha Kai's body, the intense stimulation eliciting involuntary cries from him. However, in this secluded space, no matter his actions, the outside world remained oblivious. Even the loudest of sounds could not penetrate beyond these confines. Most crucially, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan seldom turned its gaze toward the Uchiha, lest it be misconstrued as provocation. Thus, barring extraordinary circumstances, the Hyuga would not opt for such methods. Consequently, Kai's presence in this hidden underground sanctuary could be deemed exceedingly secure. The lightning attribute chakra served to invigorate his cells, facilitating rapid relaxation, albeit with inherent risks. Precision and chakra control was paramount. Otherwise, he risked severe injury. This method was inspired by his prior contemplation of the conditions in the hidden cloud village, aiming to cultivate a training regimen more suited to his needs. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he did not possess the extraordinary regenerative abilities of a protagonist, hence he had to devise alternative approaches. Little Kai, it appears your recovery is indeed remarkably swift. Now, let us continue to ignite the fire of youth. Today's objective remains a weight of 80 kilograms, followed by 10 laps around the village before we proceed to other training. The following day, Uchiha Kai seemed to have completely recovered. Since he was not required to attend the Ninja Academy today, he promptly made his way to Might Guy's location. Again, he arrived at the same starting point, the white line drawn days prior. Still distinctly visible. Indeed, it's time to embrace youth. Uchiha Kai grinned, inhaled deeply, and then propelled himself forward in a swift dash. Might Guy, observing this, momentarily froze before quickly matching his pace. This run, in contrast to the previous one, showcased a marked improvement in stamina, whereas completing 10 laps once took an entire day and left him utterly exhausted. After merely 3 days of rest, Uchiha Kai found himself unperturbed after 5 laps. His breath steady and pace unwavering. His speed remained consistent with previous efforts. This astounding training ability seemed almost innate to physical prowess. Might Guy widened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that the extent of Kai's progress surpassed his expectations. After 10 laps, though exhausted, he had completed the task at least 3 hours faster than the previous day. Though drenched in sweat and panting heavily, he still maintained a commendable spirit in a small grove. After a brief respite, Might Guy sprang into action, having procured several massive tree stumps from an unknown source. He hoisted one with ease and leaped into the air, forcefully driving it into the ground. Each stump measured at least 50 centimeters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters in length, with only about a meter remaining above ground after being embedded. The subsequent training involved striking the stumps 2,000 times with his fists. Failure to achieve this would result in a punishment of 1,000 push-ups. Such was the essence of youth, and thus they began. Might Guy beamed, revealing his broad white teeth. No problem. Uchiha Kai responded. Rising swiftly from a seated position, fists clenched as he commenced a rapid assault on the stumps. As dusk approached, Uchiha Kai persisted in his push-ups, even when his body felt too fatigued to rise. He gritted his teeth, determined to endure. It was truly remarkable that within the Uchiha clan, a fool who could not utilize chakra emerged as a genius in physical combat. One could only wonder why their clan consistently produced individuals of such potential. After all, this grove was situated near the village's outskirts, and their relentless training had drawn the attention of many passers-by. Might Guy's prowess was well known among the villagers, and despite his inability to perform ninjutsu, none dared to belittle him. Although his formidable strength appeared deceptively simple, few could withstand such rigorous training. Yet, these matters were not their concern. The Uchiha clan was to hold a clan meeting tomorrow. A critical juncture, as rumors suggested a potential uprising. Therefore, they must focus on their own endeavors beneath a fox mask. A man scoffed at his companions before they vanished into the woods. How delightful, beneath the night sky. Uchiha Kai reclined upon a large stone, gazing at the myriad stars above while listening to the gentle sounds of flowing water. This moment felt profoundly tranquil to him. Lying in a starfish position on the stone, he opened his eyes wide, relishing the caress of the breeze and the soothing melody of the river cascading below the cliff. The fatigue of the day seemed to evaporate in an instant. 9 years have passed. Only 2 years remain until that incident. Suddenly struck by thought, Uchiha Kai sat upright. 2 years. Tomorrow, the Uchiha clan convenes. Could it be that scoundrel might meet his end today? And right here, by this river. As this realization dawned upon him, he pondered the exact timing of the event and the specific location along the Southie River. Rising to his feet, he peered through the moonlight toward the river ahead. Behind him lay the Uchiha clan, while ahead, the terrain connected to the outskirts of Konoha, traversing the entire Death Forest. This implied that the potential area was rather limited. As for the Uchiha clan meeting, It bore no relevance to Uchiha Kai. The summoned were primarily those of Nin rank or higher. After all, genin and commoners were hardly deemed worthy of attention. Shadow, clone technique. Having determined his target and direction, Kai swiftly summoned his clones. As they materialized, they transformed into crows and other birds, each beginning to perch at intervals along the riverbanks. The ultimate evolution of the Byakugan necessitated the amalgamation of all eyes, implying the extraction of the ocular power from each individual. What would happen if the ocular powers of all Sharingan users were combined? Having completed the previous actions, Uchiha Kai now needed only to patiently await the catch of a big fish. Without the necessity of constantly watching over it, he continued to lie there, contemplating how, 2 years hence, he would manage to obtain some Sharingan amidst the impending extermination of the Uchiha clan. His concern over the dispersal of his clones stemmed from the subtle alterations in the original narrative, alongside the unsettling realities that now haunted him. The Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui, the ability to completely erase one's memories and forcibly alter one's thoughts, was an exceedingly terrifying and insurmountable prospect for Kai. Yet, the means to avert such a fate seemed rather straightforward. Simply remove his own eyes beforehand. This thought. A smile involuntarily crept across Kai's face. He closed his eyes and savored the tranquility of the moment. In the world of ninjas, experiencing such an atmosphere was indeed a rare luxury. Taking a deep breath, he stretched out his arms, as if immersing himself in a realm apart from reality. An hour later, the birds transformed from his clones appeared to be on the verge of sleep. Although utilizing lightning release could invigorate cellular activity and stave off fatigue, the exhaustion from the day still lingered within his body. As midnight approached, succumbing to drowsiness was only natural. Even in their avian forms, their eyelids struggled to remain open, teetering on the brink of slumber. However, just as they closed their eyes, a sudden sound jolted them awake. Instantly alert, the bird's head turned towards the source of the noise. That a shadowy figure staggered along the Nanga River, clearly gravely injured, swaying unsteadily. Perhaps unable to support its own weight, the figure collapsed against a large rock. Coughing violently, Uchiha Itachi, another clone, sensed a rapid emergence of someone from the Uchiha clan. Itachi had swiftly departed from the Uchiha compound, his speed remarkable. Kai, positioned in the middle, deduced that the two had likely arranged this meeting long ago. With a minute and a half remaining, it seemed ample time. Having calculated when they might cross paths, the clone instantly transformed into a cloud of smoke, transmitting all observed details back to the original's mind. Lying there, Uchiha Kai was nearly asleep when the returned information compelled him to spring up, disappearing in the blink of an eye and moving towards Uchiha Shursui's direction. Upon nearing his destination, Kai halted, hands tucked into his pockets, strolling leisurely along the riverbank. When he heard the cough, he rushed over, feigning surprise as he inquired, "Who is it?" Gradually approaching, he recognized the figure's face and exclaimed, "Brother Shursui, what has happened to you?" Without delay, Kai dashed towards Uchiha Shursui. Even in his current state, Shursui regarded Kai with disdain, yet being severely injured, he lacked the strength to move, leaning against the boulder and weakly questioning. "What are you doing here at this hour?" This isn't the time for idle chatter. I must get you back to the clan," Kai insisted, closing the distance between them to merely 2 or 3 meters. Fully aware of Shursui's diminished strength, he noted that Shursui's eyes remained in the state of the Manjiki Sharingan, indicating he was on high alert. "Get lost. Don't linger here," Shursui coldly rebuked, forcing himself to stand. "Brother Shursui, let me go fetch help," Kai replied. Urgency etched across his face, but as he turned, he stumbled over a rock and fell. Yet, sensing that Uchiha Itachi would arrive within a minute, he vanished at the moment of his fall. Initially unconcerned about Kai, Shursui froze in astonishment as he witnessed Kai's sudden disappearance. However, just as he began to process this, a piercing sound reached his ears. Puff! A bolt of lightning pierced through his chest. Uchiha Shursui, known for his quick reflexes, found himself at a disadvantage due to his injuries and lack of preparation against Kai. "You bastard! You've scolded me 6 times in our 7 or 8 encounters. Since you are dying anyway, allow me to see you off." Kai smirked, leaning close to Shursui's ear and whispering. Shusui's mouth fell open in disbelief. Yet, even as death approached, he unleashed the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. With Kai having come this far, he would not allow Shui to utilize it. Turning swiftly, his right hand brushed across Shui's face, silencing him completely as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What a pity, just one, but that was already sufficient. The technique employed was derived from Kakashi's Chidori, which, while effective, was notoriously loud space-time manipulation. The Mangeki Sharingan activated, and he harnessed the power of his right eye. Instantly, his right eye glowed red at its core, surrounded by 4 spinning scythes. As the power surged through him, he vanished from his location in an instant. Had Shui not been a member of the Uchiha clan, Kai would have likely obliterated all memories within his head. However, being Uchiha Shui, it was impossible for anyone to probe into the memories of this corpse. Even if the information were to reach Konoha Danzo, he would not allow any investigation into these matters. As Kai departed, Uchiha Itachi arrived at the scene, drawn by the sound. Upon seeing Shui lying in a pool of blood, face smeared with crimson, Itachi appeared as if time had stopped. Overcome with disbelief and denial, he trembled, suddenly collapsing to his knees. After a while, he rushed to embrace Shui, his mouth agape, yet unable to produce any sound. Tears cascading down his cheeks, his gaze fixed upon the gaping wound in Shui's chest. His eyes widened in horror as he clutched Shui's clothing with all his might. Perhaps due to overwhelming emotion, his eyes began to shift in color, the original 3-Tomo Sharingan transforming into the Mangeki. Should Kai witness this scene, he would likely be unable to suppress a torrent of blood from his brain. Realizing that he had altered almost nothing in the original narrative, apart from acquiring a single eye, everything else unfolded as it had in the original timeline. Utilizing the power of his right eye, Kai returned to his dwelling in the subterranean space below. Upon arriving, he instinctively closed his eyes, grimacing in pain as he clutched his right eye. Damn, that hurts. Kai grumbled in exasperation. It seemed prudent to minimize the use of such abilities in the future. Otherwise, what if he ended up blinding himself? Kai muttered to himself, reflecting on the power of those eyes, a subject he had thoroughly researched years prior. His right eye commanded spatial abilities, essentially granting him the power to escape. It bore similarities to the Flying Thunder God technique, yet was fundamentally distinct. With his current strength, he could teleport approximately 2 kilometers in a single, aimless leap. However, when lacking a target, he merely needed to ascertain the direction of his departure. And in the blink of an eye, he could vanish from his original position. For Kai, this ability was solely a means of evasion, which rendered him indifferent about leaving the Hidden Leaf Village. Whenever he desired, he could depart from his cursed place at any moment as for the power of his left eye. It was indeed a unique enhancement of the Uchiha clan. In contrast, it wielded control over time, allowing him to foresee events occurring within the next minute, and also to reverse his own experiences by up to 1 minute. This ability was truly an enhancement, even if he were to be ambushed and fatally stabbed in the heart. As long as he could reverse time before the fatal outcome, he could continue to live. Predict an opponent's capabilities required him to activate his Mangeki Sharingan during battle, regardless of the nature of the adversary's attack. He could instantly discern the situation of the next moment. Naturally, without having entered the eternal stage, Kai would refrain from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. After all, there was always the risk of losing his eyesight, which would render such a power pointless. Having momentarily calmed himself, Kai extended his right hand to observe the bloodied object within it, his entire hand soaked in crimson. The sight was indeed somewhat repulsive. Was this the Mangeki Sharingan of the heavenly decree? It appeared rather unimpressive. With a faint smile, he raised his left hand and formed a single seal, invoking the earth release. Underground submarine technique. He returned to his room and retrieved a scroll from beneath his pillow. He then placed the eyeball at the center of the circular runes on the scroll, channeling chakra with his right hand to press down and declare. Seal. In an instant, the eyeball vanished, leaving a large seal emblazoned upon the scroll. After sealing it, he simply wiped his hands clean. Despite the exhilaration within, he could not withstand the fatigue of his body. Consequently, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber in less than a minute. The following morning, Uchiha Yamashita hurriedly rushed into that moment, The three of them were having breakfast. And upon the sudden arrival of Yamashita, Kai curiously inquired about his frantic demeanor, asking whether he had not yet eaten and inviting him to join them. Uta accepted without hesitation, pulling a chair to sit down. He seized a piece of flatbread and took a large bite while exclaiming, "You won't believe it. Something monumental has occurred. Brother, please refrain from speaking while eating. You're splattering everywhere." Uchiha Kai looked at her brother with exasperation. Noticing his sister's disdain, Yamashita quickly covered his mouth. "Chew slowly. Don't rush. What has you in such a fluster?" Aunt Yun maintained her gentle smile, having already risen to pour a glass of milk when Yamashita arrived. She placed it tenderly before him, urging, "Have some milk first, and then we can talk." Yamashita hastily swallowed his food and widened his eyes, cautiously stating, "A significant event has transpired. Uchiha Shursui, the most talented youth of our clan, passed away last night." "What?" Aunt Yun's eyes widened in shock, her expression betraying disbelief. Although she appeared to be an ordinary caretaker, she was, in fact, a ninja, albeit one of lower rank. Crucially, she was a staunch supporter of the Uchiha clan's resistance against the village, harboring immense resentment towards it, especially since her husband had been sent off as cannon fodder during the Third Shinobi World War. Yet, despite her loathing, there was little she could do given her limited strength. Although she could not attend clan meetings, she was acutely aware of their intentions. However, with Shursui's death, all hopes would likely dissolve into nothingness. "What a pity!" Kai responded succinctly. Regardless of Shursui's fate, it bore no relevance to him. He continued to eat and drink without a care for the unfolding events. "Kai, don't you find this shocking?" Yamashita asked. "Of course I find it shocking, but what good does that do?" Kai replied nonchalantly. Raising his milk cup and finishing its contents in one gulp, he gently set the cup down and stood, declaring, "Well then, it's time to begin another arduous day of training." Even though he resided in the Uchiha clan's civilian district, every journey to school led him past the periphery of the clan meeting area. Today, the atmosphere among the Uchiha was particularly somber, as if they had all lost a father. Countless individuals walked with their heads bowed in silence. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, clenched his fists as he addressed the third Hokage. "Sir, can you provide an explanation for today? What exactly led to Shursui's death? Surely, you must have some clarity on this matter." Fugaku's inquiry was met with an unexpected presence. Danzo, who had inexplicably remained in the room. The previous day, Shursui had just died, and yet here was Danzo, bandaged about the head. "What do you mean by coming here today?" "Fugaku, everyone mourns Shursui's death, but why direct your inquiries at the third Hokage?" Danzo questioned, his brow furrowing with curiosity. He had merely injured Shursui, and it seemed impossible that the boy could have died from it. Today he had come to gauge how the situation would unfold. If Shursui had survived and disclosed what had transpired to Fugaku, it would surely lead to an uproar. However, he was surprised to learn that Shursui had indeed died the previous night, which alleviated a heavy burden from his shoulders. The fatal wound on Shursui originated from Kakashi's Chidori, a technique that surely no one else in the village possesses, Fugaku coldly remarked. The distinctive characteristics of the Chidori made it easily recognizable. Given the widespread notoriety of lightning release techniques within the village, that cannot be. Kakashi was on duty at the Hokage Tower last night, surrounded by many others, and he never left. How could he have killed Shursui? Moreover, given Kakashi's strength, he would never have been able to match Shursui. The third Hokage replied, fully aware of Shursui's demise, yet uncertain of the circumstances surrounding it. However, seeing Fugaku's expression led him to suspect that Shursui had indeed perished beneath the Chidori. If there were any doubts, they could simply summon Kakashi for questioning. Fugaku, however, was not inclined toward excessive dialogue and reiterated his inquiry. While there was no issue in summoning Kakashi, could they be certain that the injuries on Shursui's body were indeed from the lightning-released Chidori? Sarutobi Hirazen's brow furrowed. T present. He could not ascertain where the problem It was undeniable that Kakashi had remained at the Hokage Tower the previous day. Where, then, did the discrepancies arise? Setting aside whether Kakashi could defeat Shursui. The mere occurrence of this incident has left them feeling profoundly uneasy. What other uncertainties could there possibly be? The scars left by the lightning release. Chidori are particularly conspicuous. Are you still questioning the judgment of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku is teetering on the brink of fury, and his words are laced with a sternness that borders on a roar. Tomorrow, I will ensure that everyone gathers together to confront this matter directly. As for the death of Shursui, we too feel a deep sorrow. Ultimately, there must be some resolution. Therefore, I suggest you return for now, and once we have a clearer understanding of the situation tomorrow, we shall convene again. The third Hokage rose slowly. Having momentarily deflected the issue, we eagerly await a satisfactory response from Lord Hokage. His words were imbued with an unmistakable air of menace. After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku turned and departed, leaving only two individuals behind. The third Hokage cast a dissatisfied glance at Danzo, yet his tone remained eerily calm as he inquired, "This matter must surely involve you." "Danzo, in some capacity, what does this have to do with me?" Danzo replied nonchalantly, "We have known each other for many years. There is no need for me to elaborate on the intricacies of this situation. Whether it pertains to you or not, I only hope this matter concludes here. I alone will determine the fate of the Uchiha clan, so I expect you to maintain a semblance of decorum for a while." The third Hokage's ability to utter such words indicates his profound understanding of Danzo. Even though he suspected this issue might somehow involve Danzo, he maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about any potential repercussions. As for Uchiha Shursui, it appeared, much like Kai had surmised, that regardless of whether it was the third Hokage or Danzo, even the Uchiha clan itself seemed to have an unspoken agreement not to probe into the depths of his mind. After all, this individual possessed an overwhelming wealth of information, be it secrets of the hidden Leaf Village or those of the Uchiha clan. In any case, such knowledge could never be allowed to reach the outside world. "Ah, Kakashi, you seem rather discontent today." Perched atop the Hokage rock, Might Guy sat beside Kakashi. Having arrived later, he tossed a bottle of drink to Kakashi and settled him beside him, observing his friend's expression with curiosity. "You must have heard about the death of Uchiha Shursui, correct?" Kakashi inquired. "Indeed, I am well aware of the matter. The crux lies in the cause of his demise. According to the third Hokage, who summoned me to confirm, it appears that the reason for Uchiha Shursui's death was, astonishingly, the lightning release, Chidori that I developed." "How could that be?" Might Guy exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Just look at you. It's hard to grasp, isn't it? Since I created Chidori, I have not entrusted it to anyone. The fact that the assailant could kill Uchiha Shursui and then escape with such ease indicates a remarkable level of skill. Yet I cannot fathom who such a person could be. Someone capable of wielding Chidori while possessing extraordinary speed. Kakashi mentally sifted through the ranks of elite shinobi in the hidden Leaf Village, but found no one who matched this description. Possessing both astonishing speed and formidable power, even Uchiha Shursui bore wounds that hinted at different times of injury. Yet, anyone capable of inflicting such damage, even when gravely wounded, would not be easily withstood by just anyone. In the vast village, there seemed to be no one who could embody these attributes. This truly poses a dilemma. Just as you suggested, the individual who can simultaneously exhibit remarkable speed and master Chidori seems to resemble you." "Kakashi," Might Guy remarked, his gaze fixed on Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi had provided a response, having witnessed the use of Chidori. Within mere seconds, when the event transpired, not only was there no trace of the assailant's figure, but even their chakra went undetected, suggesting that their speed had indeed reached the level of instantaneous movement. "Do you think I possess such swiftness?" Kakashi rolled his eyes, exuding an air of exasperation. "The most pressing concern remains the current situation. Although the Uchiha clan chooses not to pursue the matter and the Hidden Leaf Village opts for a thorough investigation, the majority will ultimately conclude that Kakashi is to blame. This burden feels as if it has been thrust squarely upon him. Even if he were to extricate himself from this predicament, the lingering odor of suspicion would likely remain. This is the fundamental source of Kakashi's discomfort." Observing his dear friend's distress, Guy found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with a hint of seriousness. "It feels as though a storm is brewing. That you would utter such a thing is truly unexpected." Kakashi quipped, then seemed to recall something, asking curiously, "What of Uchiha Kai?" It is still too early to say. However, he is undoubtedly an exceptional individual, possessing perseverance and the ability to endure it. I suspect he may even surpass me in the future. Oh, to receive such high praise from you is quite remarkable. You shall see in due time. Guy grinned widely. It is curious how these two individuals, despite sharing the same final character in their names, have unexpectedly found themselves intertwined. Might Guy had never experienced such sentiments before. Whenever Uchiha Kai's name was mentioned, a wave of uncontainable joy surged within him. In the Hidden Leaf Village, an elite Jainin was willing to take on the role of a teacher. As long as arrangements were made with the school, attendance was not mandatory, and one might only need to occasionally attend to grasp the most fundamental cultural lessons. Currently, Uchiha Kai exemplified this arrangement. Even when Might Guy was on missions, the remainder of his training was largely self-directed, focusing on physical conditioning. This not only honed his body, but also cultivated his mental fortitude, which is paramount for the Uchiha clan. Each day, he set personal goals, such as running 10 laps around the village, which had already become routine. Though the initial months were arduous, after a year, this regimen had become mere warm-up exercise. The weight he bore, initially set at 80 kilograms, had increased nearly tenfold. Yet, even with such burdens, running 10 laps around the village now took only 2 or 3 hours. His speed was astonishing. As he dashed past, the dust behind him stirred in a swirling dance. 5,000 punches. Within the forest, countless wooden stumps lay shattered. Each punch he delivered was executed with such speed that the air crackled with the sound of impact against the stumps. The entire sequence of 5,000 punches transpired in only 2 minutes. Yet the force of his strikes left a massive crater in the wood. Truly, he is a terrifying individual. While Might Guy ventured out on missions, he was well aware that Uchiha Kai would not slack off. Nonetheless, out of caution, he entrusted his concerns to Kakashi before his departure. Throughout, this young man had remained in the shadows, diligently observing the now 11-year-old boy. Though he had grown slightly taller, it was his terrifyingly enhanced physical capabilities that were most striking. "Brother Kai," a youthful voice called out. Following this, a figure cautiously approached from the periphery, glancing back as if fearful of being discovered. "Hinata Hyuga? What brings her here?" Kakashi mused, perplexed as he sat atop a tree. "Ah, my little wife has arrived." Guy paused momentarily, a smile gracing his lips as he greeted her. Instantly, Hinata's face flushed a bright red, causing Kakashi, seated at a distance, to stifle a smirk. He genuinely could not comprehend how the youth of today could engage in such antics. Was such a remark truly permissible? If that old coot, Hayashi Hyuga, were to learn of this, he would surely mete out punishment. In his 20s, this young man finds himself without a girlfriend, yet surprisingly, his skills in charming the ladies have reached an impressive level. Overcome with embarrassment, he closes the book in hand and swiftly rolls over, leaping away. "Brother Kai, I brought you some food," Hinata says, her head bowed, her demeanor shy and somewhat bashful as she offers her lunchbox. "I truly appreciate it." Kai responds graciously, accepting the offering without excessive formality, "But I'm not very hungry at the moment. Why don't you sit for a while? Wait a few minutes while I finish my 5,000 leg kicks. And then I'll come over to chat with you?" Hinata replies with a slight smile as Kai places the lunchbox on a nearby wooden stump and then positions himself beside the largest stump. The speed of his leg kicks, though not as swift as his punches, is nonetheless impressive. Each strike against the massive stump sends vibrations through it, accompanied by a faint sound of air compression. Hinata sits quietly, her arms resting on her legs, cradling her chin in her hands. "Brother Kai, I'm curious about something. Why do you possess such formidable strength, yet refrain from showcasing it?" This question had lingered in Hinata's mind for some time, though she had been unsure of how to voice it. Even in her semi-conscious state at the time, the sights she witnessed were enough to leave a lasting impression. At 3 years old, she may not have fully grasped the magnitude, but with age comes an increasing curiosity about such matters that, you're asking about that. Kai smiles gently, tapping the surface of the stump lightly with his hand. Almost immediately, a wave of chakra begins to radiate outward. The earth release technique essentially utilizes seismic vibrations to detect whether there are people in the vicinity. Once he confirms that no one is around, he continues, "There are many things you may not understand. But what do you consider true strength? Should it be akin to that of the Hokage?" To be frank, for a true warrior, he might be viewed as inconsequential. I admire the first Hokage. Perhaps only reaching that level can one truly be deemed powerful. Strength is not merely defined by physical prowess. It encompasses the ability to protect those you cherish and safeguard what is dear to you. Such individuals embody true strength. Whether through might or willpower, both are integral components of strength. Little Hinata, I believe you too will become a formidable presence in time that in just a few months, you will be starting school. Do you have any plans for the future? Kai inquires while eating, noting that the cuisine of the Hyuga clan seems far superior to that of the Uchiha clan. Hinata hesitates for a moment before replying. I don't seem to have any grand aspirations. Indeed, it feels somewhat premature to discuss such things. What about you, Brother Kai? She asks, her large, innocent eyes wide with curiosity. As for me, I simply wish to live well, without lofty ideals. Perhaps such dreams are merely fanciful. I want to earn a great deal of money and then indulge in the culinary delights of the world, he says, pausing for a moment. Setting down the lunchbox and with a serious tone, adds, perhaps what I truly desire is freedom, that a freedom unbound by constraints, to live according to my own desires, to pursue what I wish, to witness sights I have never seen, and to experience landscapes I have yet to feel. This may very well be my innermost wish, freedom. Is it? That's quite a noble ideal, Hinata responds, reminiscing about the rigorous training imposed by her father, especially regarding family expectations. There was a time when she never considered what freedom truly looked like. Yet imagining the scenario Kai described, where one could act upon their own desires without shackles or restraints, resonates deeply with her aspirations. You understand the price one must pay for freedom. Kai stands and questions. Hinata shakes her head slightly, a child of merely 6 or 7 years, unaware of the sacrifices freedom entails. Kai, however, adopts a serious demeanor, stepping forth with conviction before suddenly vanishing from her sight, only to reappear in an instant, delivering a powerful kick to the very stump he had been training on. With a resounding crash, the massive stump splinters under the force of his strike. The price of freedom is to train diligently when you cannot control it, to invest all your time in pursuit of future freedom, to utilize your strength to claim it. Strength reigns supreme. Everything must be won through might. Otherwise, how can one find freedom in this world? I understand. I will strive harder from now on, Hinata declares, rising with a smile. Her fist clenched in determination, signaling her resolve that, what do you truly comprehend? What freedom do you seek? In the future, you will be my little wife, and I shall protect you. With that, you too can attain freedom, unhindered by anyone, and thus you won't need to exert effort. Kai, who had been earnest moments ago, shifts to a teasing demeanor. Enough of this. I must return to my training. Hinata pouts that it seems that every time she visits. Kai utters such words, and she has grown accustomed to his playful banter. Over the past year of training, Hinata has visited countless times, sometimes every 2 or 3 days, others stretching to a couple of weeks. Initially, Kai had been curious, but eventually, it became routine. Only a year remains, she muses, recalling the sight of yesterday's retreating figure, a petite silhouette weaving through the trees, evoking a sense of unease. With several months until their cohort school commencement, it also signifies that less than a year has passed since the Uchiha clan's tragedy. About 8 months, give or take. The date is set, barring any unforeseen events. This timeline should remain unchanged. Kai feels no sense of urgency. He has not attended the Ninja Academy for the past 2 to 3 months. Such matters only require a formal application. As to whether he will return later, it holds little significance to him. Feeling somewhat disinterested in training, he finds a large tree, sits beneath it, leans back, and rests his hands behind his head, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky before slowly closing his eyes. Brother Kai, is it really all right for me to wear this? In the civilian district of the Uchiha clan, even as they approach the entrance, Uchiha Hinata glances at her attire, feeling a hint of self-consciousness. Yes, it looks great, quite lovely. Today marks your first day of school, and you must perform well, Kai replies, assessing her appearance before affectionately ruffling Hinata's hair. How unfair. Why didn't you ask me? Uchiha Dai-san, her older brother, interjects, a hint of jealousy in his voice. Whether you ask or not makes no difference, she retorts playfully, pouting. All right, enough of this. School is about to begin, and we have little time left. Let us get moving. Kai inserted his hands into his pockets and gently patted the shoulder of Deshaun. Like the tea leaves from his perspective, today promised to be a rather lively day. After all, it marked the beginning of a new school year. And one could always expect the unexpected. As they approached the school gate, the area was indeed abuzz with activity. Individuals who were typically unseen had gathered here today, all making their presence known. From a distance, he could already spot the leader of the Uchiha clan, as well as the formidable Uchiha Itachi, known as the strongest among the youth of their clan. Beside them was an even younger lad, roughly the same age as Ing, whose rather arrogant demeanor was somewhat irksome. The highborn members of the Uchiha clan never deigned to lower their gaze. They regarded others with a sense of superiority. Kai, big brother, a small boy with yellow hair, darted towards them as soon as he spotted their group approaching. With a broad grin, he stood before them, gazing up at Kai. Naruto, it's been ages. I assume you're starting school today. Right? Kai tilted his head, assessing the boy. Yes, I was personally invited by Lord Hokage, so today marks the beginning of my school journey. The boy beamed with enthusiasm. This might be your future classmate. Her name is Ing. You two should support each other, as you might end up in the same class. Regardless, you'll certainly be peers. Kai placed his hand affectionately on Ying's head, introducing her to Naruto with warmth. Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki. My dream is to become Hokage, and I'm thrilled to be your classmate. Naruto grinned widely and bowed slightly, his manner surprisingly commendable despite no formal instruction. I am equally pleased to make your acquaintance. Ing replied politely, bending slightly in response. This is not the time for idle chatter. We should head in quickly. The ceremony will commence shortly, and there will be no lessons today, just introductions. Hurry along to check your class assignments. Kai said, glancing toward the school entrance while waving cheerfully. After all, he considered his dear little wife to be accompanying her father to this very place. From afar, she began to wave her hand gently, seemingly eager that Kai should notice her. Then we'll head in first, but do remember to pick me up at noon. Ing quickly dashed ahead, then turned back to remind Kai and Deshaun. Rest assured, I shall come for you, Deshaun assured her, as all the students had already entered. Today was merely the first day of enrollment for the first-year students at the Ninja Academy. Other classes would not commence for several days. Even though the students had gone inside, the parents lingering outside showed little sign of leaving, just as Kai and Deshaun were about to turn back. A voice suddenly called out to halt their departure. Turning around, they were met with the sight of Uchiha Itachi approaching. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, had mysteriously vanished earlier. With a slight smile, Kai inquired, "What brings the esteemed heir of the Uchiha clan to me?" Upon hearing these words, Itachi seemed momentarily displeased, his brow furrowing slightly, though he concealed it well. "That I wish to have a word with you, if you have the time?" Itachi asked. "Of course." Kai readily agreed, turning to pat Deshaun on the shoulder. "You head back first. Today marks Ying's entry into school. Please have Aunt Yin prepare something delicious for lunch." "Oh, all right," Deshaun replied, visibly perplexed. Although Itachi was from the same clan, it was surprising that the lofty heir would seek out someone like him. "Now then, Itachi, what is it you wish to discuss?" Kai asked without looking back at Deshaun's retreating figure. "Let us walk and talk," Itachi said, his hands clasped behind his back, though he did not carry an air of arrogance. There was an undeniable aura of superiority about him. Kai followed closely behind, curious about the sudden intent behind Itachi's approach. After spending years within the Uchiha clan, their exchanges had been minimal, perhaps fewer than 10 words in total. What was there to discuss? As they walked back toward the Uchiha compound, the silence lingered until Itachi finally broke it. "Your current reputation precedes you. While you cannot fully utilize chakra for ninjutsu, you are recognized as a genius in taijutsu. Even Might Guy speaks highly of your considerable talent. In a few years, you may even reach his level, a notion that is quite surprising for our Uchiha clan. Should I be pleased or honored by such praise?" Kai replied, raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" Itachi halted, looking directly at Kai. "I am merely expressing my helplessness. I too wish to master ninjutsu, to unlock the Sharingan, and to prove my worth as a member of the Uchiha clan. However, I find myself unable to achieve these goals. Thus, I must forge an alternative path, striving for mere survival in these turbulent times. This is not a matter of talent. Taijutsu demands relentless training and the fortitude to transcend one's limits. There is never a question of talent. I apologize, Itachi unexpectedly offered, perhaps feeling chastised by Kai's pointed words. Yet he quickly followed up with another question. What are your thoughts on the will of fire? Wherever the leaves fall, the will of fire will burn brightly. The question remains, can this fire, or the leaves, ever reach and ignite the Uchiha clan? Kai countered calmly. What do you mean? I aspire to become Hokage. It is my dream, an ideal. The deal you think that is merely a fantasy. Itachi, I genuinely wish to protect this village, but with my current lack of strength, can I truly fulfill this desire? As long as you remain steadfast in your commitment to the village, anything is possible. Even becoming Hokage. According to Guy, your current strength is already comparable to a genin. That is why I came to speak with you that if you are willing, you could end your studies at the Ninja Academy and officially become a ninja. What say you? Itachi proposed. Such an opportunity truly available. Kai's interest was piqued. He had not expected this offer to come from Itachi rather than Guy. So, will you accept or decline? Let's wait until the end of the year. For now, it is not feasible. Once I become a ninja, I will be required to undertake missions, and there's still much for me to learn. Once I have absorbed all that Guy-sensei has to teach, I will certainly choose to become a ninja and contribute to this village, but I am quite aware of my current limitations, Kai stated plainly. Since you have made your decision, I have no further remarks. Itachi sighed, then quickened his pace, swiftly disappearing from Kai's side. Throughout their conversation, Kai remained unsure of what Itachi truly intended to convey or achieve. Nevertheless, it was clear that the true resolution of these matters would soon reveal itself. Early in the morning, just as it always is, the first thing upon rising was to dash around the entirety of Konoha. I circled half of the Uchiha clan's territory and arrived near the grove, where Might Guy was training. I unexpectedly spotted another little fellow today. From a distance, Guy appeared somewhat speechless. The attire and get-up of these two individuals today were indeed a source of amusement. While there was nothing inherently wrong with wearing tight-fitting clothing, their particular appearance left much to be desired. Good morning, little Kai. From afar, Might Guy waved his large hand, calling out loudly to the approaching Uchiha Kai. Good morning, Teacher Guy. Upon reaching them, Uchiha Kai came to a halt. Observing this individual with a hairstyle identical to Might Guy's, clad in the same outfit, Uchiha Kai's lips twitched slightly as he curiously inquired whether this was Teacher Guy's son. That cannot be said lightly. I don't even have a wife, so how could I possibly have a son? His name is Rock Lee, and he will be your junior disciple from now on, Might Guy replied with a broad grin. Giving a thumbs up, that he quickly introduced Lee, saying, This is the little Kai I mentioned to you earlier. Since you have chosen to follow me, you must now dedicate yourself to your training and keep up. Rest assured, Teacher Guy, I will train with utmost diligence, Rock Lee proclaimed loudly. Yet, the resemblance in personality between him and Might Guy was striking. It truly seemed plausible that they were father and son. The 12 future little powerhouses had already begun to take shape. Despite his somewhat embarrassing demeanor, one could not deny that his character gave the impression of a potential strong warrior. Teacher Guy, if there are no other matters at hand, I shall commence my run, and we can discuss the rest afterward. Uchiha Kai grinned, feeling indifferent towards Rock Lee, as it was likely that their paths would not cross significantly in this lifetime. For today, take a break. There is no need to rush your training, that I also wish to assess how your 8 gates training is progressing. Then we shall spar, allowing Rock Lee to truly experience it. Might Guy declared, showcasing his trademark smile, revealing a set of bright white teeth as he began to recite his classic phrase, This is youth. In the forest, Might Guy's demeanor remained unchanged as he cheerfully asked, Little Kai, let me see to which gate you have progressed in your training. 8th gate of the 8 gates. Open. Open. Upon unlocking the first gate, there was little visible change, although the veins on his forehead throbbed instantaneously. 2nd gate, Rest gate. Open. The air around him began to swirl, and a powerful force radiated outward. 3rd gate, Life gate. Open. 4th gate, Injury gate. Open. As he swiftly unlocked the 5th gate, Uchiha Kai's body began to emit blue steam. Formidable power was gradually unleashed, It seemed he had reached the pinnacle of his strength to have reached the fifth gate so swiftly. Might Guy marveled in surprise. However, he quickly regained composure and grinned widely. Fifth gate, limit gate, open. Mimicking Uchiha Kai, Might Guy also unlocked the fifth gate, and blue steam began to emanate from his body. Rock Lee, having distanced himself, watched this spectacle unfold. Come on, little Kai. Let me see how your training has progressed over the past 2 years. Might Guy beckoned, urging Uchiha Kai to attack. I'm coming, teacher Guy. With that, Uchiha Kai surged forward at a speed invisible to the naked eye, leaping into the air and descending with a powerful kick. Might Guy swiftly evaded to the side, and when the attack struck the ground, it created a massive crater within a radius of several meters. Rock Lee's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer force of the attack. This guy, his strength is akin to that of a monster. Might Guy echoed his astonishment. The ability to create such devastation with a mere kick was something he himself might struggle to achieve. Teacher Guy, you're distracted? Just as Might Guy was marveling at Uchiha Kai's prowess, the latter launched another strike, a kick aimed at Might Guy's head mid-air. With no time to evade, Might Guy raised his arm to block the attack. Simultaneously wishing to gauge Uchiha Kai's current strength, bang! The moment their powers clashed, the ground beneath Might Guy buckled under the immense force, propelling him backward. Yet, for someone as formidable in martial arts as Might Guy, this assault was merely a minor nuisance. He landed gracefully back on his feet. Uchiha Kai, not granting Might Guy a moment to recover, charged at him once more with incredible speed. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. The sounds of their collisions echoing through the forest, where the relatively small trees began to topple one by one. Some trees were even split in half by unseen kicks. The sheer ferocity of their battle left Rock Lee thoroughly exhilarated. Stop! After a quarter of an hour, the battleground had been utterly ravaged. The ground was littered with craters, and every tree in the vicinity had been felled. The commotion soon drew the attention of several Umbu members, who rushed over, fearing the worst. Among them was Kakashi, who, despite being on a mission, could not tear himself away from his book. Upon confirming that it was a clash between Might Guy and Uchiha Kai, he observed with keen interest, albeit while still fixated on his reading. Kakashi was astonished by Uchiha Kai's impressive development. Who could have imagined that within just 2 years, he had progressed to such a formidable level in martial arts? As the battle reached its peak, Might Guy suddenly shouted, and both combatants landed steadily on the ground. Compared to Might Guy, Uchiha Kai was still considerably behind. Despite both utilizing similar strength, Might Guy showed no signs of fatigue, while Uchiha Kai was left gasping for breath. My apologies, Teacher Guy. I still fall short in comparison to you, Uchiha Kai said, lowering his head in shame. These words, Might Guy couldn't help but twitch his lips. What a statement. But let it be known, you haven't even shed your weights, and yet you are truly impressive. Might Guy waved his hand dismissively, attempting to maintain an air of composure as a mentor. Such rapid growth within merely 2 years was both astonishing and humbling. Just imagine the fearsome prowess he would possess after another decade. Are you kidding? An Umbu member beside Kakashi exclaimed, incredulous. Can you fathom that this guy was once the bottom of the class? Now, with his martial arts abilities, he could likely dominate the entire grade. Kakashi's words, though merely his own estimation, undoubtedly bore no trace of embellishment. At the tender age of 11, he should, in a general sense, have merely ascended to the 5th grade of ninja training. While many were still contemplating how to reach the rank of genin, Uchiha Kai had already exhibited physical prowess that could likely surpass that of an average shunin. Their sentiments were but a mere reflection of astonishment, yet for Might Guy, it was a genuine thrill. This was a person he had nurtured, one who might eventually surpass him in strength. An unbidden sense of pride welled up within him, a feeling of inexplicable affection in such circumstances. You young lad, I already feel there's little left for me to teach you as for the remaining 3 gates of the 8 gates. I have imparted that knowledge to you. The extent of your training now solely hinges on your own resolve and perseverance, yet I firmly believe you will excel. Seated side by side upon a fallen tree, Might Guy occupied the central position, flanked by Uchiha Kai and Rock. Might Guy gazed upon Uchiha Kai, whom he had mentored for 2 years, The depth of his emotion was unmistakable. Thank you, Teacher Kai. Without your guidance, I could never have achieved such accomplishments. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall repay your kindness. Uchiha Kai inhaled deeply, then gradually rose to stand before Might Guy. Just as the latter pondered what he might do next, Uchiha Kai bent deeply at the waist, addressing Might Guy with utmost respect. Why say such things? You are making me quite emotional. I have done nothing. It is all your own hard work. As he spoke, he found himself awkwardly scratching his head, and by the end of his words, his nose tinged with sadness, tears streaming forth. Teacher Kai, Brother Kai's words are truly moving. Indeed, the sight of the two, clad in identical garb, embracing in tears, was a spectacle to behold. It was unfathomable to comprehend. Yet after today, such a chance would be lost. How about I treat you all to lunch? Let's enjoy some barbecue today. A warm welcome for Rock. That it is rare to encounter such an excellent teacher like you. So what do you wish to eat? Feel free to order anything. Uchiha Kai expressed generously. Aren't you training today? Might Guy inquired with curiosity. One must balance work and rest. Hence, I shall refrain from training today. Let us take the time to appreciate this place and converse with one another. You might also consider inviting Teacher Kakashi. A larger gathering is undeniably more festive. Not a problem. Today we shall indulge heartily, but there's no need for you to pay. Your teacher has earned a fair sum as well. Might Guy grinned widely, giving a thumbs up. Until now, they remained oblivious to the subtle changes in Uchiha Kai's expression. Thank you, Teacher Kakashi, for attending our gathering. Though our interactions have been limited, your guidance has been invaluable. Perhaps if I did not bear the Uchiha surname, we might have shared a more amicable rapport. Once again, I express my gratitude for Teacher Kai's unwavering support, and I warmly welcome Rock to our circle. He raised a glass of beverage, seated beside Kakashi, while Might Guy and Rock Lee sat opposite them. Their attire, hairstyles, and overall appearances bore striking similarities, creating a sense of camaraderie. After delivering his sentiments, Uchiha Kai turned to Rock Lee, saying, I am pleased you chose such a commendable teacher. Teacher Kai may appear somewhat reckless and carefree on the surface, yet he is a man brimming with passion and ideals. He enjoys spicy curry rice and curry udon, displaying little fuss in matters of cuisine. However, he likely has a delicate stomach, so he should avoid excessive cold foods, lest he suffer ailments. Should I ever meet an untimely end, you shall be responsible for taking care of Teacher Kai. Though simply stated, the two seated across from him clasped their hands together, leaning forward, tears cascading onto the table. Kakashi could only stare in exasperation at the two, casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Kai. It felt as though he were delivering a final farewell. Little Kai, Brother Kai. The two across from him were visibly moved, tears flowing freely, their emotional state a mystery. Yet one could not deny their passionate nature, as merely 2 sentences could bring them to weep uncontrollably. Now, we are in a restaurant, and there are many eyes upon us, Kakashi quietly reminded them, aware that the attention of numerous patrons had shifted towards their table. Although no harm would befall them, the awkwardness rendered the meal tasteless. Enough of this. Let us eat, Uchiha Kai declared, downing his drink in one swift motion before seizing his chopsticks and retrieving a piece of meat from the grill to dip in sauce before him. Ultimately, having lived in this village for so many years, there remained a semblance of sentiment for the place. He had experienced warmth and coldness, both the kindness of friends and the indifference of onlookers. In any corner of the world, regardless of where one might reside, the outcome remains the same. Here, a simple meal of barbecue could evoke a wealth of laughter and joy. Few were the acquaintances he had within the entirety of Konoha Village. Yet in this world, all his connections resided here. Departing this place would mean venturing into the unknown. While he understood the situation, he felt utterly powerless. An place exists solely in light, for darkness accompanies it. Such is the reality that all must confront. Kai, what is the matter? Why have you called us out so early? School hasn't even dismissed yet. The teachers might object. Yes, Brother Kai. What is going on? At the entrance of a ninja academy, Uchiha Kai sat upon a swing beneath a tree, observing the frantic approach of Uchiha Yamashita and Uchiha Hikari, who immediately posed their inquisitive questions. Uchiha Yamashita. glancing back at the academy, seemed particularly anxious, fearing that tardiness would lead to unfavorable consequences from the teachers, of course. There's a reason I summoned you. Follow me. Kai replied coolly, rising from the swing and turning to lead them in another direction. Though Uchiha Yamashita lacked exceptional talent, he was not among the lowest ranks of the 5th grade ninjas. While he was neither outstanding nor a complete failure, he could only be regarded as a rather mediocre and average ninja. Nonetheless, it was easy to imagine that upon completing 6 years at the Ninja Academy, he would naturally ascend to the rank of genin in the Hidden Leaf Village. Both boys, brimming with curiosity, followed Uchiha Kai without further protest. What is this place? Why have we come here? They found themselves before a seemingly remote wooden structure, modest in size, with the interior cloaked in a layer of dust, indicating a prolonged absence of visitors. Aside from a solitary bed, there is nothing of merit to be found. The windows appear to be dilapidated, and even the cobwebs on the ceiling seem to have lingered for countless years. Upon entering, the footprints left on the floor are starkly visible against the dust, particularly pronounced at the moment the door is pushed open, as if a mere exertion of force could send the entire door crashing down. The wooden floor creaks underfoot, emitting a disquieting creak sound. Sealing technique, isolation seal. With hands forming a seal, I abruptly pressed down onto the ground, and in the next instant, a transparent hue enveloped the room. From the outer regions, not even a glance could reveal what transpires within this dwelling. Although the house is quite old, it is located in a relatively bustling area of Konoha, albeit somewhat towards the back. Perhaps the ninja family that once inhabited this place has long since vanished. Prolonged vacancy has rendered this space utterly desolate. It is estimated that in just a few more years, the natural decay will likely cause these wooden structures to collapse entirely. While I cannot ascertain who might currently reside here, it undeniably stands as an exceedingly clandestine locale, situated in a lively district, yet unnoticed by any passerby. Brother Kai, Ing exclaimed, her eyes widening as she suddenly found Uchiha Kai somewhat unfamiliar. Now, let me explain why I have summoned you at this very moment. In approximately an hour, the ninja school will dismiss. Thus, the words I am about to share must be heeded with utmost seriousness. For the time being, you must not leave this room under any circumstances that, if all goes well, I shall return to escort you tomorrow, Uchiha Kai inquired, while he was eager to hear their responses. And in a certain sense, he had a decent rapport with Uchiha Dashan. Should they adamantly wish to remain in Konoha, he would personally see them back to the Uchiha clan as for their impending fate. That was not Kai's concern. What on earth is happening? Uchiha Dashan questioned. Tonight, the Uchiha clan will be annihilated, which means there will be no survivors among the Uchiha. Therefore, I wish to inquire whether you prefer to remain with the Uchiha clan or accompany me in leaving Konoha. What nonsense! Uchiha Dashan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. For him, such events seemed utterly impossible. The Uchiha clan is a vast family. How could it simply be extinguished? Who possesses such power? Everything hinges on your belief. If you trust me, then stay here until tomorrow morning. Even within this room, you should be able to hear everything. If nothing occurs, then consider my mistake, and I would hope for such an outcome. But can reality truly unfold as we desire? If that time comes, Konoha will not harbor a single Uchiha, and all we can do is find a way to escape this village. Witnessing Uchiha Kai's grave demeanor, Uchiha Dashan, who had never doubted his words, felt his expression shift. Yet he firmly grasped Kai's arm, his countenance solemn as he asked, I believe you. I have always trusted you, but you must at least reveal how you came to know of such matters. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you, Kai said with a slight smile and a sigh, then slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, he abruptly opened them, revealing a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan before the two children. This can't be the Sharingan. Uchiha Dashan gasped, stepping back in disbelief. He swallowed hard, while Uchiha Ing, who had been silent, covered her mouth in shock. This is the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a unique eye of the Uchiha clan. How many know what it can ultimately evolve into? This is merely one of its forms, and I will gradually explain it to you. What you know of the 1 to 3 Tomo Sharingan is merely the foundational evolution. If fate allows, I will also find a way for you to awaken it. This enables me to perceive numerous truths, which is why I brought you here. You only need to stay for one night, and you will witness the events that unfold." Kai spoke earnestly, taking a step forward to gently pat Uchiha Dashan on the shoulder. Both Uchiha Dashan and Uchiha Ing stood speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Dashan, in particular, was taken aback, grappling with disbelief and fear as a torrent of thoughts surged within him. This revelation was beyond anything he could have imagined, and his understanding of the Sharingan had only reached the 3-tomo stage. As for the kaleidoscopic variant, he had never even heard of it before. "Kai." His voice trembled, unsure where to place his hands. "As long as you do not leave this place, I assure you, you will be safe. Remember, under no circumstances should you venture outside tonight. Do you understand?" Kai reiterated. Uchiha Dashan nodded mechanically, still in shock, unable to articulate his thoughts. When Kai's gaze turned to Ing, the young girl nodded vigorously, her belief in his words unwavering. Regardless of whether the Uchiha clan's fate was indeed grim, the current situation compelled them to trust Kai. "I will return for you tomorrow, and provisions have already been prepared." As he spoke, Kai produced a small scroll from his robe. Although the floor remained dusty, when he unfurled the scroll, a large character for seal was prominently inscribed in the center. Kneeling down, he infused chakra into it, and in an instant various items appeared before them, including clothing, blankets, and even 2 packed meals. "Remember, no matter what occurs, do not leave this room, for no one may be able to save your lives," he reiterated. As for their fate, it was left to them. He could not accompany them indefinitely if they could not manage this simple task. Then perhaps their destinies were already sealed. When the door to the room swung open, he raised his right hand to summon 2 clones. As he stepped outside, the clones morphed into the likenesses of the 2 children, boldly striding into the street and making their way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. As the battered door closed behind them, the 2 occupants of the room paid no heed to the filth on the floor, collapsing onto the ground in shock. Uchiha Dashan sat in silence for several minutes, his mind blank. Ing, while astonished, seemed less affected by the notion of the Uchiha clan's possible demise than by Kai's revelations. There are still many questions left unanswered, Dashan thought, suddenly struck by a realization. He stood up but immediately halted, glancing at the door mere steps away, retreating to sit obediently once more. Looking at the items strewn across the floor, hunger was the least of his concerns. He was more eager to witness whether the events of the night would unfold as Kai predicted. Would the Uchiha clan truly be destroyed? "Brother, what is happening to you?" Ing turned to Daxian, who was alternating between standing and sitting in a daze, and inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing much. Remember what Kai just said. If the Uchiha clan is truly to be annihilated tonight, then it is likely that we will not survive for long either. We are merely to remain here for the night, so let us refrain from speaking and sit quietly. Go, you understand." Daxian reiterated Kai's words, fearing that his young sister might act recklessly and venture outside. If an entire clan could be wiped out, their fates as mere individuals were even more precarious. "Understood. I won't go anywhere today. I will stay right here with you, brother." Ing stood and shifted to sit on the blanket beside him, waiting silently for nightfall. The stillness within the room allowed only the sound of their breathing to be heard, yet there remained nearly an hour and a half until darkness descended. Such a wait felt suffocating to both of them. They dared not utter a word, fearing to disturb the outside world. However, this silence lasted but a short while. As dusk began to envelop the surroundings, the roof echoed with the rapid footsteps of approaching figures. It was evident, with a mere twitch of a toe, that these were ninjas swiftly converging on a single direction, and their numbers were substantial. Daxian raised his head to keenly assess the situation, and, sensing Ing's trepidation, he stood and gently enveloped her in his embrace. In a secluded corner of the Uchiha clan territory, Uchiha Itachi wore a grim expression, his eyes welling with blood tears. Appearing utterly listless, before him stood a figure clad in a full mask, revealing only a single eye. The individual had their hands clasped behind their back, draped in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, exuding an aura of chilling dread and terror. "Oh, no problem. Akati should all be over soon," the masked man replied with unwavering calm, as if addressing a trivial matter. "Then let us commence," Itachi spoke coldly. And upon finishing, he departed from the scene, reappearing in the civilian district. The majority of the Uchiha clan resided in this area, with almost 900 members in total, at least 500 of whom inhabited this vicinity. Despite many residents lacking the Sharingan, with most having awakened only a couple of Tomo, Itachi was resolute in his mission to leave none alive. Armed with a long blade, he moved swiftly, initially encountering individuals who greeted him with smiles. Perplexed by his presence with a weapon, yet remaining largely unguarded, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, regarded as the strongest among the younger generation, many fantasized about Itachi potentially becoming the fifth Hokage of Konoha. However, what they encountered was far from the idealized figure. He was undeniably a being of demonic caliber. "Young Master Itachi, you have arrived." Upon opening the door, the elderly man greeted him with warmth, ready to extend an invitation inside. But Itachi abruptly closed the distance and entered the courtyard. The old man, however, suddenly clutched his throat as blood gushed through his fingers, collapsing heavily to the ground, bewildered by Itachi's actions. Grandfather, a child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, playing in the courtyard, rushed over, only to be pierced through the chest by a kunai. "Itachi, have you lost your mind?" A man wrapped in a scarf emerged, drawn by the commotion. Yet upon witnessing the scene, he stood frozen, wide-eyed, as he beheld Itachi slaying his own kin. With a furious roar, he grasped a kitchen knife, but his strength was woefully inadequate against Itachi. Shadow clone technique. Itachi raised his hand, and in an instant, 2 clones appeared, each wielding a knife, spreading out swiftly to the surrounding areas. Within mere minutes, the air was filled with the sounds of chaos and panic erupting from the civilian district, the stench of blood quickly saturating the area. How ruthless to unleash such brutality upon his own kin. Even the defenseless infants are not spared. He is indeed a terrifying presence. Perched atop a rooftop, Uchiha Kai, transformed into a bird, observed the unfolding carnage. Everything passing before his eyes. The crows were not solitary. Dozens filled the skies above the Uchiha clan, witnessing the gruesome slaughter. In stark contrast to the civilian district, the Uchiha clan territory was alive with chaos. Although aware of the impending massacre and the participants involved, he had long been curious about how they managed to obliterate the entire Uchiha clan within a half hour. Now, the answer was clear. The masked figure required no personal involvement. For the weaker members of the Uchiha, a pure white entity emerged from the ground, infiltrating their bodies and compelling them to take their own lives. Such speed was utterly astounding. It appears it is time to confront this reality. With a heavy exhale, Kai rose slowly to his feet. Yet before him lay 3 corpses arranged side by side in a grim tableau. These were the results of Itachi's handiwork, having utilized his clones to stealthily acquire the bodies of 3 individuals of similar age and stature during the ongoing massacre. With no one else around, and knowing that Aunt Yun would return home by nightfall, he felt a sense of regret, yet recognized the futility of the situation. This woman was skilled in many respects, but her heart was burdened with hatred to harbor such a situation or attempt to rescue her would pose too great a risk. Kai deemed it unnecessary to engage in such high-stakes endeavors. As the so-called emotional ties were nearly non-existent in the courtyard, he cast a final glance at the place he had called home for over a decade, sighed deeply, and allowed a bitter smile to surface on his face. Itachi would likely arrive in under a minute. Thus, as Kai leaped out, the house erupted into a tremendous blaze. Simultaneously, "Do not move." The masked man had eliminated everyone in the Uchiha territory. The ground was strewn with corpses. A veritable river of blood. Many had likely been convening for a clan meeting, and in this solitary area, at least 100 lives had been extinguished. Yet among the fallen, Uchiha Fugaku was conspicuously absent. Once the masked figure concluded his grim task, he placed a hand upon one of the corpse's eyes, preparing to act. When Itachi appeared, his expression cold and detached, his eyes ablaze with the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. "Ah, you truly are swift. Have you finished your end?" The masked man halted his actions, rising to face Itachi with an amused tone. "Not yet. It is anticipated that it will take a few more minutes. However, you must refrain from touching anything here. Their eyes serve a different purpose for me, that if you truly desire, I can reserve 5 pairs for you." Uchiha Itachi stepped forward, his tone remaining as frigid as ever. Perhaps for other reasons, the masked man chuckled lightly and took a step back, saying, "Very well." After all, in such a tense moment, the masked man was also concerned that others from the hidden leaf village might suddenly come to attack. Thus, his mindset was primarily on guard against the periphery. If this fellow could carefully sense the aura emanating from Uchiha Itachi, he would likely uncover some clues. Once the masked man retreated, Itachi gazed upon the hundreds of corpses before him. Although he understood the cruelty of this world, the first encounter with such a bloody scene made his stomach churn. Yet he ultimately suppressed the nausea within, taking a deep breath in silence as he approached the first corpse. With a gentle wave of his right hand, as he brushed across the face of the fallen, a pair of eyeballs was already revealed in his grasp. That moment, it was perfectly timed for Uchiha Itachi, for his clone was still stationed over there. After all, one who had slaughtered their entire clan, if they possessed even a modicum of conscience, would not rush back immediately after the act. This reflects the mindset of a person. At the very least, they would linger for nearly a minute before returning. This also implied that the clone aimed to acquire so many pairs of eyes would require, at most, about 5 minutes. On the other side, at the moment Uchiha Itachi killed the last individual, he perhaps could no longer contain the emotions within and collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely, though he had long sensed someone observing this scene. He lacked the emotional capacity to investigate who it was. Having personally slain so many of his kin, even Uchiha Itachi felt overwhelmed by guilt. His emotions erupted after dispatching the final victim, leading him to kneel in despair. This mirrored exactly what Kai had initially anticipated. After merely a minute, he wiped away his tears with his sleeve, slowly rising to his feet, his expression returning to its previous coldness. At this moment, the entire Hidden Leaf village had already descended into chaos. Even ordinary citizens had taken notice of the disturbances emanating from the Uchiha clan. After all, Kai had set his own house ablaze, and the towering flames had illuminated half the village, despite the Uchiha clan being some distance away. However, this intense brilliance had still captured the attention of many on the Hyuga clan's side, positioned east of the Uchiha clan. The distance between them was indeed considerable. Yet, most members of the Hyuga clan stood atop their rooftops or in front, activating their Byakugan to spy. Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow, but refrained from using his Byakugan. Instead, he directed his gaze toward the Uchiha clan's direction. The soaring flames, coupled with the ANBU ninjas rapidly approaching, left no doubt that a significant event had transpired. "Chief, shall we not intervene?" inquired a curious individual beside Hyuga Hizashi. "When the Uchiha clan was annihilated, I requested that 2 children be sent away from the Hidden Leaf village." Hyuga Hizashi's thoughts suddenly drifted back several years, although 2 to 3 years had passed. The dialogue from that time remained vividly etched in his mind. Sent 2 children away from the Hidden Leaf village, the Uchiha clan's extermination. Someone had known this outcome years prior. Who exactly was that individual? Hyuga Hizashi murmured to himself. During these years, he had inquired of his daughter multiple times, yet the responses he received were consistently negative. This implied that Hinata had never disclosed who had saved her. "Chief," the individual beside him, noticing that Hyuga Hizashi remained unresponsive, promptly reminded him once more, "And oh need. This matter has nothing to do with our Hyuga clan. Everyone, return, rest well. Tonight, the Hyuga clan shall undertake no missions. Even if the Hokage himself orders it, all members of the Hyuga clan shall rest tonight." Hyuga Hizashi stated gravely. "Chief, but if we do that, won't the Hokage have objections? If the Uchiha clan has indeed been annihilated, do you wish to see our Hyuga clan reach such a fate?" As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi shot a frigid glare at the individual beside him. His immense aura compelled the person to step back. Inhaling deeply and bowing respectfully, responding, "Understood. How long do you intend to linger here? I have not harmed your parents. I merely restrained them. Is it not now your turn to act?" Observing Uchiha Itachi's clone rapidly and incessantly collecting the eyes of the Uchiha clan, the masked man could no longer contain his impatience, yet his tone remained relatively amicable. "The main body will handle it personally. My task is to gather these items. Do you have any objections?" As he spoke, the clone raised its head, halting its actions, and gazed coldly at the masked man. "No, no, no. This matter is of no concern to me. Since the main body will handle the rest, it is no longer my responsibility. However, I believe we should resolve this swiftly so we can finally depart this wretched place. The masked man quickly waved his hand in dismissal. Leave first. I will handle matters here and then come to find you. Itachi's clone responded. Very well. Since you have said as much, what more can I say? The masked man replied casually, observing that the scene had nearly been dealt with. The thick stench of blood had pervaded the entire Uchiha clan, with blood flowing down the square into the sewers beyond. The masked man turned around, and suddenly a vortex appeared before him. The next moment, his entire being vanished into the whirlpool, confirming that the masked man had departed. Itachi's clone continued to collect the eyes at a leisurely pace, as there were not many left on site. Yet he could sense that Uchiha Itachi would soon arrive. After a brief pause, he transformed to resemble the masked man. This should suffice, right? He said with a smile, bending down to place his hand upon the eyes of a fallen individual, casually waving, and 2 eyeballs appeared in his grasp. Opening a scroll and placing them within, he pressed down, and the eyeballs instantly vanished. The most sensible method of preservation was indeed within the sealing scroll, for even after a decade, they would emerge as pristine as when they were first stored. What are you doing? After concluding the massacre in the civilian area, Uchiha Itachi rushed over, witnessing the multitude of corpses strewn about. Particularly upon observing the actions of the masked man, Itachi's expression gradually morphed into one of fury. He even coldly inquired, "What is there to be concerned about? Regardless, if I do not take them, someone else will. Why should it matter who removes these items?" Imitating the masked man's tone, the clone distinctly exhibited his lewd demeanor, especially when he raised his head. The kaleidoscope Sharingan and his eyes momentarily clouded Itachi's judgment. And no matter how meticulous a person may typically be, under such circumstances, burdened by overwhelming pressures, how could one possibly maintain that level of attentiveness to perceive the aura of another's clone? Your parents are currently inside the house, already restrained. The rest is up to you. The main body has already departed, and I hope you can manage your affairs here swiftly. Perhaps it has indeed collected the last fragment. The clone stationed at the innermost position reminded Itachi this moment. Uchiha Itachi wore an expression of profound gloom. He paid no heed to anything further and turned to walk in the direction of his family home. Having amassed so much, there was no need for Uchiha Fugaku's share. Continuing further might risk exposure. With a faint smile, the clone remaining in place patted the scroll behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, in the outer region of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kai quietly observed the situation from a distance. A masked clone suddenly appeared before him, respectfully handing over the scroll, and then dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Throughout the encounter, whether in the guise of Uchiha Itachi or that of the masked man, it was ultimately all a manifestation of Uchiha Kai's own clone. Immediately thereafter, the true Uchiha Kai raised his hand, and his entire being transformed into an even more unfamiliar visage. Drawing out a pure white mask, he sighed and remarked towards the direction of the Uchiha clan, lamenting that perhaps there would no longer be an Uchiha clan in the future. Having spoken, he silently donned the mask upon his face. In the next instant, he leaped away at an astonishing speed in another direction. The members of the Hyuga clan received orders. Despite their curiosity about the unfolding situation, this time the orders were mandatory, compelling each of them to return home and rest properly. Although each individual was filled with curiosity about what had transpired, they were strictly forbidden from participating. In truth, it was not just the Hyuga clan that was excluded. Nearly all the prominent families within Konoha received similar directives. They were to refrain from involvement in the affairs of the Uchiha clan and, during this night, abstain from any matters concerning Konoha. Even if the village were to be destroyed, it would bear no relation to these families. Isolated from everyone, Hyuga Hizashi sat alone in the hall. A cup of tea beside him, his countenance remarkably tranquil. His demeanor suggested he was awaiting someone. Stretching his neck and tilting his head back, Hyuga Hizashi, as the clan leader of the Hyuga family, was uncertain about the nature of the events occurring that night. Yet he could surmise that something monumental was unfolding within the Uchiha clan. This was a concern shared by every prominent family. Would the ensuing calamity fall upon their own clan? If that day were to arrive, how would they manage? As he pondered these matters, a figure suddenly materialized within the hall, wearing a mask and exuding an unfamiliar aura. Hyuga Hizashi was not overly startled. Instead, he spoke earnestly, acknowledging the arrival. "Ah, you've come. It seems the leader of the Hyuga clan still remembers our agreement from years past." Uchiha Kai remained equally composed, responding, "Indeed, I remember well how you saved my daughter back then. And I'm grateful for your reminder. Otherwise, my Hyuga clan would have undoubtedly faced significant losses." As he spoke, Hyuga Hizashi slowly rose and took 2 steps toward the Maskei. It's the largest clan in Konoha. He was well aware of the discussions that had transpired between the Hokage, Danzo, and the envoy from the Cloud Village. Had they not lacked sufficient evidence, the outcome would likely have been identical. Although Hyuga Hayashi ultimately met his demise, it was delayed by nearly a year, indicating that many things remained immutable. However, it also demonstrated that some matters could indeed be altered. That my purpose in coming today should be clear to you. The situation is as I previously stated. I only wish to bring along 2 inconsequential children, which should not pose too much difficulty for your Hyuga clan. That I wonder if the leader of the Hyuga clan is still willing to honor our previous agreement? Kai inquired with calm detachment. That is certainly the case. However, I am curious about one thing. How did you know that the Uchiha clan would be exterminated years ago? And what is your true identity? This matter is of little importance, and my identity is even less so. The heavens are high and the roads long. There will no longer be an Uchiha clan. Unless significant issues arise, my dealings will have no entanglement with Konoha. I have come merely to remind the leader of the Hyuga clan to adhere to our agreement from years ago. The 2 children are already at the periphery, and tomorrow I will have them directly at the gates of Konoha. The Hyuga clan need only escort them out of the Umbu surveillance area. As for the rest, I will personally lead them away from this place of strife. Kai articulated, trusting that the leader of the Hyuga clan would weigh the pros and cons and keep his word. Beyond this, I wish to ask you one question. How do you think Konoha will respond to our Hyuga clan in the future? Hyuga Hizashi was taken aback that the topic would be broached with an outsider. If others were to know, one could only imagine their astonishment. Since we have reached this point in our conversation, I don't mind elaborating. With the Uchiha clan's demise, the Hyuga clan will naturally ascend to become the largest family in Konoha and indeed the world. With such power comes inevitable trepidation from others. The 3rd Hokage is not as benevolent as you might imagine. In the realm where leaves flutter, it may not be my will that prevails, but rather the withered branches and decayed leaves. To ensure that your Hyuga clan is not targeted, you must refrain from accepting the Konoha security forces. If the 3rd Hokage attempts to thrust this hot potato upon you, pass it on to the civilian ninjas, and let the management rights revert to the Hokage. If the orders are enforced, you could consider demanding the Hyuga clan's exit from Konoha. At that point, all the prominent families seeking self-preservation will likely respond in kind. With the Uchiha clan exterminated tonight, you might take this opportunity to eradicate the roots of this predicament. This is my advice to you. Leader of the Hyuga clan, Kai's words were informed by the original narrative. That it is crucial to remember that the Uchiha clan's downfall was a significant catalyst for the 3rd Hokage's eventual demise. All families would be on edge, and at such a moment, how could they genuinely serve Konoha? Each individual harbors their own scale of judgment. The Uchiha clan's destruction prompted their indifference, as the actions of the Uchiha had incited their ire. Perhaps only through this would the arrangement prove most favorable for all. Yet, it also marked a pivotal reason for the fragmentation of all families within the village, in light of the answer Kai provided. Hyuga Hizashi had already contemplated similar thoughts. After all, his prolonged presence here had been dedicated to strategizing the response to the forthcoming event. Kai's proposed approach aligned almost perfectly with Hizashi's own thoughts, heightening his curiosity about the true identity of the masked man before him and how he possessed such profound insight into these matters. Thank you for your answer. Henceforth, the Hyuga clan shall adhere to our agreement and ensure the safe passage of the 2 individuals you entrusted to us beyond the surveillance of Konoha. But how will you depart? Hyuga Hizashi inquired. Do not trouble yourself with my departure. Leader of the Hyuga clan, I have my own methods for leaving this place. Tomorrow, I shall remain 10 miles outside the boundaries of Konoha, awaiting your clan's response. Thus, I shall not impose further this evening. Kai nodded, then turned and vanished in an instant. Who exactly is he? Hyuga Hisashi pondered, standing in place, contemplating the figure that possessed formidable strength and an uncanny awareness of all matters. As if he had experienced everything firsthand, such a person emanated an enigmatic aura. As dawn broke the next day, Konoha erupted in chaos. Everyone learned of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, with only Uchiha, Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, remaining alive. Nearly 900 members of the clan were extinguished in a single night. Aside from this one little fellow, there were no survivors left. In the dilapidated room, the two youngsters huddled together. Having spent the entire night in each other's company, their faces bore the marks of exhaustion, dark circles forming around their eyes. It was likely that no one could manage to sleep. They could faintly hear the sounds of commotion from outside during the day. The Uchiha clan had indeed been annihilated. Not a single soul remained. It seems you two did not fare well yesterday. The tension that had gripped Dajan and Ing throughout the night suddenly dissipated as a voice reached their ears. And in an instant, Uchiha Kai appeared in the room. The palpable tension was instantly alleviated, and Ing, momentarily stunned, sprang to her feet, tears cascading rapidly down her cheeks. Rising, she threw herself into Kai's embrace. You rascal. We were genuinely worried that you might have perished too. Though Dajan did not weep as openly as Ing, tears had silently begun to fall from his eyes as well. That a night of anxiety had yielded no calamity. Yet the moment Kai appeared, Dajan's demeanor subtly shifted. Brother Kai, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Ing cried out, then lifted her gaze to Kai, inquiring whether the Uchiha clan had truly been exterminated. Yes, they were wiped out, with Uchiha Itachi and another individual personally taking action. Everyone perished with one exception, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. Kai spoke candidly, leaving no room for concealment. That Aunt Yun has also died, leaving only the few of us from the Uchiha clan. Soon, I will seal the chakra responses within your bodies. Especially you, do not display excessive emotional fluctuations. Take a good look at your current state. As Kai spoke, he retrieved a dusty mirror from the table, blowing off the dust before holding it up to Dajan. The moment Dajan beheld his own eyes, his eyes widened in astonishment. A Sharingan with a Tomo, and was momentarily taken aback as well. However, she soon began to contemplate how they might escape this place. Brother Kai, we cannot remain here any longer. We must not stay in this village. Otherwise, we will all perish. So, I will seal the chakra responses within your bodies. As all eyes will be on the already annihilated Uchiha clan today, the outside world will lower its guard significantly. Therefore, you need to make your way to the entrance of Konoha Village. At that time, members of the Hyuga clan will escort you out. Once we have left the village's surveillance range, I will take you to another location. The Hyuga clan, while Dajan could understand other clans. He found it utterly unbelievable that the Hyuga clan would help them escape. Do not concern yourselves with this matter, nor inquire further. Do not seek information from anyone. A few years ago, I made an agreement with the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, and all you need to do now is leave this place. And what about you? Dajan, unwillingly, frowned and tugged at Kai's arm, questioning him. You still have the presence of mind to worry about me? I managed to help you survive the Uchiha clan's massacre, and I can also ensure your departure from this turmoil. But you really think this place can confine me? So fret not. Once you leave, I will also depart from here. We will meet outside. After all, leaving you two imbeciles behind could lead to your demise from starvation at any moment. Kai rolled his eyes, adopting an exasperated expression. Yet his tone remained light-hearted. In that instant, the atmosphere became somewhat more uplifting. The fate of the Uchiha clan seemed to bear little relevance to them. Even if they had been exterminated, what of it? After all, within that family, their status had always been at the very bottom. Aside from a sense of regret for Aunt Yun, who had cared for them, they felt little emotional connection to anyone else. In fact, many had never uttered a word to them throughout their lives. That I understand, Kai. Regardless, thank you sincerely this time. After taking a deep breath, Uchiha stepped back and bowed deeply in gratitude. Ing followed suit, stepping back and bowing as well. As Kai had remarked, given their current ages, it was likely that even if they left the village, their circumstances would not permit them to live for long. We have known each other for so long, having grown up together, so why speak of such matters? Therefore, you must head to the entrance of Konoha Village. The Hyuga clan will escort you out." "Understood." Dajan now displayed an attitude akin to that of a dutiful subordinate. Perhaps to Kai, he regarded them merely as well-behaved children. Yet for Dajan, at that moment, the nature of their relationship seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. As they walked through the streets, the wind today felt particularly fierce, akin to sending off the spirits of the fallen Uchiha clan. The weather was not exceptionally warm. In fact, it was slightly chilly, prompting the two to wrap their half-faces tightly with scarves. Their clothing had also been changed, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary civilians. Uchiha Dajan walked steadfastly, keeping a firm grip on his sister's hand. The townsfolk lining the streets, whether on their way somewhere or idly chatting, were all engaged in discussions about the Uchiha clan. The number of ninjas on the streets seemed greater than usual. With the figures flitting about on rooftops more pronounced, it was likely that countless individuals were gathered at the Uchiha clan's location at that very moment. Yet the two siblings remained resolute in their objective, heading directly toward the village entrance. Typically, two Chunin would be stationed there to oversee and register, and today was no exception. Unlike their usual nonchalance while stationed in the booth, today the two had unexpectedly stepped outside. Their curiosity compelled them to uncover what had transpired within the village. However, reality dictated that they could only remain where they were. The two youngsters stood not far from the entrance, and as of now, Konoha Village had not issued a lockdown order. Nonetheless, the area near the entrance was devoid of people. "Are you the issuers of the mission?" Just as they were intently gazing toward the entrance, four figures suddenly landed beside them. They bore no masks, yet their eyes revealed their identities as members of the Hyuga clan. The issuers of the mission. This was something Kai had instructed them to say before he left. If they encountered members of the Hyuga clan, they were to assert that they were the mission issuers. Without hesitation, Dajan immediately replied, "Yes, we are the issuers of the mission." Having confirmed their identities, they were now tasked with completing the escort mission. One of the Hyuga clan members, having established their identity, promptly began speaking to the other three. "Understood." The three replied in unison, showing no concern for the identities of those before them. After all, during missions, it was their clan leader who had personally named them, with the sole requirement being to ensure their safe passage away from the village at all costs. This meant that they were not permitted to inquire about any identities or information during the mission. Though curiosity lingered as executors, they could only follow such orders. The escort mission for the Hyuga clan was now set to leave the village. At the entrance, the leader of the Hyuga clan engaged in conversation with the guards. However, upon seeing the two youngsters, the guards hesitated and asked whether they had the Hokage's approval. The Hyuga clan does not require the Hokage's approval for executing missions. Why inquire so thoroughly about such matters? Yet how much do you know about the happenings within the village? How did the Uchiha clan fare? Their curiosity compelled them to seek answers to this pressing question. The Hyuga clan shows no concern whatsoever regarding the private acceptance of missions. After all, in such a vast village, the affairs of the Hyuga family are common knowledge. They have engaged in numerous businesses outside and frequently leave on their own accord. Such matters are simply not within their realm of interest. However, seizing this opportunity to gossip is precisely what another individual desires. They are all dead, every last one. Itachi Uchiha annihilated the entire clan, leaving only one survivor, his own younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Thus, it appears that the Uchiha clan has ceased to exist. The Hyuga family responded briefly to this revelation. Subsequently, they beckoned to the three individuals behind them, along with the two youngsters. How ruthless! To think such a multitude from the Uchiha clan was eradicated in a single night. Such a person truly deserves condemnation, a guard muttered, though his sentiment towards the Uchiha clan mirrored that of most people. While they felt that the Uchihas had it coming, the complete destruction of the entire clan nonetheless evoked a sense of regret. Members of the Yamanaka clan, along with the two youngsters, swaggered out of the village, attracting little suspicion along the way. As they proceeded, they took turns using their Byakugan to scout the surroundings. Approximately 2 miles from the village, one of them suddenly remarked on the noticeable decrease in the number of Umbu personnel stationed at the perimeter. Given the calamity that had befallen the Uchiha clan, it was only natural for everyone to converge there. After all, a thorough count of personnel was necessary to ascertain if any survivors remained among their group. Regardless, this matter had no bearing on them. Their sole focus was to complete their assigned task and deliver the target to its destination, after which they would have no further involvement in the affair. Truly, they embodied the essence of being a ninja, especially the one in his 20s or 30s, whose words were primarily centered on mission objectives. As for the unrelated trivialities, they were of no concern to them. After uttering these words, he glanced at the two youngsters, his curiosity about their identities momentarily suppressed by the weight of his orders. What is truly happening within the village? Why have these events transpired? With the Uchiha clan extinguished, atop a rooftop, Might Guy clenched his teeth and fists, yearning to rush forward and ascertain the situation. Yet Kakashi stood resolutely in his way. Observing the tears streaming down Guy's face, Kakashi inhaled deeply, shaking his head in resignation. He comforted, "Guy, we cannot involve ourselves in this matter. Although we are unaware of how the situation has escalated, reports will emerge in due time. There's a possibility that little Kai may still be alive." While he spoke such words, Kakashi privately doubted their veracity. He remained uncertain of Itachi Uchiha's true strength. Yet the notion that a single individual could obliterate an entire clan seemed implausible without external assistance. The entire clan's annihilation seemed unfathomable, let alone that of just one person. Acknowledging the dire predicament while attempting to assuage concerns was a futile effort. For this time, every member of the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly intertwined in the tragedy. Might Guy, though perhaps lacking in intellect, could comprehend the gravity of the situation. They had no right to interfere. And while Kakashi stood as the last remnant of his clan, he too was a member of the Umbu, a family that had contributed to the construction of Konoha, thus regarded as an esteemed presence within the village. Therefore, his stance mirrored that of other prominent families, to observe quietly and refrain from engaging in any affairs. Only then could he afford the time to monitor Might Guy, fearing that his friend might succumb to rage over the potential loss of his pupil. Yet, the truth was universally acknowledged. Guy's inner turmoil was inexpressible. The bodies of all those who perished from the Uchiha clan were lined up in rows, whether from the clan lands or the civilian quarters. Now, they lay in the Uchiha Plaza, a grim sight that nearly filled the expansive area with lifeless forms. Each corpse was draped in white cloth, having endured a night's passage. Nevertheless, the overwhelming stench of blood caused those who had recently become ninjas or had never encountered such scenes to retch uncontrollably. This spectacle was shocking, even in times of peace. It would be a rare sight even amidst the ravages of war in the Third Shinobi World War. The death toll in Konoha was merely over 3,000. A figure accrued over 2 to 3 years. Yet, the number of Uchiha deaths in a single night was terrifyingly high. Nonetheless, some expressed profound dissatisfaction with the situation. Danzo, the corpses had already been inspected, revealing that those who possessed the 2 or 3 Tomo Sharingan, apart from Fugaku Uchiha, had their eyes removed. This revelation ignited a fierce anger within him. Despite his immense efforts, he had gained nothing from this endeavor. Yet, surrounded by ninjas, he could not afford to display his emotions overtly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had not made an appearance at all. In fact, he seemed indifferent to the Uchiha clan's annihilation that moment. The elder had begun summoning the heads of various clans, hastily assembling them to discuss the allocation of the security forces in the wake of the Uchiha clan's recent destruction. Third Hokage, shouldn't the most pressing matter at hand be addressing the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, rather than deliberating on which family should assume control of the security forces? Hinata Hayashi interjected. "If it were up to me, the security forces should be managed by the civilian ninjas, directly overseen by the Hokage, with the ninja clans refraining from involvement." Before the third Hokage could articulate his thoughts, Hayashi had already conveyed his stance to "I concur with the Hyuga clan leader's perspective." Others chimed in. The responsibilities of a Hokage were overwhelming, leaving little room to manage such an array of issues. If possible, he hoped to entrust the duties of the security forces to the Hyuga clan. "What do you think of this proposal?" the third Hokage inquired, directing his gaze toward Hayashi. "Regrettably, the Hyuga clan will not accept such responsibilities." Hayashi firmly responded. "What if this task must fall to the Hyuga clan? The third Hokage pressed again. The matter of the Uchiha clan's demise was evident. The Uchiha corpses had yet to be buried. Yet the third Hokage was eager to pass the hot potato of the security forces to the Hyuga clan to prevent a recurrence of the Uchiha clan's fate if the third Hokage persisted in this course of action. The Hyuga clan would have no choice but to withdraw from Konoha. Hayashi's stance was particularly resolute. Given the gravity of the situation, there was no need to fear the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I believe it best to allow the civilian ninjas to manage this matter, with the Hokage retaining authority over it. Narashikaku, the strategist beside the third Hokage, added, however, he too belonged to one of the many clans in Konoha. With the situation having escalated to this point, it was crucial for all clans to unite to prevent the Uchiha clan's fate from befalling them. What exactly do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe, furrowing his brow as he surveyed those present. If this discussion is solely about the jurisdiction of the security forces, the Hyuga clan has no objections. Therefore, we shall not involve ourselves further. If there are no other matters, we shall take our leave. Hinata Hayashi rose to his feet, clearly unwilling to delve further into this topic. Following suit, the leaders of the other clans silently stood up one by one. This left the third Hokage feeling somewhat flustered. If, in the end, the clans truly united in such a manner, then not only would his position as Hokage be at stake, but even the Sarutobi clan would find their circumstances far from favorable. The entire village relied on these clans for support, and should they all choose to withdraw, it would result in a comprehensive blow to the village. Please, take a seat. I acknowledge my oversight in this matter, and will take your opinions into careful consideration moving forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen conceded, recognizing that this matter would not unfold as smoothly as he had hoped. However, the extent of the difficulties he faced was beyond his expectations. Once he noticed that the tensions had somewhat eased, he proceeded to announce the issuance of a decree declaring Uchiha Itachi an S-rank rogue ninja. Was this truly the end of the matter? What role had the root played in all of this? It was hard to believe that Uchiha alone could orchestrate the annihilation of an entire clan. Shouldn't the Hokage provide a reasonable explanation for the situation? Hinata Hayashi inquired once more, now unafraid to confront the issue directly. Root did not partake in this affair. Yet I shall revoke Danzo's position as elder. I believe this will suffice as an explanation for all. That old coot. It was no wonder he had held the position of Hokage for such an extended period. His decisiveness in the face of difficult choices was indeed commendable. This sudden turn of events left the various clans somewhat perplexed. The ones who were meant to speak and act had already done so, leaving them to ponder the unfolding developments. Nevertheless, this incident served as a stern lesson for all the clans. The unity among them, it seemed, would be unprecedented from this day forth, all to prevent themselves from becoming the next Uchiha clan. Outside Konoha, the location had drifted 10 miles away from the surveillance zone. The Umbu ninjas within the village would never venture this far. The members of the Hyuga clan vigilantly assessed their surroundings, ensuring no one was present before handing a scroll to a Yamata. This is now in your hands. Our mission is officially concluded AS for the remaining journey. You shall traverse it on your own. By the way, what are your names? The leader inquired. Having just entrusted the scroll to a Yamata, his curiosity piqued. Silence. Have you not read the ninja manual? The leader retorted angrily, immediately commanding, mission complete, everyone return at once. Holding the scroll and watching the retreating figures, Oyamata was utterly bewildered, never having anticipated leaving Konoha in such a manner. Brother, what is this thing they gave us? Akari asked, her curiosity evident. This should be for Kai. Oyamata sighed, glancing back toward Konoha with a sense of melancholy, then added, from now on, we shall refer to him as Lord Kai. No longer shall we address him as before. Do you understand? Why? Everyone else has perished. Only we remain. Were it not for Kai, do you think our fates would differ from theirs? Oyamata clenched his fists, feeling the weight of his powerlessness for the first time that I understand, Akari nodded, her expression contemplative. What are you talking about? Just as Akari finished her sentence, a familiar voice reached their ears. Kai. Lord Kai. Akari turned to see Kai sitting atop a large rock not far away. The sight stirred excitement in both of them. Kai leapt down from a rock, his face adorned with a smile as he ruffled Akari's hair. Why call me that? Isn't brother a fine title? After playfully tousling her hair, Kai gently tapped her head and inquired. Lord Kai, from now on, I shall adhere to this title without fail. Were it not for you, my sister and I would likely have perished in this turmoil. Henceforth, whatever you command, I, Oyamada, will stand before you without complaint. Even if it costs me my life, Oyamada declared, his fists clenched and bowing slightly to express his unwavering determination. Why dwell on such details? We are indeed good friends. Among the Uchiha clan, you are my only friends, and I consider you family. Thus, it was imperative to bring you both out of this ordeal. Let us not dwell on the past. We still have a life to live ahead of us. Who knows what we shall face? Let us move forward. Kai gently patted Oyamada's shoulder, acknowledging his attitude while also recognizing that he had never truly viewed him as a subordinate after having spent so much time together. This scroll was given to us by the Hyuga clan. Oyamada grinned, lifting his head before handing the scroll to Kai. Thank goodness they remembered. Now, let us hasten away from this place of turmoil. We still do not know where to go. Kai casually accepted the scroll, placing it into his backpack while draping an arm around Oyamada's shoulders, speaking in a light-hearted tone. Where shall we go? I haven't given it much thought, but we should head to a more stable location. However, our immediate need is to secure some funds. We must consider how to make ends meet. Yet, I seem to have forgotten about that. I doubt we have enough money for even a month's worth of living. As he spoke, Kai released his grip on Oyamada's shoulder. Taking a few steps forward, he inhaled deeply, savoring the gentle breeze and gazing at the scenery. Then exclaimed, "This is the essence of freedom." Kai, are you all right? Akari questioned, sensing that he might be unwell. After narrowly escaping death, how could he exclaim such a thing? Am I not fine? What could possibly be wrong? We are utterly free now, and we shall embark toward the horizon of liberty, exploring the world around us, seeking a place devoid of ninjas where we can settle down and study diligently. Suddenly, Kai turned around, raising a finger to point at Oyamada and Akari, his expression turning serious as he declared, "From now on, I will train you both, so prepare yourselves mentally. Even in the pursuit of freedom, one must possess their own strength. Rest assured, Lord Kai, I will strive earnestly," Oyamada proclaimed, his chin held high. "Do not refer to me as Lord Kai any longer." "Yes, Lord Kai." Kai felt somewhat exasperated, but chose not to dwell further on the matter. Embracing the invigorating breeze once more, the trio of young individuals officially commenced their journey ahead. Hey, Lord Kai, what are we doing at the gambling house? In a place teeming with a cacophony of sounds. The expansive casino was nearly brimming with patrons. A sweeping glance revealed a sea of heads, with throngs of 10 or more gathered around each table. Even for those unacquainted with such venues, the enormous sign emblazoned with the character for gambling made it abundantly clear where they were. Uchiha Kai had already executed his transformation technique, morphing into a robust figure of considerable stature, his powerful muscles and exaggerated height instilling a sense of trepidation in onlookers. Strolling into the casino with two small companions in tow, he cut an incongruous figure, especially given his bare torso. Once inside, all eyes were immediately drawn to him, though this attention was fleeting, as everyone soon returned to their pursuits at the gambling tables. What brings one to such a place? Naturally, the objective was to amass wealth, Kai declared, as he nonchalantly retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and donned them. From the outside, one could scarcely discern the changes in his demeanor. Swaggering around the casino, those tasked with security kept a vigilant watch on him, as if fearing he might make a sudden move. After a cursory understanding of the rules, he approached a simple dice game where the premise was straightforward. One could either bet on high or low, or directly guess the number rolled. The odds for guessing the number stood at 25-1, while betting on high or low was a simple 1-1. The majority of players at the table opted for the latter. His imposing frame caused those in front to instinctively part, creating a path. Place your bets, the dice will be cashed shortly," Kai proclaimed, producing a stack of cash from his pocket and placing it all on the number 13. "Kai, this is all our living expenses," Ing exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Should they lose, they would likely be left destitute. What is there to worry about? Trust in my luck. Kai replied dismissively, maintaining his composure. Ah, coming here hoping for luck. A big frame doesn't guarantee good fortune. A nearby gambler jeered loudly. The dice are rolling, the dealer announced, lifting the lid of the dice cup and casually declaring. 13. High. It seemed Kai had hardly noticed the situation, observing the multitude who had wagered on low. There were but a few bets on high, just as he had envisioned making a tidy profit and reclaiming all their funds. Kai rapped lightly on the table, a fierce expression crossing his face as he demanded, "What is going on? I still have a bet on 13." At that moment, the dealer's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that Kai's luck was indeed extraordinary. "Impressive. Your fortune is remarkable. To strike so instantly. That is a 25-fold payout. How much must be paid?" The onlookers exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "That totals 500,000 taels. At 25 to 1, that amounts to 7,500,000 taels." Kai calculated effortlessly, lifting his principal stake before calmly addressing the dealer. This amount, while substantial, fell within the dealer's purview, and without hesitation. He withdrew a thick stack of cash from a nearby box and slid it toward Kai. "Next round," the dealer called out, as the surrounding crowd speculated that Kai's success was merely a stroke of luck, a chance encounter with fortune. Dajan and Ing were left speechless, initially intent on seizing the monumental sum for themselves, only to find Kai once again placing all his winnings on the number 13. Hey, Kai, how could it possibly come up 13 again?" Dajan exclaimed, a note of panic in his voice. Indeed, how could the same number appear twice? "Hurry, let us take the money and go," the dealer interjected, unable to bear the disruption to his business, fearing that if Kai were to leave with the money, it would jeopardize his standing. Thus, he began shaking the dice cup, preparing to reveal the outcome. With no further bets placed, he confidently lifted the cup. However, upon witnessing the numbers on the dice, his eyes widened in disbelief. 2256. He thought he must have misread or miscalculated, even resorting to counting on his fingers to verify the result. When he finally concluded, he turned to the back with a sullen expression that a figure dressed in respectable attire approached, his rotund visage betraying his unease as he noted the dealer's expression. "You scoundrel. Win and take, lose and pay. This is our casino's rule. What are you playing at?" he exclaimed, striking the dealer before pulling him away to inspect the table himself. 13 high. Incredible. It really is 13. How much must be paid? As the casino owner proclaimed the outcome, gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd, drawing curious onlookers from other tables. The owner soon noticed the sizable wager on the number 13. His eyes nearly bulging in terror. "The total bet of 800,000 taels at a 1 to 25 payout. You owe a total of 20 million taels," Kai stated with calm assurance. Dajan and Ing mirrored the owner's expression, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They had not anticipated their meager remaining funds of 50,000 taels transforming into such an astronomical sum. If they refrained from extravagant spending, it could sustain them for a lifetime. "Pay up," the owner commanded. Astonished yet impressed by the stakes, the chest of money was promptly retrieved from the back, filled to the brim for counting the funds. Kai had no intention of engaging in such matters. "Dajan, let us take the money and leave," he advised, recognizing that one should not overstay their welcome in such affairs. If they were to extract too much from the casino, unforeseen consequences might arise. Dajan, upon receiving the instruction, grinned widely as he hefted the heavy chest. Ing, not to be outdone, quickly gathered the 80,000 taels from the table, and the trio turned to exit the casino under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It was fortunate that the casino owner refrained from sending anyone after them, unwilling to provoke a confrontation over such a sum. Once they exited into a narrow alley devoid of onlookers, Kai reverted to his original form, eyeing Dajan, who still clutched the chest of money, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Kai, you're truly impressive. If we ever run low on funds, we should just hit the casino." "Wouldn't he that be bang?" Before Dajan could finish, Kai delivered a swift punch to his head. With a bemused expression, he retorted, "That was merely the power of the Sharingan. Having too many eyes will blind you. Were it not for our financial desperation, I would not have resorted to such means." Though he spoke otherwise, Kai was deeply intrigued by one particular matter. Why, during this instance, did he employ the power of his left eye to foresee events occurring within a minute, only to ultimately feel nothing at all. The previous occasion had been similar. When he first wielded the power of space, he had endured excruciating pain in his eyes. Yet in recent times, utilizing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan had not only spared him pain, but he felt almost no discomfort whatsoever. Although he struggled to articulate this phenomenon, it was, in a way, quite fortunate. After all, the power of the Sharingan should be preserved for when it was truly necessary. At the very least, it could serve as a trump card for the future, alleviating the worry of potentially losing his eyesight until a solution could be found, while he was now aware that employing Hashirama cells could transform his kaleidoscopic Sharingan into an eternal one. The crux of the issue lay in his lack of understanding of research. This was indeed a significant weakness for Kai. Brother Kai, can you still gamble with your kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Can you see through it? Indeed, Kaidaran, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan is remarkably powerful. The two siblings were immediately filled with curiosity, craning their necks to gaze at Kai in anticipation. What else with your sudden interest in this matter? Focus on your training. Once you awaken your own kaleidoscopic Sharingan, you'll understand. Kai shrugged, then grinned widely. We've been subsisting on vegetarian meals for over a month now. Having saved up so much money, let's indulge ourselves. What do you want to eat? Just name it. Then he suggested they each acquire a few new outfits, and with the remaining funds, find a place to purchase a house for settling down. Afterward, he could dedicate time to training these two rascals. Hooray! I want to eat grilled meat. I also want grilled meat. No problem. We have plenty of money, so you can eat whatever you like. However, as they continued their conversation, Ing curiously inquired, but if we spend this much money, won't it run out soon? What else there to worry about? If we exhaust it, we can always find a way to earn more. Kai nonchalantly ruffled Ying's hair. Unbeknownst to them, 5 years slipped by quietly. Time had passed so swiftly that they scarcely noticed. Within a vast estate, the area was almost absurdly expansive. The courtyard boasted not only artificial hills, but also flowing rivers. The house was exquisitely constructed. Yet, on the outer path of the estate, 3 individuals were running with considerable effort. The man at the forefront, clad only in a tank top and shorts, his feet adorned with sandals, was none other than Uchiha Kai. 5 years later, he was now 16, his handsome visage and demeanor having completely transformed since his younger days. The childish features had faded, revealing a face so delicately sculpted it seemed almost chiseled. His striking features, large eyes, high nose, and cascading black hair, emanated an undeniable charm that could be sensed from several dozen meters away. Trailing behind him was Deshawn, who towered over Kai by at least a head. Though he was also quite handsome, his physique appeared far more robust than Kai's. His buzz-cut and defined features contributed to a distinctly muscular image, bare-chested and clad only in shorts. He ran down the path without a care for appearances. As for Ing, the once tiny child had blossomed into a 12-year-old girl. Clad in a tank top and shorts, it seemed to be the enduring style for the trio. With her hair tied back in a ponytail, she exuded a spirited and capable aura. Lord Kai, can we skip the body conditioning with lightning release today? Deshawn inquired as they ran. What are you thinking? Look how much time has passed. I've given you several years, and your weight burden can only be increased to 500 kilograms. This is simply unacceptable. Powerful conditioning enhances your mental fortitude. Not only that, but it also relaxes your body and mind. In a month, you must increase your weight to 600 kilograms. The training regime remains unchanged. Morning for physical training, afternoon for ninjutsu. That is non-negotiable, Kai replied, maintaining an easy demeanor as he continued to run. Brother Kai, we're out of money. Ing, trailing behind, promptly responded to Uchiha Kai's remarks. While it was feasible to increase their resources, the key issue was that these items were exceedingly costly. Money is no concern. We'll just take a trip to the casino this afternoon. You're overthinking it, Lord Kai. That I heard that all the casinos have banded together to bar you from entering. As a gambling city, it seems you're the first to experience such treatment, Deshawn chuckled. How could that be? Brother Kai, how can you say it's impossible? We've spent far too much money over the years, particularly on these training tools. The cumulative costs must have exceeded 1 billion Rio. That you've frequently gambled, often leaving with tens of millions each time, which has led to this situation where they no longer wish to let you in. Ing replied, exasperated. Whether in physical training or ninjutsu practice, all required substantial funding. The vast estate demanded resources, and the multitude of clothing did as well. Consequently, their lifestyle had become akin to that of aristocrats. Yet this very luxury had resulted in their funds depleting at an alarming rate. How much do we have left? Kai suddenly halted, turning to Ing. After all, this young girl was the one managing their finances. Even he, Uchiha Kai, was unaware of how swiftly their funds were dwindling, that we have a little over 1,000,000 ryo left. Dining won't be an issue, but purchasing anything else will be tough. Ing and Ishan also came to a stop, voicing their concerns. In the past, such an amount would have been trivial, allowing for carefree enjoyment without financial worries. However, times had changed. Even a simple purchase now required tens of thousands, if not more. Money really does vanish quickly. Kai mused, stroking his chin. Of course it does. Brother Kai, your custom outfits cost nearly 1,000,000 ryo each, and you have at least 100 in your room. Just this expense alone is staggering. Ing rolled her eyes, pouting in frustration. Ing refrained from speaking carelessly. This money belongs to Lord Kai. He can spend it however he pleases, Deshaun admonished, though he harbored different thoughts in his heart. Well, if we're out of money, then we'll just have to find another way. We can simply change locations. After pacing in place and hesitating briefly, Kai suddenly had a brilliant idea. With a broad smile, he looked at the two of them and said, "Since we can't do it here, let's venture out and score big. Then we won't have to worry about money anymore." Go out? Are we really leaving this place? Staying here was undeniably enjoyable. Even though ninjas occasionally appeared, they were not frequent. The environment was relatively pleasant, with mountains and rivers, and life was quite convenient. The surrounding area was populated by ordinary people, posing no threats. Even the ninjas that came through were of average strength. Despite remaining within the land of fire, they were significantly distant from the Hidden Leaf Village. Living here, free from safety concerns, was indeed a luxury. Yet residing in one place for too long could lead to monotony and boredom, making an occasional excursion quite fulfilling. Lord Kai, are you suggesting we seek out casinos outside? Deshaun asked. Perplexed. What casinos? Let us directly seek out individuals to extort, preferably those who are both malevolent and affluent. That I believe I might know of such a person. Therefore, let us tidy ourselves up and prepare to embark on our journey to the land of waves. Kai's mind conjured the image of a certain individual. Indeed, someone who was both wealthy and unscrupulous. In his recollection, this person's wealth was likely among the top 10 in this realm. With such riches, he would no longer have to fret over financial matters. To the land of waves? Wouldn't that mean an abundance of seafood? Ing exclaimed with excitement. Yet, even if we're going, it will be a matter for tomorrow, unrelated to today. Thus, we must diligently complete today as training tasks. Let us commence our weighted runs without delay. Kai immediately raised his hand and shouted, causing the other two to follow behind him, their expressions reflecting a sense of despair as they ran. Each stride raised a cloud of dust, and the ground trembled slightly beneath their feet. Under Kai's rigorous training, the two had made significant progress in their abilities. Although their potential was only considered average within the Uchiha clan, with the right training methods, they could rival those with exceptional talent. As dawn broke, the heavy gates slammed shut, and Dashin locked them with a key. He then turned to the carriage before him. Just as he was about to mount, Kai abruptly halted him, saying, "Remove your weights. Otherwise, the horses will be exhausted before we even begin." Oh, Dashin understood immediately, bending down to lighten his load from his legs. Though the weights did not appear substantial, when they hit the ground, the impact cracked the floor. Indeed, it felt considerably lighter. After completing this task, he took a seat at the front of the carriage, gently flicking the reins, prompting the two horses to move forward. The carriage was quite standard, with a side door that opened, constructed primarily of glass aside from the steel frame. Inside, there were curtains that could be drawn to shield against the outside light. The carriage was spacious enough to accommodate 4 individuals. Perhaps due to the early hour, Kai and Ing sat side by side at the back, resting their legs on the seats in front of them, adjusting their postures before drifting off to sleep. Only Dashin remained, burdened with the task of driving the carriage while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Doton, Tsuchiyami no JB. The carriage progressed smoothly without incident. However, upon reaching the area where 2 mountains converged, a notable change occurred. Merely 2 days into their journey, they unexpectedly encountered a situation. The scenery on either side was delightful, adorned with lush greenery and vibrant flowers. Yet, as they advanced leisurely, a disturbance erupted from the distant ground, followed by a wall of earth blocking their path. Towering mountains flanked them, and a group of over a dozen individuals emerged from behind. Each wielding knives and wearing lecherous grins. 2 to 3 figures leapt onto the earthen wall above, their faces obscured by masks, making their expressions indiscernible. 1 thing was certain, based on their strength. These individuals were undoubtedly ninjas. After waiting so long, they finally encountered some minor adversaries. However, given the appearance of the carriage, it seemed they possessed sufficient wealth to sustain them for a few days. A rather unsavory-looking individual on the earth wall held a hook resembling a rope and squinted, smirking as he assessed the situation. Regardless of their wealth, let us resolve this swiftly. Another individual positioned in the center interjected impatiently. Lord Kai, we seem to have encountered an issue. May I test my current abilities? Among the adversaries, there should be 1 J-nin, 2 Ch-nin, and 2 Genin that I have trained extensively, but have never had the opportunity to put my skills into practice. I humbly request your permission. Dashin politely turned to the rear of the carriage. Addressing Kai through the glass, I wish to experience this as well. Ing, unable to contain herself, sat up earnestly and inquired of Kai. Go ahead, but be swift. Once the Sharingan is revealed, leave no survivors. Kai remained reclined. Not even opening his eyes, he had sensed the presence of this group long ago, but deemed their strength insufficient. Nevertheless, allowing these two to gain some experience would not be amiss. Understood, Lord Kai. Very well, Brother Kai. One leapt from the carriage while the other opened the door and followed suit. Eliminate them, commanded the leader atop the earth wall. His tone calm as he gestured with his hand, that I will handle the front. You take care of the rear. Dashin instructed his sister. He was aware that those remaining in the carriage were mostly ordinary individuals and posed no real threat. The danger lay solely with the adversaries in front. Understood. After years of training, it was time to test their mettle against these foes and experience the intensity of their rigorous training, with the weight removed. Dashin swiftly darted to the top of the earthen wall and delivered a powerful kick. Initially, he had assumed the individuals in the carriage were mere civilians. After all, ninjas would not travel in such a manner. However, he soon learned the folly of underestimating them. The leftmost genin was caught off guard, unable to evade in time, and was sent flying by a single kick, crashing into a tree and falling motionless to the ground. They were ninjas. The remaining individuals instantly heightened their alertness. Doton. Why can no Numa? The Ch-nin reacted swiftly, retreating while forming hand seals at astonishing speed, pressing his hands to the ground. Just as Dashin prepared to leap down, he felt his body sinking into the swamp below. Yet, with a simple exertion of force, he freed himself and leapt into the I in an instant. He appeared before the Ch-nin, opting to forego ninjutsu and delivering a powerful kick to his chest, sending him hurtling backward. Perhaps it was just unfortunate luck, but he collided with a broken branch on a tree, impaling himself through the chest. He could emit no further cries for help, desperately reaching out for assistance, but his head slumped before he could rise. This bastard. Upon witnessing the deaths of 2 of his comrades, the J-nin was filled with dissatisfaction. He swiftly formed hand seals for a fire technique, exclaiming, Katan, H-ka no ri. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, transforming into 2 colossal fire dragons that surged toward Dashin. However, such an attack was insufficient. The speed was far too slow. Dashin deftly sidestepped, causing the fire dragons to collide with a rocky wall ahead. Boom! A resounding explosion followed, shaking the very ground and sending debris raining down. Retreat! We must leave this place immediately. Having failed to land a hit with a single attack, he surmised that the adversary's strength was formidable. Moreover, there was still an individual within the carriage who had not yet revealed themselves. Regardless of their true power, maintaining their current course was becoming increasingly detrimental. You think you can escape? The 3 Tomo Sharingan suddenly flared to life, and Dashin immediately freed himself from the shackles of his own chakra. Adopting an aggressive stance, he lifted his foot and vanished from his original position in an instant. his speed significantly surpassing that of mere moments prior, amidst the rocky terrain and dense woods. Such rapid velocity could easily result in a loss of control over direction, leading to a catastrophic collision with a tree that, in the blink of an eye, he materialized before the departing Jonin, who gaped in astonishment upon glimpsing his eyes. The Uchiha clan's incredulity echoed, and Dashin furrowed his brow slightly, swiftly forming hand seals with his hands. In but 8 gestures, several small fireballs materialized beside the Jonin. Ninjutsu. Fire release. Firefly explosion, he exclaimed, retreating rapidly as the little fireballs erupted with violent explosions. The previously fleeing Jonin found himself devoid of any opportunity to react, his form reduced to a charred silhouette. Given such a ghastly appearance, one could surmise that even a deity would be powerless to save him. Having resolved this, Dashin made no pause, weaving through the trees as he swiftly pursued others along the mountain's edge. Each movement was nearly instantaneous, leaving only a handful of ninjas to flee in desperate panic. They scarcely had time to react before being launched away. With barely a single strike, their fates were sealed. As for the ordinary mountain bandits, their demise was even less remarkable. Minutes later, "Hikari, how have things fared on your end?" The two had returned to the carriage, and Dashin, grinning, intended to boast of his exploits, only to be met with Hikari's disdainful retort. "You took that long? I've been back for quite a while. Is it not different? Our adversaries were not the same," Dashin replied, at a loss for words. He then began to reflect on the events that had transpired, conducting a sort of debrief on his combat experience. Apart from the ninjutsu techniques that Kai had personally imparted to him, which were undeniably potent, he could only manage to release a handful of small fireballs and compress them. After all, the quantity of chakra within his body was not exceptionally formidable. Being able to conjure a mere dozen was already commendable. "Since we've arrived, is there any need for furtiveness?" A voice emanated from within the carriage. The siblings were still engaged in conversation about their battle when Kai spoke nonchalantly, causing both to momentarily freeze. The carriage door creaked open, and Kai stepped out leisurely, attired in a white checkered shirt paired with a casual suit jacket, appearing notably dapper today. Upon descending from the carriage, his gaze was drawn to the right front. "Is there still someone here?" Dashin exclaimed in surprise, both siblings instinctively assuming a combat-ready stance. This was something they had previously overlooked. Despite activating the Sharingan, they had failed to notice the presence of others in the vicinity. The immediate thought was whether these individuals were aligned with the bandits. Kai's eyes remained fixed on the area ahead. Yet even now, he could not discern who was there, only feeling an overwhelmingly immense chakra gathering. "It seems we've been detected, Mr. Itachi," a calm voice resounded, and 2 figures gracefully landed upon the path before them. Adorned in black cloaks emblazoned with red clouds, the attire was all too familiar to Kai. However, the crux of the matter lay not in their garments, but in their identities. One of the figures standing there was none other than Uchiha Itachi. It had been over 5 years since they last met. And now, Itachi bore an almost sickly appearance, his body slightly emaciated, coupled with a lack of vitality in his expression. Nevertheless, there was no denying his formidable strength, especially with the presence of another formidable figure beside him. "Kisame, the Sharingan? I never anticipated encountering such circumstances while passing through this area. When I annihilated the Uchiha clan, who might you be?" Itachi took 2 steps forward, initially drawn by curiosity regarding the commotion. However, upon witnessing the emergence of the Sharingan, he assumed they had acquired the eyes of his clan. Only when the Sharingan was deactivated did he realize that they were undeniably members of the Uchiha clan. Yet, assessing their current ages implied that during the time of his clan's demise, these individuals must have been merely 11 or 12 years old. However, he held no recollection of Dashin possessing the ability to awaken the 3-Tomo Sharingan. "Uchiha Itachi." Hikari instinctively called out his name. While she had not witnessed Itachi's execution of the Uchiha clan, she recognized him as a ruthless individual. With wide eyes, she gazed at the man before her, an involuntary fear creeping in her heart. "So? You knew. How is it that you survived the night of the massacre? Tell me, who are you?" Itachi's expression twisted into one of ferocity as he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The Manjiki Sharingan emanating a formidable aura. "I never expected it to be you." It has indeed been quite some time, young Master Itachi. Kai responded with an air of nonchalance, showing little sign of trepidation. He even advanced slightly closer. However, upon hearing this title, Itachi's brow furrowed as he began to recall who this youth before him might be. What a surprise to encounter Mr. Kisame here as well, Kai remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. You recognize me? Kisame, bewildered, questioned why this youth appeared to know him, despite this being their first encounter. His demeanor suggested not fear, but rather familiarity. You are Uchiha Kai? Itachi inquired, his brow furrowed as he mentally traversed the entirety of the Uchiha clan, concluding that only Uchiha Kai matched the figure before him. Tentatively, he posed a question, to which Kai responded with a calm smile and applause. I'm truly surprised that young Master Itachi possesses such an excellent memory. Recalling a trivial figure like me, I had thought we would never meet again in this lifetime, yet here we are. It is unexpected, yet somehow fitting to— Do not call me that. Itachi snapped angrily, refraining from attacking immediately. Itachi, what? Do you feel unworthy of that title? While I harbor no profound sentiments regarding the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, one cannot overlook the fact that 873 lives were extinguished, including those of innocent infants who perished at your hands. TSK, I must admit, I somewhat admire you, Kai retorted leisurely, undeterred by the gravity of the moment. Now was not the time to dwell in the Hidden Leaf Village. Although he had spent a few years living here, he felt no fear confronting Itachi, even if the two of them attacked simultaneously. What of it? Before I make my move, I have a curious inquiry. Why did you survive the night of a massacre? Itachi's clenched fists gradually relaxed as he took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Uchiha Kai. Uchiha Itachi, do you truly believe that all events lie within your control? Or would you care to open your eyes and understand me better? With a slight smile, Kai slowly raised his hands, then clenched his fists tightly, despite his outward appearance concealing the extent of his chakra. In the next moment, he was enveloped by an overwhelming surge of energy. The sheer magnitude of chakra caused even Kisame's eyes to widen in disbelief. Are you not unable to use chakra? With a hint of surprise, you swiftly inquired. That is precisely why I mentioned a tree standing out in the forest will surely be toppled by the wind. Kai, unfazed, retracted his chakra release, not minding a brief conversation with this long-lost acquaintance. With the tips of his toes lightly tapping the ground, a square stone pillar, approximately 40 to 50 centimeters in height, materialized behind him. Kai leisurely seated himself upon it, crossing his legs as he continued. I have never disclosed to outsiders my inability to utilize chakra. I merely stated that my chakra reserves are rather limited. Had it been otherwise, do you truly believe I could have survived the night of the clan's annihilation? Nonetheless, I find great contentment in this tranquil life and wish for it to remain undisturbed. Therefore, in your eyes, Uchiha Itachi, aside from your foolish younger brother, the rest of the Uchiha clan should be considered deceased. These three individuals show no interest in the glory of the Uchiha clan either. However, since we have fortuitously met, let us part ways amicably. I sincerely hope you both can act merely as transient passers-by, allowing us to continue on as though we never crossed paths. The Uchiha clan has already been exterminated. Your existence in this world is unwarranted. As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi prepared to unleash the power of his Manjiki Sharingan. But Mr. Itachi, be cautious. At that moment, Kisame suddenly urged. There was no need for Kisame's warning. Itachi had already sensed the imminent danger and swiftly shifted to the right. Just as he moved, a fireball erupted at his previous location, expanding rapidly into a circular shape before contracting swiftly. The fireball blazed in an extraordinarily vivid red hue, its diameter expanding to nearly 2 meters, leaving a deep oval crater on the ground beneath. Had he not acted in time, that singular assault could have reduced Uchiha Itachi to mere ash. Your reflexes are commendable. This attack was merely a reminder. We harbor no intentions of combat. Should a true conflict arise, I wouldn't mind engaging in a playful duel with young Master Itachi. Kai concluded this statement with a slight smile. His expression remained otherwise neutral, but that demeanor changed as he continued. How many times can you still utilize those eyes of yours? Tsukuyomi is not effective against everyone. formidable jinjutsu requires mental fortitude to sustain. When my mental prowess overwhelms yours, the effects of your Tsukuyami will merely be collateral damage. You should be grateful for not having employed that technique. Otherwise, I would have no qualms about sending you both to another realm. After uttering these words, his expression shifted back to one of indifference. Turning away, he addressed the still combative Deshawn's siblings. Why the formality? Let us depart. Oh, Deshawn appeared utterly bewildered. For him, Uchiha Itachi represented an invincible force. In reality, without Kai's presence, the two would undoubtedly be soundly defeated by Itachi. Deshawn paused momentarily, maintaining his composure, then hurriedly took his place at the front of the carriage. After glancing back to see his sisters settled inside, he gently waved the reins to continue their journey. The previously obstructing earthen wall ahead had now formed a sufficient gap for passage. They paid no heed to the expressions of Uchiha Itachi and his companions standing to the right. Throughout this scenario, Uchiha Itachi refrained from taking action, overwhelmed by a multitude of questions. However, upon hearing Kai's words, his mind was abruptly transported back to the fateful night he orchestrated the clan's demise. The internal struggle, compounded by the sight of living members of the Uchiha clan, invoked a sense of guilt. More importantly, the fact that Kai seemed to possess knowledge of his ocular abilities instilled a sense of dread. This unsettling feeling left him uncertain of how to proceed, or rather, hesitant to act. Mr. Itachi, are you all right? Kisame inquired. Noticing Itachi's dazed demeanor, I am fine, Itachi replied, taking a slow, deep breath before turning to Kisame with a question. What do you think of that individual's strength? Terrifying. Kisame responded without hesitation. Yet, Itachi could only shake his head in resignation. During the initial assault, his Mangeki Sharingan had detected an overwhelming presence of energy surrounding them, indicative of similar attacks already being locked onto their positions. That it was only then that he realized the gravity of their situation. He had failed to notice when the opponent had performed any hand seals. Yet there were at least 100 energy attacks poised to annihilate everything in their vicinity. This realization was the primary reason Itachi had refrained from engaging in combat. However, as they distanced themselves, those energies gradually dissipated, indicating that Kai had never intended to fight them at all. Mr. Itachi, that person must also be from your Uchiha clan, correct? Wazti had said that all were exterminated. Why then do we still see 3 individuals alive? Kisame queried, genuinely perplexed. I am uncertain, Itachi replied, grappling with the memories of that fateful night, unwilling to revisit the actions he had taken. Yet his thoughts were inexorably drawn back to why he had spared those 3 lives. When he had confronted them, a sudden fire had erupted in Uchiha Kai's home. Despite his unease, he had later checked to confirm 3 corpses within, leading him to dismiss the matter. After all, they were merely 3 inconsequential individuals. Reflecting upon the past, Itachi began to question the authenticity of those corpses. Why had they lain there if he had not killed them? In light of the current situation, discovering surviving members of the Uchiha clan was not solely a source of surprise and anger. There was also a measure of unexpected joy. Yet, in the presence of Uchiha Kai, the deep-seated desire to eliminate them lingered, primarily due to concerns for Uchiha Sasuke's safety. Let us depart. After a moment's contemplation, Itachi silently continued down the path ahead. Kisame trailed behind, unsure of what to say, but curiosity soon got the better of him. Are we not going to kill them? We have our mission to attend to. I believe it best not to complicate matters further, Itachi replied, not bothering to look back. Dismissing the idea without a second thought, he was still trying to unravel the mysteries surrounding the situation, particularly how those 3 had evaded death on that fateful night, and how they had managed to escape the heavily fortified Konoha. Who had aided their escape? What was the true extent of Uchiha Kai's power? Had he been concealing his strength from the very beginning? The weight of these unanswered questions pressed heavily upon Uchiha Itachi, leaving him bewildered. The carriage continued its journey along the relatively smooth road, moving approximately 1 or 2 kilometers away from the earlier site. Inside the carriage, In could no longer contain her curiosity and leaned forward, fixating her gaze on Kai. There were many questions she wished to voice, yet she was at a loss for words. The key was that he lounged there, legs crossed over the front seat, eyes closed as if on the verge of slumber. Brother Kai. That was Uchiha Itachi. Wasn't it? Why did we not eliminate him? We could avenge the entire Uchiha clan. At last, Ink could no longer contain the doubts that stirred within her and inquired, does the fate of the Uchiha clan, whether it be annihilation or survival, hold any significance for you? Kai, without opening his eyes, calmly responded, at the very least, he has slain Aunt Yun. For that alone, he is beyond forgiveness. Finally opening his eyes, Kai turned to gaze at the slightly enraged Ing and remarked, I have the power to save you. If circumstances allow, I could certainly also bring Aunt Yun back. Ah! Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Dashin, who was driving the carriage, perked up his ears to listen. If Aunt Yun were to join us, it is likely that none of us would have survived to this day. Her death fills me with sorrow. However, you must understand one crucial fact, which I have never before disclosed to you. Aunt Yun could indeed be considered a ninja, albeit a low-ranking one. Yet, she was the most militant faction within the Uchiha clan, harboring deep resentment towards both the village and the Uchiha family. Thus, should we bring her along, our lives would be far from tranquil, and I must prioritize your safety. Consequently, I can only silently accept the predetermined fate of the Uchiha clan. As for whether the others live or die, it bears no relevance to us. Regarding Uchiha Itachi, I hold no animosity. As long as he does not turn against us, I am indifferent to his identity. Moreover, eliminating him could incite considerable trouble, a complication we simply do not need. Kai elaborated, noting that despite the siblings' enduring gratitude towards Aunt Yun, given the years that have elapsed since those events, the emotions surrounding her death had inevitably dulled. The reason Kai was reluctant to engage in any conflict with Itachi was to avoid unnecessary alterations to the current course of events. After all, if that future Sasuke were to seek him out, with his current capabilities, would he not find himself relentlessly pursued for half a year? Though he did not fully grasp the implications of Kai's words, she understood one sentiment, that it was for the sake of the two of them. Overwhelmed, she felt a sharp pang in her heart, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she leaned against Kai. Dashin, driving the carriage, took a deep breath, striving to suppress his own unbidden tears. Reflecting on the myriad events they had endured, the siblings had always relied on Kai for their survival, be it the financial assistance during their childhood or the preparations made during the clan's massacre. And even after that, as he bore the burden of caring for them both, not only had he patiently guided their education, but he had also ensured they lived carefree lives, after calming his previously tumultuous emotions. Dashin chuckled to himself before cracking the whip, urging the horses to hasten their pace. The landscape of Konoha Village appeared unchanged from several years prior, with no signs of the Uchiha clan's presence. Yet the overall semblance remained familiar. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, now sporting a multitude of gray hairs, sat as usual in his office, one hand clutching a tobacco pipe, leisurely gazing at the circular crystal ball before him. Merely observing would suffice, yet the old man's complexion grew increasingly flushed. Through his gaze, the crystal ball revealed a rather revealing scene within a bathhouse. Just as he became engrossed in the spectacle, a bird suddenly fluttered outside the window. Sensing the commotion, Hiruzen knocked the ashes from his pipe, placed it gently on the desk, and rose to open the window. The bird, however, showed no signs of haste to depart. The third Hokage seized the bird, bringing it closer to inspect a small note attached to its leg. After retrieving the note, he released the bird back into the sky. Upon glancing at the contents of the note, the usually composed third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. He furrowed his brow and immediately called out, "Summon someone. Lord Hokage, what are your orders?" A masked figure entered the room, kneeling before the third Hokage. "Inform Danzo to come here at once." Understood. The Umbu operative departed with remarkable speed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, once again scrutinized the note, murmuring to himself, is it possible that there are still survivors from the Uchiha clan? Before long, Danzo entered the Hokage's office, leaning heavily on his cane. It felt as familiar to him as returning home. Danzo, now wrapped in bandages on his left arm, head, and right eye, approached the chair nonchalantly and inquired, "Hiruzen, why have you summoned me? During your tenure overseeing the Uchiha clan as casualties, did you observe anything amiss? Or were the numbers of the deceased consistent with your records?" Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned. Who can possibly remember such details? Danzo replied dismissively. Take a look at this. The third Hokage handed him the note, then resumed packing his pipe with tobacco, lighting it and taking a drag before speaking again. Danzo examined the note, his expression mirroring Hiruzen's earlier disbelief. Can you confirm this information? He asked gravely. The information is undoubtedly accurate, which is why I summoned you to inquire about the discrepancies in the Uchiha clan's body count. Hiruzen replied. Such a revelation would have been unimaginable in the past. After all, the village was heavily guarded, and even if any had survived, measures would have been taken to eliminate them. Yet now, the existence of survivors who could leave the village unscathed was a notion they had never considered. Danzo's brow furrowed in contemplation. They had meticulously confirmed the death toll within the Uchiha clan, initially believing that the missing numbers were merely casualties of destruction. However, based on the information at hand, this discrepancy seemed to align that if memory serves me right, Uchiha Kai was the exceptional young man who trained under Might Guy and excelled in taijutsu. If that is the case, the identities of the other two should be easily ascertainable. One of similar age, the other around 12 or 13. Such inquiries could surely be resolved within half a day. However, I see no need for such investigations. If the contents of this note are genuine, it is highly likely they are headed towards the land of waves. I will dispatch someone immediately to eliminate this threat. As Danzo spoke, a sinister grin crept across his lips, and he stood to leave. Yet at that moment, the third Hokage slowly rose, pressing both hands firmly on his desk. Danzo halted, turning to inquire, Do you require something further? Handle it discreetly. Fear not. I shall ensure it is dealt with thoroughly. The third Hokage's demeanor shifted upon learning that survivors from the Uchiha clan still existed. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke, as long as Uchiha Itachi remained alive, the village of Konoha would dare not act against him. However, the situation beyond the village was far less certain. It was clear that the information likely originated from Uchiha Itachi himself. Regrettably, the account merely delineated their numbers along with the name of one Uchiha Kai. Furthermore, it failed to mention any matters regarding their prowess, only indicating the direction they were heading. After all, how much information can a mere scrap of paper convey? The land of waves borders the land of fire, separated by approximately 500 meters of ocean. The distance is not particularly vast, as the land of waves is essentially an island, directly adjacent to the land of fire. Uchiha Kai and his two companions opted for a horse-drawn carriage for their journey, undoubtedly to conserve chakra. After all, one cannot save what they do not expend. The sole drawback, however, is the sluggish pace, advancing merely over 100 kilometers in a day. For ninjas, traveling at full speed could cover such a distance in approximately an hour. Even with breaks, a ninja squad can traverse swiftly. Lord Kai. We seem to have reached an impasse. It appears we must proceed on foot. With the sudden halt of the carriage, and drew back the curtain and spoke to the others. Before them lay a path completely obscured by trees and underbrush. However, the salty tang of the sea was already perceptible in the air, which was notably more humid than in other regions. Ah, have we arrived? Sitting up and stretching leisurely, Kai appeared utterly drowsy. Throughout the journey, he had alternated between walking and sleeping, as his daily life was far from leisurely, though he had settled in one place. His routine consisted almost entirely of training, and even when he did not train himself, he was responsible for the training of two others. Thus, his daily existence was both tense and fulfilling. This explains why they had chosen the slower method of travel by carriage rather than the more rapid ninja movement. Even Ing shared a similar sentiment, relishing the opportunity to rest during the journey. With their lack of urgency, there was no need to lead a life as frantic as one might imagine. As they opened the carriage doors, both descended from their respective sides. The road seemed to reach its end, yet the tracks left by previous vehicles suggested otherwise. Jinjutsu. Kai immediately sensed something amiss. The roadway ahead had been ensnared in an illusion, intended to halt their progress. To encounter such troubles merely days into their journey was truly exasperating. Kai sighed, and the others were still in a state of confusion, while Kai called out, Is anyone there? Lord Kai. What are you? Sichin began, but Kai did not respond. He made a gesture for silence, swiftly formed a hand seal, and with a slight smirk, thrust his palm forward. Declaring, "It seems there is no one here." With a decisive grip, Kai clenched his outstretched hand. Instantly, a powerful shockwave erupted throughout the forested area. The crimson sphere contracted inward, and in the blink of an eye, the once verdant expanse transformed into a desolate landscape. The area that had been dense with trees was now a flat terrain, marred by numerous indentations. The attack had not produced any explosive sound. It was a mere ripple of shockwaves dispersing through the air. There are still a few alive. Their strength appears rather commendable, Kai observed, noting 4 masked figures on their right. However, one of them was in dire straits. His right arm completely severed at AS for the casualties of Kai's earlier attack. Aside from themselves, likely no one else would know. What a formidable assault! N's eyes widened in astonishment. Kai had taught him this technique. Yet his own control was woefully inadequate. He had not anticipated such terrifying power emanating from Kai. Too, wore an expression of disbelief. The siblings could easily surmise the extent of Kai's formidable abilities. But having never experienced it firsthand, this revelation was striking. The sheer magnitude of the attack left Kai seemingly unscathed. Though astonished, In quickly realized that these individuals might have been targeting them. However, he had sensed nothing prior. Instantly, he shifted into a state of alertness. "I didn't expect the news to travel so swiftly. Konoha truly regards us highly," Kai remarked nonchalantly, then addressed the figures before him. "You must be from Naruto, correct? Retreat." The masked individuals had no desire to engage further, having realized they were no match for him. With this understanding, their only course was to return and report. "Is that how it will be?" Kai raised his foot, but before it could touch the ground, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of them. The root members gasped in shock, while Kai coolly inquired, "Care for an explanation?" "Wind release." It seemed prudent to forego any explanations. Observing that they had no intention of conversing and were instead preparing to attack, Kai comprehended their intent. With a sigh, he wove between them with blinding speed, appearing to let them go. However, upon returning to the carriage, Kai found a gleaming dagger in his hand. Standing beside the carriage, he sheathed the dagger, preferring this weapon over kunai, as it was far more manageable. Yet, as he sheathed the dagger, the root members made no move to escape. Shortly thereafter, one of them gingerly touched his neck, silently removing his mask, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips. Blood began to seep from his neck. And as Kai opened the carriage door, the others collapsed to the ground in unison. "Get in. The next battle is yours. Unless something extraordinary occurs, I shall refrain from intervening," Kai declared as he stepped into the carriage and seated himself. "Understood, Lord Kai." N's heart raced with excitement and anticipation. His rigorous training had yet to yield substantial progress. Although Kai had always been there for sparring, the prolonged experience of being outmatched had left in feeling somewhat reclusive. As for Ing, the young girl could only manage a wry smile as she sat in the carriage, savoring the refreshing sea breeze, which was not far from the shore. After the initial wave of attacks, the path ahead became clear, revealing the distant coastline. "Brother Kai, you didn't ask about our purpose here during the journey," Ing inquired, her curiosity piqued after the earlier events. "Of course, we are here to earn some money. There is a wealthy individual in the land of waves, though I hope he is still alive," Kai replied, eyes closed as he contemplated the current timeline. If all went according to plan, they should still be able to make it. However, having spent so much time in a region devoid of ninja activity, they had lived rather comfortably, yet remained woefully uninformed of external affairs. "Lord Kai, we are not far from the seaside. Without a connecting bridge, I fear the carriage must remain here." The towering mountains gazed upon the lengthy descent that seamlessly connected to the seafront. As he surveyed the landscape, there were no bridges in sight, and he turned to speak over his shoulder. "It's all right. After all, the distance is not too great." In truth, from this vantage point, one could indeed discern the distant island of the land of waves. Although there was a considerable gap, the expansive island was still clearly visible. "Excuse me, could you tell me where Cardo resides?" Upon arriving at this island in the land of waves, it appeared rather diminutive from the outside. Yet to his surprise, once on the island, it revealed itself to be quite charming. The surrounding environment exuded a comforting ambience. Unfortunately, it seemed that life here revolved almost entirely around the sea, resulting in a rather monotonous way of living. With scarcely any lively areas, upon reaching a village, it was indeed a rare encounter to see another person. Kai, with a gentle and warm smile, approached a man from one household to inquire. The man, upon observing Kai's dashing attire, could easily surmise its considerable worth, undoubtedly belonging to someone of noble standing, and guessed that he was likely associated with that fellow Cardo. Yet, not daring to resist too strongly, he could only politely respond, "I'm sorry, I'm not sure." The man who was about to depart immediately turned back into his house, slamming the door shut behind him. This left the three onlookers utterly bewildered. Uchiha Kai. His survival skills were commendable, yet he severely lacked in perception in this regard. He was woefully inadequate, capable of detecting only those hidden within a 200 to 300 meter radius. He could employ both earth release and wind release techniques to sense entities at greater distances. However, those were solely applicable to fellow ninjas, as their chakra could resonate with his own, allowing for detection. The situation was entirely different with ordinary individuals, relying on these two methods to sense someone. Who could discern who was who? On such a vast island, locating a specific person proved to be quite the challenge for the trio. From what he recalled, Cardo should have been a well-known figure on this island in the land of waves. They had intended to casually ask someone for directions, yet they encountered this unexpected result. "Lord Kai, shall I inquire further?" Deshawn stepped forward, exuding confidence as he addressed Kai. "What are you doing?" "We're merely searching for someone. Not looking for trouble. If he refuses to answer, we can simply ask another person." Kai rolled his eyes, exuding a sense of exasperation. He was uncertain as to where such thoughts had originated. "Brother Kai, what kind of person is Cardo?" As the three turned to leave, preparing to seek out other households, incuriously inquired while walking. After all, since their departure, they had only known they were here to acquire wealth, or perhaps seize it from others. Yet thus far, they remained unaware of the identity of their target. In response to Ying's question, Kai refrained from providing a direct answer, instead smiling gently at her. Subsequently, the trio made it a point to inquire at each household they passed. However, the responses they received were remarkably consistent. Each individual exhibited strong resistance. Some would simply shut their doors, ignoring them, while others remained tight-lipped. And a few even brandished weapons as if ready to attack. In any case, after questioning a multitude of people, they ultimately gleaned not a shred of information. After half a day's effort, it felt as though they had squandered their time. Yet, despite the refusal of everyone they encountered, Kai maintained a positive attitude, showing no signs of anger or dissatisfaction. It seemed that the time was drawing near as they approached the next house. Kai suddenly pondered this question. While walking towards the dwelling, he wore a broad smile. "Lord Kai, have you found a solution?" Deshawn asked earnestly. Having known each other since childhood, they were relatively well acquainted, especially when Deshawn noticed the slight upturn at the corner of Kai's mouth. He could surmise that Kai had devised a plan "It seems I've thought of something." "Really?" Ing exclaimed, her face lit with excitement, but soon felt somewhat shy as she asked, "Can we perhaps eat first? We haven't had a bite since this morning, and I'm so hungry." "No problem." Kai ruffled her hair affectionately as they arrived at the front of the house they had spotted. The dwelling was rather ordinary, reflecting the overall living conditions in the land of waves, which were quite similar across the board. The somewhat dilapidated house had 2 children playing outside. The door stood ajar, and the aroma of cooking wafted from the courtyard. "Hello there, little ones." Kai approached with a warm smile, kneeling down to converse with the 2 children who were engrossed in their game with pebbles. "Brother, do you need something?" The little girl appeared somewhat timid, likely having only just noticed the approaching figure after being absorbed in play. Upon seeing Kai's smiling face, she quickly scooted closer, sitting down on the ground. Her expression tinged with a hint of fear as she asked, "What is it?" "I apologize for interrupting your fun. I've just lost my way and have been wandering for a day without finding my destination. Could you tell me if you know where a certain Mr. Dasna lives?" "He-yes, the gentleman known for building bridges in this country." "Grandpa Dasna. What do you want with him?" The little girl inquired again. She appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, dressed in tattered clothing, with even holes worn into her knees. The little boy, only 2 or 3 years old, seemed blissfully unaware of any potential danger. merely sitting quietly and observing the visitors, that I'm truly sorry. Yes, it is indeed Dasna we seek, that we hail from the capital of the Land of Fire, and we've heard that Mr. Dasna possesses exceptional building skills. We wish to enlist his help in constructing a larger house in the capital. Kai continued to smile warmly, producing a stack of money from his pocket that appeared to amount to at least 100,000 Rio. For a family like theirs, this sum would surely be beyond their wildest dreams, perhaps even their entire life savings. The woman cooking inside, having heard the commotion outside, curiously peeked out. Yet, upon seeing the trio's lavish attire, her immediate reaction was to wonder if they were affiliated with Cardo, causing her to instinctively pull her children behind her in a protective manner. "Mommy, they're just asking about Grandpa Dasna's whereabouts. And they're from the capital of the Land of Fire. They want Grandpa Dasna to help them build a house," the little girl explained, peeking out from behind her mother. "That you're not with Cardo?" Then, the young woman queried, her face reflecting a mix of fear and concern. "Cardo, you must be referring to the wealthy merchant from the Land of Waves, right? This is our first visit to the Land of Waves. Although we've heard of Cardo, we truly are not associated with him, that we have come solely to find Mr. Dasna. I got lost when I entered the Land of Waves, and only know he lives by the sea. I thought the Land of Waves was not particularly large, but it seems exploring it requires considerable effort." Kai patiently explained, then extended the stack of money in his hands, saying, "Our time is quite valuable. So, if you could help us save some time, consider this a token of our gratitude." Perhaps it was the fear that women instill in them that prompted Kai to take a step forward. Placing the money he held upon a nearby stone, and then retreating 2 steps to allay their suspicions. The women's gazes were predominantly fixed on the money, their breaths quickening involuntarily as they swallowed hard. Licking her slightly parched lips, one of them hesitantly inquired, "Is what you say true?" "Of course. Perhaps it was the power that money brings." The woman hurriedly stepped forward, swiftly grasping the money in her hands. She then raised her hand, gesturing toward the distance, saying, "The location of Izuna is straight ahead, approximately 3 miles from here. The large bridge has already been constructed for several dozen meters, and if you walk along the seaside, you should be able to see it not too far ahead. His house is right at the bridge's entrance. Moreover, he is the only resident in that area, so it will be easy to find." The woman spoke candidly, divulging everything she knew without any concealment. "Thank you," Kai replied with a slight smile, bowing politely in gratitude. He then turned and began walking in the direction indicated by the woman, followed closely by the 2 siblings. "Mom, does this mean we won't have to go hungry anymore?" "Yes, tomorrow I'll buy you some candy." The voices of the family in the back room echoed out. However, for the 3 who had already departed, they paid no heed to their conversation. It was astonishing that the citizens of a nation could live in such a manner. If it were all due to that Kado, it hardly seemed plausible. The Kingdom of Waves was entirely surrounded by tranquil seas, and relying solely on seafood should have allowed them to lead a relatively decent life. Furthermore, the surrounding waters were completely calm, posing no danger whatsoever. As for their means of livelihood, that was not something Kai concerned himself with. Following the direction indicated by the woman, the 3 advanced directly along the coastline, although there were no formal paths. The beach area connected seamlessly to the distance. Before long, from a considerable distance, they could already see the silhouette of a bridge extending for dozens of meters. "That IT really exists," Ing exclaimed, pointing towards the distant bridge. Though still quite far away, its form was unmistakable. However, she immediately began to retreat while questioning Kai. "Brother Kai, aren't we supposed to be looking for someone named Kato? Why are we suddenly searching for that old man with a name starting with Da?" After inquiring so many people, no one could tell us where Kato was. Rather than continuing this way, wouldn't it be better to go ahead and assess the situation, lying in wait for an opportunity? "You understand, when we turn around." They continued chatting as they walked, savoring the sensation of the sea breeze against their faces. However, the seaside was accompanied by a distinct fishy odor. For those who had not lived by the sea for long, this scent was quite difficult to acclimate to. As the 3 walked on, they left behind a trail of clear footprints in the sand. It was merely 2 or 3 miles, and even on foot, it wasn't a great distance. Standing at the bridge's entrance, they gazed at the wooden structure that had been erected. Although it was only a portion of the entire bridge, or perhaps just the beginning, its exquisite craftsmanship truly left one in a W. And no wonder he was a master craftsman. Suddenly, as they admired the scene before them, Ying's stomach audibly grumbled. "Brother Kai, can we find somewhere to eat first?" Ying pouted, appearing somewhat feeble as she asked. "Let us go to his house then. However, please refrain from calling my name once we arrive. They should be around at this time," Kai replied. "Who is it? Why does it matter? Let us go," Kai said, leading the two towards the nearby house. In this vicinity, there was indeed only that one house in the distance. Dazuna's residence was partially built over water and partially on land. True to his reputation as a master in architecture, the house he constructed was remarkably elegant in appearance, with a pathway leading directly to the road. If that old man were not wealthy, it was clear he had exquisite craftsmanship that deserved commendation. "I apologize for the intrusion. May I ask if anyone is home?" As they walked along the wooden path and arrived at the door, Kai did not knock, but rather politely called out to inquire. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the door swung open instantly to a child, appearing to be quite young, greeted them, followed closely by a young woman, undoubtedly the child's mother. "I am sorry. Do you need something?" the woman asked. "I sincerely apologize. We are merchants from the Fire Nation's capital. We intended to observe the fishing industry here in the Kingdom of Waves. But we became somewhat lost. We Haven Tea had a drop to drink since morning and were wondering if we could have a meal here." Kai inquired politely, quickly adding, "We can pay for it." Realizing they were distant guests, the woman immediately smiled and graciously invited the three inside. A tea this moment. They happened to arrive while she was preparing a meal, and given the delicious aroma wafting from within, it was difficult to refuse. After all, they had come here for this very purpose. "Thank you," Kai said, bowing slightly, embodying a gentlemanly demeanor, which took the woman by surprise. The two siblings followed suit, bowing as well. And then, under the woman's guidance, they stepped into the house. Before entering, they removed their shoes and stepped into what could be considered the living room in their socks. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Kai couldn't help but internally lament, "So, they really are here." Yet he was not overly surprised. After all, based on the time, it was precisely when they expected to find others present. Kai. Inside the house were not only the woman. Several people were seated, engaged in conversation while awaiting their meal. Among them, the most striking figure was a masked man with white hair. Kakashi. He wore a forehead protector from the Hidden Leaf Village. And beside him sat three little ones. Initially, the unexpected guest did not pique their interest, but upon seeing the newcomers, Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment, and he quickly rose to his feet. "I apologize. These are the previous merchants from the Fire Nation's capital, who came to investigate matters regarding the marine products but got lost, so they will be dining with us today," the woman promptly explained as she led them in. Considering Kakashi and the others were present, "Guests from afar, since you've come all this way, please take a seat." Although the newcomers appeared youthful, their attire was certainly eye-catching. The elderly man seated at the far end, wearing glasses and sporting a scruffy beard, stood up to politely invite them to sit. Given his age, he was undoubtedly Dazuna. "I truly apologize for the disturbance. I hadn't anticipated so many people here today." "No need to worry about it. The more, the merrier," Dazuna chuckled. Waving his hand dismissively, he seemed unconcerned with Kai's apologies. Meanwhile, Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Kai, while he had not encountered the other two. After all, with the number of ninjas in the Hidden Leaf Village exceeding 20,000, it was inevitable that many were unknown to him, especially those from the Uchiha clan. Kakashi certainly could not know them all. "Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong?" Upon seeing Kakashi's appearance, Naruto Uzumaki immediately expressed his confusion and inquired. At the same time, he noticed Guy, whose visage felt familiar. However, as the years had passed, his memories had gradually grown hazy. For Kakashi, he too suspected he might have mistaken someone. After all, the Uchiha clan had been entirely annihilated that fateful night, and Uchiha Kai's name was among the deceased, in such a vast world. It was not uncommon to encounter one or two individuals with similar appearances. "I am Dazna. May I inquire how to address you, young sir?" Dazna asked with a smile upon seeing the three seated there. I am Suki, this is Yamashita, and the other is my sister, Hikari. Once again, I extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Dasna, for your hospitality. Kai responded politely, bowing his head slightly low. So you are Suki. There is no need for such formality here. However, you mentioned you are involved in the seafood industry. Yet there aren't many engaged in such pursuits in the land of waves these days, Dasna remarked. That is precisely why my family sent me to investigate. We have always collaborated with the land of water, but currently, that nation has begun imposing restrictions on seafood, and prices have skyrocketed. Therefore, I thought it prudent to assess the situation in the land of waves, which is relatively close. Today marks my first day here, and I did not expect to encounter ninjas from Konoha, Kai said, casting a glance at Kakashi and offering a slight smile. Young Suki bears a striking resemblance to a little fellow I once knew. I am curious, how did you deduce that we are ninjas from Konoha? Kakashi inquired with a squint and a smile. Certainly, it was through this, Kai replied, pointing to his forehead protector. Truth be told, I have had dealings with Konoha. I visited it 2 years ago to undertake a C-rank mission, which required ninjas to escort a shipment of goods into the royal capital. Thus, I am well aware of the identities of your ninjas. His nonchalant delivery left Yamashita and Hikari wide-eyed. It was remarkable how effortlessly he spun such a tale. Had they not lived with Kai, they might have believed his words to be true. Given that a village receives numerous missions annually, even Kakashi, an elite Jainin, might not know the specifics of every single task, rendering any casual mention of such matters highly credible that I see. However, the Land of Fire must also have individuals engaged in seafood fishing. Why choose to come to the Land of Waves? Kakashi queried cautiously, despite the extensive conversation. Simply put, it is about cost, Kai stated candidly, proceeding to elaborate, as living conditions in the Land of Fire improve. Finding inexpensive labor has become increasingly difficult. The Land of Waves, however, has seldom interacted with the outside world, effectively severing many connections. Therefore, establishing seafood collection here could prove more cost-effective than hiring locally in the Land of Fire. While it might be more economical to stay in the Land of Fire with fewer quantities due to savings on transportation, when dealing with larger volumes, the balance shifts considerably. For us merchants, the pursuit of profit is paramount. Exploiting others for profit, is it? The brash individual was clearly Uchiha Sasuke, whose face bore an infuriating expression. Sasuke, mind your words, Kakashi quickly interjected, turning to Kai with a smile and adding, I apologize. I hope you do not take offense. Not at all. However, it seems this young lad has limited understanding. Since fate has brought us together, I do not mind sharing a bit more, Kai responded, maintaining his smile as he regarded Uchiha Sasuke, with the others equally curious, including Dasna, eager to hear what Kai had to say. What a merchant truly is, first and foremost, is someone who knows how to engage in trade. Our role is to buy goods, transporting them from one location to another for sale. In this context, we could potentially offer something beneficial to the people of the Land of Waves, ensuring that everyone can reap rewards. Unlike the current situation where some families struggle to put food on the table. Once they acquire the skills to manage their own trades, they can reject our terms, indicating they no longer rely on anyone for survival. This is commerce, initially enabling this impoverished nation to gradually become self-sufficient while we attain what we desire. For instance, what can you little ninja accomplish if I offered you 100,000 Rio to take a life? Would you accept? I wager you would not, for you possess sufficient wealth to avoid such risks. Yet, what if it were 1 million Rio, 10,000 Rio, or even 100 million Rio? If you refuse, there will undoubtedly be others willing. If someone is prepared to accept over 10 million Rio, then there will be those willing to undertake the task for 1 million Rio. This exemplifies a disparity in the times. Do you comprehend? Kakashi found himself no longer questioning Kai's identity. After all, the clarity of his explanation was undeniable. The unwillingness to engage in certain actions often stems from the abundance of resources one possesses. Those merely striving for survival are compelled to grapple with even the smallest of benefits. The most astonished were Yamashita and Hikari, as Kai's words profoundly challenged their understanding. When had the one they followed become so adept in commerce? What was he even saying? Naruto Uzumaki wore a perplexed expression. though he dared not voice his questions aloud, opting instead to whisper to Kakashi beside him, "I have learned much. Indeed, as Mr. Suki stated, if possible, please assist the citizens of the Land of Waves, as long as the price is reasonable." I believe many here would be willing to accept. Dazna earnestly addressed Kai, seemingly devoid of any skepticism regarding his merchant identity, but I must say, Kai's approach was quite effective. Judging by his attire, he truly resembled a merchant. His extravagant clothing exuded an air of trustworthiness. "I sincerely apologize for keeping you all waiting." During their conversation, Dazna's daughter-in-law, the woman who had attended to Kai and the others earlier, entered with a platter of dishes. She politely set on the table and turned to fetch more, eventually placing a large bowl of rice before them. After they had eaten their fill, Kai turned to the elderly man and inquired, "Mr. Dazna, may I ask if we might stay here for a few days? It would be prudent to understand the seafood situation in the Land of Waves before departing." He then produced a thick stack of money from his pocket, respectfully placing it before Dazna while stating, "We are prepared to pay a fair amount for our stay. 500,000 Rio. This sum is indeed substantial." Hikari felt a pang of sympathy, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. "I asked their problem?" Kai inquired, observing Dazna's momentary stupor. "No, not at all, Daiti. It's just that Mr. Suki's stay here poses no inconvenience. As for the payment, I believe it is unnecessary to be so formal." Dazna began to push the money back towards Kai, but Kai promptly waved his hand, declining. "During our conversation, I have come to admire your endeavors, Mr. Dazna. Yet, if you believe this arrangement is inappropriate, let this payment serve as a donation towards the construction of the bridge in the Land of Waves." "Is that truly so?" If this money is purely meant for him, then the old man might feel somewhat hesitant to accept it. However, if it is designated for the construction of the bridge, it seems to carry an entirely different connotation. Regardless, the bridge is indeed being constructed by them, and the expenses incurred throughout the process will undoubtedly be substantial. With a sum of 500,000, they could at least make significant progress on numerous matters. Therefore, I shall not be impolite. You may stay here for the next few days, and I will arrange for a room for you shortly. Although the accommodations may be rather humble, I hope you will not take offense." Dazna chuckled, revealing a broad smile, as he accepted the money without a hint of reluctance. "Mr. Dazna, you are being overly formal. If possible, I would appreciate your assistance in seafood matters in the future. However, I must clarify that my visit this time is merely for a few days to assess the local seafood situation and determine whether it meets the needs of our family, as well as to understand the pricing arrangements. Therefore, I apologize for the inconvenience during my stay," Kai reiterated politely. The manner in which he spoke only served to enhance the old man's fondness for him. Yet, throughout their conversation, including during the meal, Kakashi, the sly one, remained watchful. After more than 5 years, appearances had certainly changed. While there were remnants of familiarity in his features, they evoked a sense of recognition that was ultimately elusive. The Uchiha clan's annihilation left no room for speculation about the return of the deceased. "Kai, why are we staying here? And why spend so much money? If we fail to secure funds this time, we'll be left with nothing upon our return." After their midday meal, Kai casually concocted an excuse to step outside and soon led the two siblings away. Meanwhile, combat had already commenced on the bridge. The clashes between ninjas were of little concern to them. Their sole focus was on acquiring funds, rendering everything else irrelevant. Thus, they had no intention of intervening on anyone's behalf. "Stay a few days?" "I had no intention of doing so today as for the financial aspect. Worry not. If all goes well, we should be able to find him by tomorrow," Kai stated, having unknowingly distanced himself several miles from the bridge. However, he lingered on a stone by the sea, gazing towards the bridge, shrouded in mist. Although the specific battles were obscured, remaining there allowed him to anticipate forthcoming events. Wind release. Wind sensor. Closing his eyes, he formed a simple hand seal, and a gust of wind rushed toward the bridge. In that moment, he could clearly perceive the overall situation on the bridge, including those in the vicinity who possessed chakra energy. "I found it." Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Based on what he learned during lunch, Kakashi and his team had just arrived to execute their mission. They would need to wait at least half a month, if not longer, for the target to appear. They simply had no time for such prolonged waiting. "Did you find it, Lord Kai? Is it the one called Kato?" Ashin inquired from behind. "Close enough." Kai remained seated, unfazed as the battle on the bridge continued unabated. However, during his sensing, he detected another group nearby. 3 individuals, resembling a small team, lurking in the vicinity of Dazna's home. He had not sensed them upon arrival, thus unaware of their presence. Yet, it was reasonable to deduce they were also sent by the Leaf Village, likely tasked with safeguarding the precious Naruto from being abducted. "Master Zabuza, are you all right?" Within a dense thicket, in a rather inconspicuous small house, a figure clad in black attire, hair tied back simply, and wearing a ninja village headband, knelt beside the bed. Upon seeing the man slowly awaken, a look of concern washed over his face. "It seems this mission is indeed proving challenging." Zabuza, lying on the bed, took a deep breath, his expression deepening as he rubbed his chest, feeling the pain. Glancing at the bandages covering his body, he sat up and declared, "Next time, I will surely succeed. I have faith in you, Zabuza-sama." "Yes, next time we'll definitely succeed. So let us go together, Haku." "Understood." Haku quickly rose, pouring a glass of water from the nearby table and hastily bringing it to Zabuza. "You must rest well for now. In a few days, we can approach that Kato fellow to explain our situation. I did not anticipate facing the copy ninja Kakashi. It seems we will need to negotiate a higher price." Zabuza's face darkened with seriousness, gripping the cup tightly without drinking. Ignoring his injuries, he stood up to stretch his shoulders, eyeing the large sword propped against the wall, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he grasped the hilt. "Kato is someone I doubt would raise the price," Haku remarked as he stood up. "Humph. If he does not comply, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them," Zabuza proclaimed. "That sounds quite resolute, but might I inquire where Kato resides?" Zabuza raised his sword toward the door, and just as he spoke, another voice emerged from outside. The small house, constructed simply from wooden boards, lacked proper soundproofing. Suddenly hearing voices from outside, Zabuza furrowed his brow and swiftly pulled the door open. 3 figures stood at the threshold, whom Zabuza regarded as mere children. Their presence bore no hint of malice, nor could he sense any chakra emanating from them. "Who are you?" Haku swiftly dashed out of the house, positioning himself protectively in front of Zabuza, his expression grave as he assumed a fighting stance. Directing his gaze at Kai and his companions, "We won't disclose our names, nor are we interested in your identities. We simply wish to know where Kato resides or his current whereabouts. After inquiring extensively, it has been quite a headache to find anyone willing to inform us." Kai replied with a warm demeanor, resembling a neighborly older brother addressing Haku. "Why waste words with them? Eliminate them," Zabuza commanded Haku directly. This is rather dull. Rin, go engage him. Practicing your skills will be beneficial. However, do not use chakra. The opponent is an ice shield ninja, so be cautious. His most formidable attack is the demonic mirroring ice crystals, which traps individuals within a reflective surface. Its flaw lies in being stationary, so as long as your speed and reaction time are sufficient, it poses no threat to you, Kai instructed Rin while providing information on the opponent. This information, once spoken, left Haku wide-eyed in shock. Although the 3 of them appeared weak, they possessed a clear understanding of his abilities and the strongest attack at their disposal. "Ashin, ensure that the fight remains fair," he urged. Taodi Zaibujan, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Hidden Mist Village, is a beleaguered soul, perpetually toiling for the sake of money. Currently injured, he poses no threat as long as he refrains from intervening in the conflict at hand. Should he choose to act, however, he shall be dealt with swiftly. Kai spoke to Deshaun with an air of indifference. The reason for his words was straightforward. He aimed to instill psychological pressure upon his adversary before the battle even commenced. Understanding the opponent's combat style would render the ensuing conflict almost meaningless. In a scenario where both parties possess equal strength, knowing the opponent's tactics could lead to an almost invulnerable position. "Who are you, truly?" The disdain that once adorned Tao Dizai Bujan's visage was replaced by a serious expression. The absence of a ninja headband on his opponent's forehead confirmed one thing. He was undeniably not a ninja. After all, even a rogue ninja would typically wear the headband corresponding to their village. serving as a symbol of identity. While instances of foregoing such adornments do exist, they are exceedingly rare. May I inquire again? I have stated my lack of intention to engage in combat with you two. I merely seek the whereabouts of a certain individual. Is that too much to ask? Kai queried. Given that you have found me, it is evident that you are aware that Kato is my employer. Under such circumstances, how could I possibly betray him? However, the true extent of our strengths can only be revealed through combat. Even at this juncture, Zaibu Zhan maintained his habitual demeanor. Very well. However, we are not far from Konoha, and I presume you would prefer to avoid trouble. Thus, what shall we do? Kai pondered. Suddenly without warning, formed hand seals with remarkable speed and unleashed a flurry of ice needles that hurtled towards him. Although the attack was formidable, it was intercepted as it instantaneously appeared before Kai and executed a powerful kick, shattering all the ice needles into fragments. The one you seek to battle is me. Since Brother Kai has already made arrangements, we harbor no intention of taking your lives, so please engage with me. Ing declared earnestly, her earlier ambush fueling her ire. Ice release, Bai seemed to acquiesce to the battle. However, before he could complete his seals or utter another word, Ing propelled herself forward with great force, leaving only an afterimage in her wake as she surged toward the androgynous figure before her. Upon closing the distance, she launched a kick, forcing Bai to evade defensively. His release of ninjutsu was interrupted, but as he sensed the gap in Ying's defense and prepared to strike, she executed a powerful downward kick. Boom! Fortunately, Taodi Zaibu Zhan swiftly grasped Bai's attire and yanked him back just in time. Ying's attack crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater approximately 1 meter in diameter. Such force, if it had landed on a person, would surely result in grievous injury, if not death. Seizing the moment, Bai hastily performed hand seals. Ice release. 1,000 killing water needles, with a forceful thrust of his right hand. Thousands of ice needles coalesced around him, all aimed squarely at Ying's position. In the face of this sudden and fierce onslaught, Ying retreated rapidly. Yet the ice needles seemed to pursue her relentlessly, freezing the ground in their wake. As the needles closed in, Ying exerted herself and leaped into the air. Fire release? Alas, that won't do. Brother Kai forbids the use of ninjutsu. As she began to form seals, Ying recalled Kai's instructions to engage in combat using only her physical prowess. Recognizing this as an opportunity for growth, she decisively abandoned her ninjutsu. Descending rapidly, she launched herself toward Bai at an astonishing speed. Just as she neared him, her form split into 3, with each iteration approaching Bai from different angles. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. With arms outstretched, she began to create mirrors that formed an enclosing barrier. The mirrors turned inward to attack, while those facing outward created a protective enclosure. Bang! The multiple images of Ying converged in midair, and she continued to descend with tremendous force, delivering a kick to the uppermost ice crystal. While the sound was not particularly loud, the surrounding ice crystals began to fracture. Bai, trapped within the ice, paled visibly, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Throughout the confrontation, Taodi Zaibu Zhan remained vigilant, his focus divided between the battle and the potential threats posed by Kai and Ishan. Stop! Recognizing Bai's defeat, Kai called for a halt to Ying's impending assault. I apologize, Master Zaibu Zhan. I have lost. Both parties ceased their actions, and Ying quickly retreated to stand behind Kai. Bai, resembling a delicate young woman, bowed his head apologetically to Zaibu Zhan. You are quite formidable that I can disclose Kato's location to you. However, I am curious as to why individuals of your caliber seek him out, Zaibu Zhan remarked. His expression icy as he took a few steps forward to address Kai. He was eager to gauge Kai's abilities, but sensed intuitively that this young man was not to be underestimated. What do you want with him? Kai, caught off guard by the question, hesitated but replied earnestly, I am out of money. Nanny. Zaibu Zhan's lips twitched slightly, but recognizing the strength Kai possessed, he inquired, Do you intend to take a mission from Kato? Not interested. Rather than accepting a mission from him, why not simply kidnap him? I've heard he is quite wealthy, reputedly among the richest in the world. Surely he possesses a considerable fortune. After all, he engages in no noble pursuits. Eliminating him would only serve my interests. Kai remarked nonchalantly, as if robbing him were a trivial matter. Zaibu Zhan's eyes widened in astonishment at this audacious proposal. Ninjas must not harm civilians. That is a fundamental taboo. You, a rogue ninja, dare to speak such words. Have you any idea how many innocents have perished at the hands of ninjas during years of warfare? The number is unfathomable, yet you think anyone cares? Kai was taken aback by the moralistic rhetoric emanating from Zaibu Zhan, leaving him momentarily speechless. What is the reward for this task? As Zaibu Zhan appeared lost in thought, Kai, holding a favorable impression of him, patiently inquired, once more 0.5 million Ryo. Truly. How about we collaborate? I could offer you 5 million Ryo as well. In any world, such a sum could undoubtedly sway a hero's resolve. It was indeed remarkable that someone like Zaibu Zhan would humbly accept missions. Observing his demeanor, Kai deduced that he was likely in dire need of funds, having sustained injuries and exerted considerable effort. If he doesn't participate, who will compensate him for the task if it is completed? I am in agreement. Tao Di Zaibu Zhan responded expressionlessly. How wonderful this is. It saves us the trouble of inquiring about where he resides and then searching for him. You can lead us directly there. Kai's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke. After finishing his words, he leisurely approached Bai. Tao Di Zaibu Zhan, puzzled, braced himself, wondering what this fellow intended to do. To his surprise, Kai looked at the youth, who bore a resemblance to a girl, and said, "Fetch me 2 ice cubes. I wish to observe the proportionality of the ice release structure." Bai paused momentarily, then lifted his head to glance at Zaibu Zhan. Perhaps receiving a silent cue from the latter's gaze, he began to prepare. Wait a moment. Kai quickly interjected, closing his eyes briefly before suddenly opening them wide, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan. Zaibu Zhan's eyes widened in shock as he took a step back. Even Bai felt a flicker of curiosity. Although he was unaware of the situation unfolding, he could, however, sense the immense power emanating from Kai, stirring a slight fear within him like tea that moment. Kai declared, "All right, let us commence." Through his Sharingan, he aimed to discern the process of chakra condensation within the other's body, while also possessing the ability to replicate the number of individuals present. Yet this capability held little significance for Kai. What truly intrigued him was the principle and proportion of the ice release. As Bai meticulously formed a diamond-shaped ice cube in his hands and politely presented it to Kai, the moment Kai grasped it, a chakra sphere coalesced at the center of his palm, causing the ice cube to levitate within it. Minutes passed, and Kai's lips twitched, his expression contorting further. "Damn it," he cursed, clenching his other fist. Others observed Kai's gritted teeth, sensing his simmering anger, though they were oblivious to the cause. Dajan stepped forward, asking, "Lord Kai, what has transpired?" His face was a picture of bewilderment, genuinely at a loss regarding the events unfolding. It was rare for Uchiha Kai to exhibit such a demeanor, prompting concern among them. "This is ice release. This is ice release." Kai shouted exuberantly, "I'm going to crush this sphere and the ice within." He displayed a pained expression, then abruptly turned to grasp Dajan's shoulder, exclaiming, after a year of experimentation, "I never anticipated this would be so simple." Dajan appeared speechless, while Bai and Tao Di Zaibu Zhan exchanged glances, feeling a sense of incredulity. Was Kai perhaps suffering from some sort of affliction? "Kai, are you all right?" Ing inquired with curiosity. Of course. "I am," Kai replied, lifting his right hand and promptly closing his eyes at the center of his palm. Both water and wind chakra began to materialize. Cautiously, he started to blend them in a careful proportion. And in no time, an icicle began to form in his hand. "Zaibu Zhan," Bai exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Tao Di Zaibu Zhan's internal composure seemed to shatter in an instant. When did bloodline limits become so effortlessly attainable? "Kai, the ice!" Ing gasped, suddenly filled with excitement. "Truly impressive, Lord Kai. I never imagined you could condense something like this," Dajan murmured. "Aha! No more worries about the scorching summer heat and lacking cold drinks." Kai grinned broadly, his exhilaration palpable as he gazed at the ice in his hand. "You couldn't have gone to such lengths just to enjoy cold drinks in summer, could you?" Zaibu Zhan asked incredulously. "What else could it be? This technique may lack offensive power, but its utility is extensive. The sweltering heat can be unbearable. Yet with this skill, life shall be much more enjoyable. That I must admit. I envy you for having such a useful companion by your side." He is merely my tool, Zaibu Zhan retorted, casting a glance at Bai before altering his tone. Perhaps you should sell me your tool? Kai regarded him with bemusement, then casually inquired. Zaibu Zhan glanced at Bai, who was also watching him. After a moment's hesitation, Zaibu Zhan replied, "Not interested, but I am rather intrigued by you. It has been said that the Uchiha clan has been eradicated. You must be one of their remnants, right? I encountered a little Uchiha earlier, and now here stands another. Quite surprising." Huh. Surprising events abound. Some destinies are uncontrollable. However, discussing this is futile. It won't be long before night falls. Should we not embark on our journey to see what our benefactor looks like? Kai dismissed the matter, directly addressing Zaibu Zhan. Given that Zaibu Zhan is injured, Dejan, carry him and let him be our guide. Understood. Without allowing Bai to finish his sentence, Kai outright rejected the suggestion. He turned to Dejan, who had just positioned himself before Zaibu Zhan, only for the latter to refuse, stating, "No need. If you're in such a hurry, then go ahead, but let me remind you, Kato is flanked by numerous ninjas, the strongest of whom may already be joined. In my current state, I cannot offer much combat capability. When have you ever needed a fight?" Truly self-absorbed, Ing rolled her eyes, her expression one of mild disdain. It truly is him. On the bridge, Kakashi released the carrier hawk he had been holding, and upon examining the message from the village in conjunction with the three merchants purportedly from Chengdu, he immediately grasped their identities. Kakashi was utterly astonished. Upon first glance, he felt he recognized them without a doubt. Yet, so many of the Uchiha clan had perished, and even Uchiha Kai's name was listed among the deceased. How could he possibly have returned from the dead? Stunned, he rose to his feet, frowning deeply that he never anticipated that Konoha would issue a command to eliminate him. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, he called out, "Kai, let us have lunch together." At Hokage Rock, Kakashi observed the melancholic expression on Might Guy's face, and with a gentle smile, inquired, "I'm sorry, Kakashi, but I have other matters to attend to." Might Guy, shrouded in gloom, turned without hesitation and leaped off Hokage Rock, leaving only Rock Lee standing behind. Kakashi remained oblivious to Kai's situation and was about to inquire, but Lee interjected, "Kakashi-sensei, Kai-sensei is usually like this on this day. He must be reminiscing about his late brother, Kei." Hearing Lee's words, Kakashi recalled that this day marked the anniversary of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Lost in thought, he gazed up at the sky, pondering, "Kai, how would you confront such a situation?" "Dejan, it seems we landed from this side, correct?" He observed a luxurious structure resembling a palace nestled halfway up the mountain. Though the sun had just set, the interior was already ablaze with light. Such a magnificent edifice was truly breathtaking. Wealth certainly has its advantages, yet Kai appeared utterly speechless as he turned to gaze toward the distant shore, raising his hand to point in that direction while asking Dejan. Ultimately, the three of them found themselves a loss for words. Clearly, they had landed at this very location. With eyes wide open, one would surely have noticed it with a simple glance. Yet, after expending so much effort, they found themselves back where they started. It indeed seemed they had come from that direction. The towering figure of DSH and also twitched the corners of his mouth slightly. Clearly, they belonged to the most formidable faction among the eyes. Yet none of the three crucial individuals possessed a gaze. Had any one of them merely cast a glance around, it would not have required such exertion. It seems the matter had likely concluded shortly after their arrival in the morning. "Have you been here?" asked he. "ODZ, I have not." "Are you certain that K-Do is here?" Kai's expression instantly turned frosty. It would be absurd to disclose to others that he had indeed come here, yet failed to see anything that he is indeed here. But there are numerous guards on duty. That cautious fellow K-Do has even set up several hidden sentinels. And cautioned. When Ibn first arrived here, he had already begun to observe the situation, remaining vigilant against that individual while undertaking his mission, genuinely concerned that K-Do might turn against them once their task was complete. Gazing at such an opulent mansion, their group circumvented a small earthen slope and approached the steps directly. The height of the steps connected seamlessly with the villa ahead. Even the lights flanking the stairs exuded a gentle glow. Yet it was also evident that the outer perimeter was heavily secured, with each guard clad in sleek black suits. The patrolling personnel, wielding batons, numbered at least 100 AS for the ninjas. Eliminate every single one. I will handle the outer guards, while DSHN will take care of the internal ninjas. However, do your utmost to spare the ordinary individuals within. After all, we are unfamiliar with K-Du's appearance. It would be unfortunate to mistakenly kill him, Kai stated, raising his right hand to form a hand seal, then extending it forward. Water release. Infinite barrage. Previously, Kai had deemed this ninjutsu to be rather trivial, as it only radiated within a fixed range. However, the current situation was markedly different. At an elevation of approximately 10 meters above the ground, every 50 meters a water sphere emerged. Once he confirmed that all areas surrounding the villa were covered, Kai clenched his fist with determination. In the next moment, torrents of water were released rapidly, launching outward like bullets. This method of attack was ideally suited for fixed positioning, transforming the entire vicinity into a wasteland at an astonishing speed. The greatest advantage of this assault was its utter silence, rendering it a rather discreet approach. Witnessing Kai unleash his power for the first time, Zi'ibin's eyes widened in surprise. In a mere blink, over 100 individuals lay lifeless on the ground. Within 30 seconds, the scent of blood permeated the entire area, the crimson liquid beginning to flow down the steps. The perimeter has been secured, Kai declared, then began to ascend the steps. The others followed closely behind and observed the traces of the recent attack on the ground, noting that even the marble slabs bore numerous perforations. This demonstrated the unrestricted nature of the earlier assault. Yet this also constituted the attack's most significant flaw. Within the affected area, hardly any living beings remained, as the onslaught had enveloped the region in a perfect circle. Each water sphere covered a radius of 50 meters, allowing for a dense barrage that could silently eliminate anyone within that range. As they ascended, the stench of blood intensified, becoming almost nauseating. Blood trickled down the edges of the steps. And witnessing this scene, Bai appeared visibly shaken. He frowned, his gaze fixed on the expressionless youth before him. Truly extravagant, upon pushing open the grand doors and gazing into the brightly lit hall. It was undeniably a pinnacle of architectural beauty, especially the grand chandelier that hung above, which could only be imagined as exceedingly costly. "Who are you?" As Kai surveyed his surroundings, he couldn't help but express his admiration, only to be met with a loud inquiry from the guardian stationed at the door. Peering through the open entrance, he was about to scold the intruders for their presence when he noticed the ground outside littered with bodies. Though the blood appeared less conspicuous in the night, the overwhelming stench surged into the hall as the door swung open. "Stop them!" The guard in the black suit shouted urgently. The once quiet hall was soon filled with the hurried sounds of footsteps. DSHN brandished two double-edged daggers, swiftly dispatching the two guards at the door in the blink of an eye. "Bai, you go lend a hand," ZIBZN commanded. "Kai, I'm going to help too," Ing exclaimed, unable to restrain herself as she charged forward. Outside, there were 100 individuals, yet to their astonishment, the vast villa harbored even more. Furthermore, there were several ninjas present. After all, this was the land of waves. A country devoid of ninjas. Even those ninjas procured through wealth were woefully inadequate in strength. Nevertheless, they were still superior to ordinary folk. Kai and ZIBZN continued their advance at a leisurely pace. Ahead, 3 individuals engaged in a chaotic struggle. Yet within this villa, the majority were still merely commoners. Although Kai had previously instructed that ordinary people should be captured alive, the men in black suits, with their brutish appearances, clearly were not K-Do himself. Thus there was no need for leniency. With swift, decisive strikes, they fell like chickens. Amidst the chaos, some ninjas, engrossed in their own tasks, glanced nervously at the approaching pair. By the time they attempted to unleash their ninjutsu, blood had already gushed from their throats. That I am curious as to why, when ninjutsu is available, one would resort to such close combat methods. ZIBZN observed, noting that both DSHN and Ing primarily relied on taijutsu, swiftly dispatching foes with their daggers. Given the circumstances, wouldn't it be more efficient to unleash a powerful jutsu in a duel between masters? Victory could be determined in a heartbeat. For instance, if you engage me while you're forming seals, I could simply kill you. Thus, What necessity is there for ninjutsu to resolve battles quickly? However, this method allows them to hone their combat skills more effectively. Kai replied nonchalantly, yet his demeanor shifted to seriousness as he turned to Z. You should know K-Do, right? Yes. Hurry and locate him. We cannot afford to mistakenly eliminate him. Understood, although Z. did not consider them allies. They were nonetheless bound by circumstance. Thus, he nodded earnestly. Just as he took a step forward to seek out K-Do, two figures leapt down from the upper floor. They appear to be in their 30s or 40s. With the lead figure crossing his arms and wearing a disdainful smirk. It's one thing that you have failed to complete Lord K-Do's task, but to think you would dare to betray him? If word of this spreads, who would trust you with another mission? The leader inquired, his gaze dripping with contempt, despite knowing Z-Ibn was a Jainin. Unfazed, Z-Ibn was about to respond when the man lowered his arms and stuffed his hands into his pockets, declaring, "But it matters not. You shall all die here today." As his words fell, two of the 4 or 5 individuals behind him surged forward, while the remaining ones swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. 3 successive attacks unfolded, and one cannot help but commend the level of control exhibited. It seems these 3 individuals were likely comrades even before arriving here, with the enhancement of wind release. Fire release escalated in potency, reaching at least a new echelon. Water release. What a farce. At this juncture, retreating would have been the wiser choice rather than expending so much effort, as one observed the relentless determination of the man, known as Zabuza, to press forward. Kai seized his collar and abruptly yanked him out the door. Boom! Just as the two exited, a tremendous inferno erupted at their previous location, engulfing the doorway in flames and sending debris flying in the shockwave. The fire release. Firefly explosion. Upon hitting the ground, Kai swiftly formed hand seals. As he unleashed his power, a series of small fireballs surged into the room, albeit in lesser quantity than before the occupants could even react. He clenched his fist, and in the next heartbeat, a silent explosion occurred once more. Even this opulent villa suffered damage, its edges seemingly sheared away, particularly in the front area, which appeared on the verge of collapse. The absence of load-bearing pillars caused the structure above to emit a creaking sound. This maneuver erased the smoke released by the previous attack in an instant. Upon re-entering, the ground was marked by 4 or 5 substantial craters, with only one shoe-clad foot remaining as evidence, while all other traces disappeared entirely. Hivira, one could hardly believe this fellow met his demise so easily, gazing at the solitary foot that lay at the edge of the crater. Clad in a black leather shoe and paired with a striking red sock, Zabuza could not help but reflect. "Oh, you know him?" Kai inquired with curiosity, an erstwhile elite ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. He had proven formidable, yet it was surprising that he met his end here. As he spoke, a sense of relief washed over him for not having crossed blades with Kai. After all, had that been the case, he likely wouldn't have survived that last attack. Not only that, but even the prior assault involving water droplets would have been beyond his endurance. One could hardly fathom the extravagant techniques displayed in both water and fire releases. Upon entering, they discovered that Daisan and the others had also concluded their battles. The ninja had perished, and the remaining ordinary folk, gripped by fear, lay prostrate on the ground, clutching their heads, and one concerned themselves with their plight, as they posed no threat and thus warranted no attention. "You lot should find a place to wash up." Kai approached Daisan and Hayu, whose garments were thoroughly soaked in blood. Their faces and hands bore the brunt of the carnage, rendering the scene almost unbearable to behold. "Where is Cardo?" Zabuza coldly inquired as he approached a man sprawled on the ground. In the bedroom. In the bedroom." The man, too terrified to raise his head, pointed a trembling finger toward the direction of Cardo's quarters. In such a vast villa, locating a single individual amidst numerous rooms could be arduous for ordinary folk, but for them, it was but a trivial task. Confirming the direction, the 5 of them commenced their journey toward it. However, Zabuza, the last to depart, continued weaving hand seals as he walked. Water release. Water clone. Instantly, a clone emerged from his side, seizing the decapitating sword from his hand. In the next moment, A cacophony reverberated from the second floor of the hall. Even the ordinary individuals who had surrendered could not escape the impending doom of tea that very moment in a dimly lit chamber. Had it not been for the moonlight filtering through the glass, one would be unable to see even an inch in front of them. In the corner behind the bed, a lecherous man in his 40s huddled, accompanied by a young girl who appeared to be in her teens. Yet, judging by her attire, the footsteps outside grew increasingly closer, each step seemingly announcing the approach of the Grim Reaper. The woman within the room began to stifle her cries in terror. Pressing her hands to her mouth, yet paralyzed by fear, she curled up against the wall. This tense atmosphere did not linger long, as the footsteps abruptly ceased, just as a smirk of satisfaction crept across the man's face. Believing the intruders had departed, the door to his room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. Smack! A sharp sound echoed, followed by the illumination of the room's lights. In that moment, they could clearly see one another. The woman's eyes widened in terror, and without caring for her state of undress, she instinctively sought to flee. Puff! Just as she reached the midpoint of her escape, Kai raised his right hand. Extending his index finger, and with a flicker of chakra, it pierced through her skull like a bullet. "Who on earth are you?" The old man, cowering in the corner, exclaimed in panic. "Once again we meet, Mr. Cardo." Zabuza entered the room, his expression devoid of warmth as he addressed the naked old man. "Toby Zabuza, how could it possibly be you?" Perhaps overwhelmed with emotion, Cardo's voice cracked. "I regret meeting you under such circumstances." "Mr. Cardo," Kai interjected politely, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing slightly, embodying the grace of a gentleman. "Is there truly a need for such formalities at this juncture?" Zabuza found it difficult to comprehend Kai's demeanor. Having already dispatched the enemies, why engage in such elaborate courtesies? "We are here to request your assistance. Certain formalities must be observed." Kai replied with a slight smile, taking a few steps forward before plopping himself down on the somewhat odorous bed. Yet, perhaps out of disdain, he pulled the sheets aside. "Who are you really?" Zabuza pressed on. "You mentioned coming to ask for my assistance. Go ahead. As long as it is within my power, I shall oblige." Cardo stood up, unabashed despite his state of undress. Though young, Hayu exhibited no signs of embarrassment, promptly exiting the room. "I hear you are quite wealthy, so I would like to borrow a bit. What do you think?" "Mr. Cardo?" Kai inquired with a smile, tossing Cardo a piece of clothing from the bed. Cardo, a man who had amassed considerable wealth, had likely encountered similar grand situations before. Initially fearful, he gradually began to reclaim his composure. Donning the attire, albeit merely a bathrobe, he maintained an air of arrogance as he demanded, "What sum are you seeking? Since Mr. Cardo has already spoken, I trust you wouldn't mind leading us to your treasury." Kai replied leisurely, raising a finger at Cardo before beckoning him. "There is no need for such formality. Simply state your desires, and I shall grant them." Cardo, not foolish enough to fall for such tactics, recognized that the astute businessman within him was being exploited, that he swiftly continued, "How about this? 100 billion Rio." The mere mention of such a staggering figure left both Zabuza and Kai wide-eyed. As they had never encountered such wealth, much less seen it, they had exerted tremendous effort for a mere 500 million Rio in their previous agreement, which paled in comparison to this astronomical sum. "It is well known that Mr. Cardo is the foremost tycoon in the world. We have traveled from afar. What say you?" Kai remained composed as he inquired, but in the blink of an eye, his eyes transformed into kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and an overwhelming aura instantly filled the entire room. Not only did Kato feel it, but even Zabuza sensed the immense pressure. However, standing behind Kai, he was oblivious to what had transpired. "I did not come here to negotiate with you, that if I so wished, I could simply take the time to search both the upper and lower floors myself. But such a cost might entail Mr. Kato accompanying your little girlfriend to another world for some amusement, or perhaps Mr. Kato could personally lead us there, saving us some effort. What do you say?" Kai posed the question once more. The inexplicable pressure, combined with the power flickering in the other's eyes, made Kato swallow hard. The arrogance he had painstakingly built up moments ago was swiftly shattered. Faced with the choice between wealth and life, he now prioritized his own survival. Given the other's decisive nature, it was evident that this statement was not mere intimidation, that "I will take you." Kato's hands trembled, revealing that the once imposing old man was far from his imagined dominance. Staggering out, he tightened his bathrobe before leading a few individuals from the room. Remaining inside, he had no idea of the situation outside, only sensing impending danger. However, upon stepping outside and witnessing the scene below, terror erupted in Kato's eyes once more. He was astounded to find that everyone had perished. This was something he had not anticipated. Kato's room was on the third floor, yet he was surprised to discover a small door on the side of his chamber. Upon opening it, he was met with utter darkness. However, as the switch was activated, a narrow staircase extended downward. The length was no less than 50 or 60 meters, indicating that this fellow's treasure trove lay at least several meters underground. Following his lead, the group began descending the staircase. As the lights at the bottom flickered on, they revealed a relatively large space. Yet, it was devoid of anything except for a lavish door at the forefront. The intricate carvings on it appeared to be crafted from gold, but concerning what lay beyond, Kato entered a password on the side panel, a technology that could be deemed advanced even in this era. Approaching the door, he twisted the massive handle twice. Just as all eyes were fixated on the moment, unexpectedly he slammed down on the central red button. The door began to rotate at an astonishing speed. "Kai, that guy seems to have gone in." Ying's expression was one of utter bewilderment. She could hardly believe someone could enter right under her nose while they remained outside. "This bastard has played us all." Dasha exclaimed, rushing forward to incinerate the door with fire ninjutsu. However, after the attack, the door remained unscathed, its cold surface unchanged. Interesting, Kai had not expected Kato to possess such cunning. Clearly, he had designed an escape route from the very beginning. "What now?" Zabuza inquired. "Honestly, I never intended to kill you. You brought this upon yourself." Kai's eyes began to morph into kaleidoscopic Sharingan once again. Although the iron door could block ninjutsu, it could not obstruct perception. Despite his limited sensory abilities, perceiving through a thick iron door posed no challenge. Space. Utilizing the power of his right eye, Kai blinked and vanished from his position. Zabuza's companions widened their eyes in astonishment. However, when they noticed that Dasha and Ying's gaze remained unchanged, they could only stand in silence, awaiting the outcome. Creak, creak. Shortly after, sounds of rotation emanated from within, and the heavy iron door began to slowly open. The sight that greeted them left everyone utterly dumbfounded. As for Kato, he lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless. So much money! Dasha's eyes widened, yet he hesitated to step forward. Swallowing hard, he uttered in a daze, "Zabuza-sama." I was witnessing such a magnificent scene for the first time. The sheer amount of money would require them a year or two to count if they were to do it themselves. Though Zabuza felt a twinge of envy, he could only smile wryly and shake his head. "Just the portion we agreed upon." His tone was notably gentle, and I nodded in agreement. The sight within the room was nothing short of a treasure trove. The space appeared quite expansive, easily measuring 100 or 200 square meters, with shelves lining the walls, laden with various precious items. Some artifacts were so rare that they had never even laid eyes on them. But in the center of the room, not to mention the piles of gold coins in the back, the sheer volume of cash stacked in front was staggering. It could easily amount to trillions. "What are you all waiting for? Come in," Kai called out. Noticing the others still dazed, he began to explore the items displayed on the shelves. Most were golden artifacts of considerable value, alongside some rare items, many of which he did not recognize. "Kai, with so much money, we will never have to worry about finances again," Ing exclaimed excitedly, leaping onto the mound of cash. This pile was at least 1 meter high, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters long, with every note being 1,000. The total was certainly in the trillions, and the gold coins were even more impressive. Kai-sama, there seems to be too much here. The scrolls we brought might not suffice. Dasha assessed the scene roughly, pulling out 3 or 4 scrolls and presenting them to Kai. "Indeed, it is insufficient," Kai acknowledged without denial. He then turned to Zabuza and smiled slightly. "Mr. Zabuza, you can take a bit more, and if possible, would you like to join us? Let's leave it at that. We will only take the agreed-upon portion. We have no intention of joining you." Zabuza declined without hesitation. "Oh, what a pity. The agreed 50 million will have to do. I never anticipated such a sum. I'll give you 200 million instead. Least you 1T have to continue to struggle with your adorable little brother and can find a stable place to live. The world of ninjas is not something you can navigate easily. Your weakness is your greatest vulnerability. Kai genuinely held a favorable view of the two, not wishing for them to meet an early demise. Thank you very much. Zabuza remained unperturbed, but he recognized that Kai was quite principled. Not willing to take a single extra coin, he had already agreed to the 200 million. However, it seemed this group was so impoverished they didn't even possess a scroll. Fortunately, there were some boxes present, and the two of them each carried away 2 boxes of wealth under the watchful eyes of the three, that whether they wanted more was their own affair. But as for the remainder, Kaisama, everything has been packed. Although the scrolls could not hold it all, there isn't much left. I'll carry what remains. In less than half an hour, the entire treasury had nearly been depleted. As for the scrolls, they were given. Now, on the ground remained a large backpack measuring approximately 1 meter in diameter and at least 50 to 60 centimeters in width. One could easily surmise its considerable weight without much thought. We did not seem overly anxious. Instead, we took a moment to inspect the room for any other valuable or entertaining items to take along. After packing everything, we intended to rest here properly, and you could indulge in a comfortable bath before setting off early tomorrow morning. Kai spoke lightly, and as he hoisted the backpack, the vast treasury was left with only the unmistakable corpse of Cardo. Why hasn't he returned? On the bridge, having received today's news, Kakashi found himself unable to sleep. Sitting there, his gaze was fixed on the direction of the Dasna household. Initially, he thought that Uchiha Kai and the others would surely return. But as time passed, their absence became more pronounced. Although he could not ascertain what had transpired, a sense of unease gnawed at him. Knowing their identities, he could deduce that they were certainly unrelated to the so-called seafood. Their encounter was likely a mere coincidence. The pressing question remained: what were these 3 individuals aiming to achieve in the land of waves? After pondering for a considerable time, he still could not fathom their intentions. As midnight approached, Kakashi stood up, preparing to leave and return. Yet he subconsciously noticed a figure on the distant sea. Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Despite the distance and the unclear view, he could confirm that it was indeed the individual in question. It appeared that he was traversing the sea from the direction of the Fire Country. Uncertain of the circumstances, Kakashi leaped off the bridge, landing deftly on the water surface, and swiftly began pursuing Zabuza. Lord Zabuza, someone is following us. After finally reaching the territory of the Fire Country, they too spotted the figure on the sea. Ignore it. Let us go. Zabuza sighed in resignation, aware that if the pursuer was determined, they would inevitably catch up. After all, the two of them each carried 2 boxes, which severely limited their speed. Regardless, he decided to see whether the individual was indeed pursuing them and began running diagonally. However, before they had run even 2 miles, the scene before them, illuminated by the moonlight, caused them to halt in shock. The once sprawling forest had been transformed into a grim tableau, clear evidence of a devastating ninjutsu attack. Lord Zabuza, there's a scent of blood. After stopping, Haku warily scanned their surroundings. The bloodied air required no further reminder. Zabuza, observing the traces on the ground, was instantly reminded of the recent battle. The attack Kai had unleashed at the entrance bore striking similarities to the evidence before them. Before they could exchange more words, Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of them. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on their actions. The scene before them was truly staggering. Through a reflective point, Kakashi swiftly appeared on the ground and picked up a discarded item, a Konoha ninja forehead protector. Despite the singe marks, Kakashi recognized it immediately. Was it from the umbu or the root? Kakashi frowned, surveying his surroundings, muttering to himself. Until now, he had not paid attention to who had been following him. Now that they stood before him, Zabuza easily recognized Kakashi's identity. Kakashi, I am quite curious as to why you are following us. Zabuza inquired, his expression cautious. Haku instinctively positioned himself in front of Zabuza, as usual. However, this time Zabuza seemed to have other ideas, pulling Haku back and moving closer to Kakashi, given the current circumstances. Defeating Kakashi would not pose much difficulty for Zabuza and Haku. I merely wish to ascertain your intentions. I didn't expect you to survive yesterday. It seems that little girl must have played a role. Correct? Kakashi questioned. Little girl? Haku responded, momentarily at a loss for words that we will no longer obstruct your mission. After all, the one who issued the task is dead. So for me, this assignment is naturally over, but we intend to leave. Are you really looking for another fight? Zabuza set down the 2 boxes he was carrying and assumed a battle stance. What did you say? The issuer of the task is dead. Kakashi found it hard to believe, sensing that it might be a smokescreen. Indeed, all members of the Cardo Guild have perished, Zabuza stated nonchalantly. You killed your employer? Kakashi exclaimed incredulously, oh, not jest. We would never engage in such acts, but it does not mean others wouldn't. Though he had some involvement, he was not responsible for Cardo's death. He had no desire to shoulder that burden, for such a reputation could lead to significant trouble. Was it Uchiha Kai and his companions? Kakashi connected the dots, immediately envisioning the entire scenario. His curiosity about Uchiha Kai and the others and their purpose in the Land of Waves suddenly made sense. Their aim was indeed monetary gain. I am afraid I have no obligation to divulge that information. If you wish to know, you will have to investigate yourself. If you desire a fight, then let it be so. If not, we shall take our leave. Zabuza expressed his disinterest in further entanglement. Despite his curiosity about Uchiha Kai, he suspected that their intentions were not dissimilar to his own, that a person who was both ruthless and intelligent was someone Zabuza preferred to avoid encountering again. Seeing Kakashi make no move, Zabuza turned, hoisting his box, and said to Haku, "Let us go." Kakashi stood alone, unable to address the scene before him. Yet he had other matters to contemplate. Carefully surveying the area, he tucked the forehead protector he had just retrieved into his pocket, then suddenly dashed off towards the direction of the Dasna household. Ultimately, their mission could be deemed concluded. After all, the masterminds behind it were all dead, and even those who executed the task had departed. Thus, remaining here served little purpose. Nonetheless, while this mission had reached its end, messages from Konoha's Hokage had yet to cease. Uchiha Kai had come to the Land of Waves. Should the opportunity arise, eliminate all Uchiha. This was the mission directive. Whether it would be executed was another matter, but Kakashi still wished to meet that individual. The dilapidated villa was likely the result of the antics of those 3 peculiar individuals. A gruesome scene unfolded before them. With 100 to 200 corpses strewn about, the stench of blood overwhelming. It was astonishing that they could manage to spend a night here in relative peace. As for bathing, that could be understood. However, being able to sleep indicated a remarkable resilience of spirit. As dawn broke, the 3 of them each carried their respective burdens, having concluded their looting of the treasury. They discovered that the villa still housed numerous valuable items, including decorations and more. The young girl, Ing, even rifled through the belongings of the deceased, ensuring that none escaped her scrutiny. In reality, the profits were not substantial. But with nothing else to occupy their time, why not? Only Dashin bore the heaviest burdens, while Kai also carried a large parcel. These items were undoubtedly quite weighty, yet for them, it felt as light as holding mere sheets of paper. It was merely a slight inconvenience. Why, Lord Kai? Allow me to carry what you have in your hands, Dashin suggested, as it was not particularly heavy and his left hand was free upon leaving the villa. The 3 did not exhibit any urgency. Rather, they strolled leisurely along the path. As they approached the seaside, Dashin promptly spoke to Kai that there's no need. Let's just continue as we are, since the distance is not great. I only hope our carriage hasn't been stolen, Kai remarked, considering they had left the carriage unattended for over a day. Its current status was uncertain. This outing has truly been fruitful. We need not worry about finances any longer. I shall buy an exceptionally large bed and relish the comforts of life. Ing had already begun to envision her future lifestyle. At this juncture, Kai expressed a tinge of regret, noting how splendid the chairs back at their place appeared. Lamenting their inability to transport them. If only we could carry back their chairs and furniture. With such wealth, we could always commission replicas later. Dashin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Cardo was indeed a man who knew how to indulge in life's pleasures. The furnishings within the house were extravagant, especially those on the 3rd floor, which would likely fetch no less than 1,000,000 taels on the market. Yet, as Kai pointed out, they simply could not manage to take them back. Should we consider hiring 2 cooks upon our return? That way, we could train undisturbed without the hassle, Kai inquired. As Ing had always shouldered the cooking responsibilities, the 2 men had never attempted such tasks, often opting for dining out instead. Fortunately, the street was not particularly far away. I think that is a good idea, Dashin replied. Absolutely not, Ing immediately retorted, puffing out her cheeks in irritation and glaring at the 2. Do you think my cooking is inadequate? Not at all. We merely wish to allow you more time for cultivation. I refuse. Cooking is one of the few opportunities one have to relax and enjoy myself. So this matter is non-negotiable. Ying's thoughts were wholly focused on this. Compared to the grueling training, she preferred to take advantage of moments of respite to indulge in leisure. Finding 1 or 2 servants in such a large house would pose no significant challenge. After all, the cleaning could be euphemistically referred to as training, albeit a rather tedious endeavor. Delegating such tasks was entirely reasonable. One cannot be expected to manage everything personally. Well, let us postpone this discussion until we return. We set out today, and it'll be at least 4 or 5 days before we're back, Kai said, one hand holding the parcel while the other affectionately ruffled Ying's hair. As they spoke, their feet tread upon the surface of the sea, and walking on water felt no different than walking on solid ground. The trio continued their jovial conversation, now situated at locations diametrically opposite to where Dasna resided, one in the northeast and the other in the southeast. Both being among the closest points to the land of fire. The carriage is still here, and the 2 horses remain as well. They had not yet disembarked, and from a distance, they could see the horses grazing. Before departing, they had deliberately loosened the horses' restraints, leaving them unbound. Hence, concerns about theft of the horses or carriage arose. Given the substantial amount of money they possessed, even a mere plate of cold noodles seemed trivial to them. Owning a carriage would indeed simplify their journey, sparing them the burden of lugging around cumbersome items. Indeed, I can hardly believe the horses and carriage are still here. It's fortunate this desolate area sees so few visitors. Dashin, who had been looking down, immediately raised his head upon hearing this, and he too noticed the horses and carriage. I've traveled such a distance. The sky is brightening, though the sun has yet to appear. Nevertheless, everything is becoming increasingly clear. I'll go fetch the horses. Dashin gently set his load down, causing a noticeable tremor, for his large parcel was filled predominantly with gold coins and artifacts, weighing at least 700 or 800 pounds. He then turned and began to approach the grazing horses. However, just as he was within 5 meters of them, Dashin suddenly retreated swiftly, his expression turning serious as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Seeing her brother in such a state, Ing quickly dropped her belongings to the ground. Meanwhile, Kai remained composed, opening the carriage door and tossing his parcel inside. Kai, it's been ages. Who would have thought it was Kakashi who had appeared? Accompanied by Naruto and Sakura Lord Kai, there are 3 more not far up in the trees, Dashin alerted. Upon realizing the presence of Kakashi and his companions, Kai approached, recognizing their presence. His sensory abilities were rather lacking, and the others were not much better. This situation left them at a considerable disadvantage. After hearing Kakashi's words, Kai did not respond hastily. His mind was occupied with the thought of needing a teammate with superior sensory skills in the future. Otherwise, at such close quarters, a swift strike from the enemy could pose a significant threat. Kakashi-sensei, are you mistaken? Aren't they called you? Naruto inquired, his face filled with confusion. The other 2 also appeared puzzled. Having been summoned at such an early hour, only to find themselves face-to-face with these individuals. Though they had shared a meal before, their acquaintance was limited to names. Even if you don't respond, I already know you are Uchiha Kai. Although I am unaware of how you survived and left the village, could you reveal to me your purpose for coming to the Land of Waves? Kakashi, fully aware of the circumstances, still sought Kai's explanation. Yet at that moment, the most astonished was Uchiha Sasuke, who had been standing quietly to the side. Initially expecting to undertake a mission, his excitement dissipated upon seeing their group. The name mattered little, but the Uchiha surname carried significant weight. Kakashi-sensei, what did you just call him? Sasuke asked, his eyes wide with shock. Ignoring Naruto entirely, he paid no mind to Sasuke either. Kai, having placed Dashin's parcel into the middle of the carriage. calmly brushed his hands together and fixed a steady gaze on Kakashi. The two exchanged glances for what felt like an eternity before Kai let out a slight sigh, took a deep breath, straightened his attire, placed his right hand over his chest, and politely bowed, addressing him as Kakashi-sensei. Observing this, Daishin and Ing, who had been on high alert, were momentarily taken aback before lowering their defensive stances. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura Haruno's gaze flickered between Kakashi and the bent figure of Might Guy, her lips twitching as if her brain's CPU had overheated. Naruto Uzumaki stood frozen in place the moment he heard Kakashi utter the name Uchiha Kai. His eyes widened, and within moments, they brimmed with tears. His lips and hands trembled slightly as he whispered, "Is it really you, Brother Kai? It truly is you. After so many years apart, you've grown taller than I am now. I wonder how you've been all these years. Why Haven TU reached out to us. But more importantly, why Haven TU contacted your master." Kakashi stepped forward and gently patted Kai's shoulder, his tone devoid of reproach, instead resembling that of an elder inquiring. "Master, I am no longer a teacher. Tea our last meal together." Kai stood and solemnly bowed to Might Guy, loudly proclaiming him as his master. It was that very utterance that moved Might Guy to tears. In the world of ninjas, the term master is reserved for special circumstances. Most refer to their mentors simply as teacher, in the eyes of many. Master holds a significant weight akin to that of a revered mentor. "I'm afraid I cannot comply. I survived that calamity at the cost of nearly my entire life, and I exhausted every possible means to escape the village safely. As an elite jonin of Konoha, the plight of the Uchiha clan is likely well known to you, Kakashi-sensei. Thus, it is best for some matters to remain unsaid. Perhaps it is better for us to act as strangers." While this statement contained a hint of deceit, it was nevertheless the most persuasive and reflected a genuine predicament faced in the past. Some truths lay bare in the desire to become estranged from one another. From this day forth, they would no longer recognize each other, seeking a leisurely and joyful life devoid of any ties to the world of ninjas. Although circumstances often defy expectations, Kai believed he had never committed any egregious acts. Kakashi's expression grew somber as he inquired, "Return to the village with me and clarify matters. How should I explain? Should I inform them that I just killed over 40 individuals from Konoha? Or should I mention other things? I have never intended to have any connection with Konoha. Yet, I am well aware of how you receive this information. The village cannot accommodate us. It is not we who cannot accommodate the village. That said, I hope you can relay this. Even now, we harbor no hatred towards Konoha. If there's a next time, I would not hesitate to destroy that place myself." Kai calmly articulated the harsh truth. The necessary discussions had been held, and the requisite meetings had taken place. Continuing the conversation seemed pointless. He turned to Deshaun and instructed, "Go fetch the horses. Prepare to depart." "Understood, Lord Kai." Deshaun disregarded the unfolding situation and slowly made his way toward the grazing horses. Just as Deshaun approached, the atmosphere remained quiet, when suddenly, three figures lurking in the distance launched their attack. A burst of fire jutsu caused two horses to collapse lifelessly to the ground, the acrid smoke signaling their demise beyond any doubt. How outrageous! Kai felt at a loss for words, and even Kakashi was taken aback by the unexpected aggression. "Who are they?" Sakura inquired, her curiosity piqued. Fully aware that no one would answer her, "Kakashi, execute the orders." With a leap, the three assailants swiftly approached Kakashi, their faces obscured by masks, their identities unmistakably belonging to the Umbu of Konoha. They must have received commands akin to Kakashi's. However, unlike Kakashi, they likely remained oblivious to the events of the previous day. "Lord Kai, I saw them," Deshaun exclaimed, his face a mask of fury, yet he refrained from acting rashly. Kai merely waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he remarked, "This too is a form of training, is it not? Charge, stop." It was unclear how many of Kakashi's group communicated, but as one of the masked figures issued a command, the other two rushed forward without hesitation. Their speed was remarkable, yet midway through their advance, they collectively halted. Kakashi swiftly pushed his forehead protector up to reveal his left Sharingan, his eyes widening as they fixated on the scene. Kai remained motionless, while one by one, The three jonin clutched their throats. After a moment of hesitation, blood erupted from their wounds. These unfortunate souls likely perished without ever understanding what had befallen them. The three young ninjas Kakashi had brought with him stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Naruto, standing at the forefront, seemed to forget how to breathe. For them, this assault appeared utterly insurmountable. Lacking the ability to comprehend the enemy's strength, they recklessly acted. The quality of Konoha as shinobi was indeed deteriorating. It was baffling how such individuals managed to enter the Umbu. Remember my words. Should there be a next time, I will personally annihilate the entire village of Konoha, Kai declared, then prepared to depart. Though lacking horses, Ing obediently entered the carriage first. Just as Kai was about to follow her inside, Sasuke Uchiha suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Kai paused momentarily. Deshaun furrowed his brow, fixating on the boy. "Tell me, how did you survive that man's wrath? Wasn't he the Uchiha clan annihilated? How are you still alive?" Sasuke shouted. "Before you utter such words, shouldn't you contemplate why your entire clan was slaughtered while you, the instigator's younger brother, remain unharmed? If death was the fate, shouldn't you have been the first to perish? Yet, that is not the reality. Many truths you will come to understand in due time." As Kai spoke, a faint smile graced his lips as he ascended into the carriage. At the moment the door was closed, the towering figure of Dashin strode directly to the front of the carriage. With a mere lift of his hand, the entire vehicle was effortlessly hoisted. And as he turned, he gently tugged the carriage forward, setting it in motion. It is worth noting that, considering the weight of the carriage itself, along with the cargo and passengers within, the total weight exceeded 2,000 jin. Yet, in Dashin's grasp, it seemed as light as a toy. Kakashi did not pursue any further. Even with the use of his Sharingan, he had been unable to discern how those three Umbu had perished. Time had elapsed over many years, and Uchiha Kai was no longer the person he had once known. Each individual harbored their own thoughts. Throughout it all, Kakashi remained furrowed in thought, his expression grave. Despite the slow pace of their departure, he dared not give chase. From a more pragmatic perspective, he had not intended to engage in conflict upon arriving. He merely wished to meet and ascertain the situation. Uzumaki Naruto appeared somewhat dejected. Upon learning of that name, the young lad had already burst into tears in his memories. The first person to show him kindness had been Uchiha Kai, yet he had no right to speak of the tragedies that befell the Uchiha clan. Nor could he find the words to express his feelings. Deep within, he longed to keep Kai with them. Yet even after such a lengthy wait, he found himself at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. Though he may have been somewhat slow-witted, he was not so foolish as to remain utterly speechless. Amidst their simple musings, none knew what truly transpired during the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Thus, they could only stand helplessly in silence, heads bowed. The most incensed among them was undoubtedly Uchiha Sasuke. He stood rooted, fists clenched, his gaze fixed intently on the receding carriage. The impact of those words had struck him profoundly. Everyone had perished. Why did he still live? As the brother of the instigator, why did he continue to draw breath? Reflecting on an earlier exchange, Sasuke's fists tightened in anger, yet he was also engulfed by a sense of helplessness. The calmest of the group was undoubtedly Haruno Sakura, who remained oblivious to the identity of the individuals before her. However, after their lengthy conversation, she had come to realize that all three were indeed members of the Uchiha clan. "Kakashi-sensei, is that truly Brother Kai?" Naruto broke the prolonged silence, standing still for what felt like an eternity before finally voicing his inquiry. Yes, but Brother Kai, does he not lack ninjutsu? Despite the circumstances, Naruto's heart was filled with immense confusion. "I do not know, but he is certainly Uchiha Kai," Kakashi responded, casting a glance toward Uchiha Sasuke. As for who Kai truly was, it seemed Sasuke had no recollection, not even a hint of familiarity with a member of his own clan. "This is also a form of training." Dashin suddenly exerted his arms, fingers embedding into the wood at the front of the carriage. As he pulled the carriage along, his excitement grew, and soon their speed accelerated dramatically. In the blink of an eye, they had covered over 100 meters. It was essential to note that at such a rapid pace over a bumpy road, the passengers within the carriage were subjected to considerable disarray. After an indeterminate distance, Dashin finally halted, Panting heavily as the carriage came to a stop, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash, and Ing stumbled out, still dazed, before leaning against a nearby tree to vomit. Kai wore a look of exasperation. Fortunately, his strength was sufficient to grasp the wooden frame beside him, preventing him from being jostled about. "Hey, Lord Kai, look at me. I can run faster than the horse." Dashin grinned foolishly, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Bang! "Fool!" Ing charged forward, delivering a heavy punch to Dashin's head. The force of her strike sent him sprawling to the ground, and in her frustration, she kicked at her brother's head. It was only when she paused that she noticed a large bump forming on her forehead, a consequence of her repeated collisions with the carriage roof during their tumultuous ride. Following the scuffle, Dashin sprang back to his feet, completely unfazed, grinning at his sister without a trace of remorse. "Let's take a break," Kai suggested, crouching down and gently tapping the ground, causing 3 stone pedestals to emerge along the roadside. Indeed, this method proved to be far swifter than traveling by horse. Within a mere couple of hours, they had traversed over 100 kilometers. What would typically take 1 or 2 days to cover was accomplished in this brief span. However, the fatigue of sitting inside the carriage was far greater than running on foot. "Brother Kai, do you think Konoha will send people after us?" Ing inquired, now seated beside Kai, her previous dizziness having subsided. Her question piercingly direct. The previously jovial Dashin's demeanor shifted to somber, for this matter was indeed of great significance to them. "They will likely continue sending people," Kai replied nonchalantly, his demeanor calm. Yet, upon witnessing the disappointment on the faces of the two, he raised his hand to rest on Ying's head, offering comfort. "Oh, not worry. We're no longer the same as we were years ago. Back then, we had no means of self-defense, but now it is different. We possess sufficient strength to ensure that others will not disrupt our peaceful lives, so, rest assured, we need only to enjoy life from here on out." Though he spoke with assurance, this outing had indeed exposed their whereabouts. While they might not be tracked down immediately, prolonged investigation could lead to their discovery. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage wore an expression akin to one who had just tasted something foul. Accompanying him were Mito Minyin, T-Rune Kamachi, and Danzo, the 3 elders. Each sat in silence, the third Hokage repeatedly puffing on his pipe. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate to such a degree. Even Danzo, who typically relished in incessant chatter, had fallen into a contemplative silence. How to resolve this predicament? Over 40 operatives dispatched from the route were all inexplicably slain, and the 3 Umbu who accompanied Kakashi had been swiftly eliminated. It seemed the situation had spiraled beyond their control. "What do you propose for managing this situation moving forward?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired solemnly, directing his gaze at the other 3 that Kakashi and his team had yet to return. Yet information had already been relayed, detailing the complete circumstances. Particularly alarming was the mention of Uchiha Kai's speed, which even the Sharingan could not perceive. The 3 Umbu Nin had perished in an instant. Such formidable strength was beyond the capabilities of any of the 3 present. I conducted an investigation. That fellow had not yet become a ninja when he left the village, yet now possesses such immense power. Perhaps we could find someone to persuade him to return. If he could continue to serve the village, it would be quite advantageous for us. T-Rune Kamachi boldly suggested, proposing the notion of inviting back someone they had just attempted to eliminate. Anyone with a modicum of sense would likely reject such an idea. After robbing one of the world's most affluent individuals, it was improbable that he would return to Konoha to undertake missions. If you had just narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, would you be willing to return? Mito Minyin cast a glance at the old woman before directing his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and expressing, "Given the current circumstances, the adversary has grown exceedingly formidable. Therefore, I believe we should classify him as an S-rank rogue ninja, effectively signaling to the other villages that any future incidents shall not implicate Konoha. As long as he poses no threat to us, there is no need for further concern. Absolutely not. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. If we can continue to send assassins, we must devise a plan to eliminate him directly." Danzo's frustration was palpable, especially given the significant losses he had recently endured. It was clear that he found it intolerable to entertain half-hearted measures. Whom do you propose we send? Mito inquired. Our village's elite combat force is limited. Do you truly deem it necessary to sacrifice resources for a single individual? Moreover, the information suggests that he has yet to even activate his Sharingan. He has demonstrated remarkable strength solely through ninjutsu and taijutsu. We must remember that the Uchiha clan's true power lies not in these aspects, but in their eyes. Mito's assertion rang true. The essence of the Uchiha strength was indeed encapsulated within their eyes. Currently, their prowess in other areas had already surpassed that of the Uchiha, making one ponder the extent of their potential should they unleash their ocular abilities that I cannot allow members of the Uchiha clan to roam freely. Their lack of animosity towards the village is solely due to their current impotence. As long as there exists apprehension, they pose no true threat. Thus, we must proceed to eliminate them. Danzo reiterated his stance resolutely. Absolutely not. We must not invite further trouble for the village. Silence. The third Hokage, who had been silent amidst the dispute, finally erupted, slamming his hand forcefully on the table and raising his voice that he then stated. We shall proceed according to Minion's recommendation. Designate Uchiha Kai as an S-rank rogue ninja and disseminate this information. Henceforth, all his actions shall bear no relation to Konoha. This matter is settled. Sarutobi Ruzan did not afford Danzo an opportunity to voice his objections. After much contemplation and consideration of the opinions expressed, he recognized that establishing an enemy at this juncture was unnecessary. Reflecting on previous investigations and the current situation, the third Hokage remained puzzled as to how the Uchiha clan had departed the village. With a thoughtful gaze, he inquired, how exactly did the members of the Uchiha clan manage to leave the village? Has any investigation yielded results? An investigation was conducted. However, given the passage of time, the recollections of those guarding the gates reveal only 3 scenarios that on the morning following the night of the massacre, the Hyuga clan escorted 2 children away. Yet considering the historical relations between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, this seems implausible. The other 2 scenarios involved individuals hiding amidst merchant caravans, either concealed within the wagons or crates. This is the most likely possibility, Danzo reported. Yet, one could not deny that this individual was remarkably astute, having swiftly dismissed the most probable explanation. However, one could surmise that anyone in his position would arrive at a similar conclusion. Historically, while the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were not outright enemies, their relations had grown so cold that assistance was out of the question. There is no need for further deliberation on this matter. Let us proceed with our decision and promptly disseminate this news. The third Hokage was resolute in his desire to move forward. The approach to handling each village's circumstances typically involved labeling any ninja who departed and refused to return as rogue ninjas, thus allowing such matters to fade into obscurity. The aim was to inform other villages or individuals that any attacks or incidents instigated by those who left the village bore no connection to Konoha. Despite Danzo's inner discontent, others remained opposed. Even if he could mobilize the route, their combat capabilities would scarcely inflict harm upon the adversary. The deployment of over 40 individuals, none of whom returned, spoke volumes. At last they had returned. Somehow, they had procured a new cart, and even the large packages within had vanished. After all, they encountered numerous opportunities to acquire items utilized by ninjas along the way, including sealing scrolls, which could be easily packed away. Given their newfound wealth, purchasing such items posed no challenge. The road remained primarily composed of gravel, and as they approached the distant sign reading Duan C Street, one of them couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. They now resided within this vibrant region. Here, ninjas were scarce, if present at all. However, it was undeniable that this locale was among the most prosperous in the Land of Fire. The initial decision to settle here stemmed from the abundance of casinos, providing the simplest means of acquiring funds. Duan C Street was a bustling hub, offering a myriad of entertainment options, situated not far from the capital of the Land of Fire. If one were to categorize it, it could be considered an extension of the capital. The area boasted a plethora of large entertainment facilities, merging dining, leisure, and shopping into a seamless experience. This very combination ultimately influenced their choice to establish roots here. With their residence located 1 to 2 kilometers from the street, nestled at the foot of the mountain, The greatest advantage was that the three of them shared this abode, allowing for daily training sessions centered around the mountain. When possible, they would also train throughout the entirety of Duan-su Street. Even from a distance, the vibrancy of Duan-si Street was palpable. WY merely parting the curtain of the cart, one could witness the throngs of people bustling about. The distant sounds of the street's commotion were remarkably clear even at this juncture. "Lord Kai, shall we take a stroll through the street before returning?" Deshawn inquired, leaning toward Kai, who was gazing out at the scenery through the glass. "I'm hungry. Let's eat first. I adore the udon there. It's been ages since I've had it, and I truly miss it," Ing exclaimed, her mouth watering as she turned and clung to Kai's arm, playfully asking, "Brother Kai, shall we go eat? Then let us dine." Kai wore an expression of helplessness. Ing indeed possessed the visage of stunning beauty. With her exquisite black hair and blunt bangs, she appeared irresistibly adorable. Her large, expressive eyes, long eyelashes, and that lovely countenance contributed to her charm. While her youthful features suggested a certain innocence, she was undeniably more mature than her peers, a testament to the rigorous training she had undergone in recent years. Receiving instructions from within, Deshawn set aside his other concerns. The moment the carriage passed the sign of Duan-su Street, a familiar sense of bustling excitement washed over him. Although the three of them primarily focused on training, they had frequented this vibrant street quite often. Upon returning home, the house was neither particularly upscale nor extravagantly luxurious. This was why, during their stay in Cardona, Kai had even contemplated bringing back some of the furniture. Though thankfully the distance had deterred him, despite the considerable gap between the streets, they had managed to secure a rather advantageous deal when purchasing the land, which was surprisingly spacious, in the living room. The two siblings could hardly contain their eagerness. Upon quickly returning, they immediately unsealed the enchanted scroll, summoning its contents one by one. Even the first scroll yielded a substantial pile within the living room. Most of these items were unfamiliar to them, but anything that seemed remotely valuable had been hastily packed away. Their purpose in examining these items was to discern which ones held greater worth. They also intended to assess the total value of what they had brought back. "Kai-gu, would you like to join me in experiencing this?" Ing inquired, pointing to the heap of items on the floor as Kai approached leisurely. "You can handle this. I think I'll take a nap." Kai waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I'll call you before dinner." Ing replied cheerfully, undeterred as she promptly sat down and began to sort through the items. Among them were various golden utensils adorned with jewels, including teapots and cups, essentially a diverse assortment. All of these items were crafted from gold, with the handles of the cups featuring exquisite red gems that seemed to radiate brilliance. Cardona truly knows how to indulge. I never expected them to create golden armor as well, though it appears rather impractical, Deshawn remarked, lifting a set of golden armor that looked imposing and stylish. Yet, its utility seemed negligible. "I think displaying this in the living room as a decorative piece would be splendid," Ing exclaimed, her gaze shifting to a corner of the living room, despite having been quite affluent previously. The living room lacked additional decorative elements beyond some sofas and furniture. However, placing the golden armor in the corner would certainly enhance its grandeur. "That makes sense," Deshawn agreed, lifting the armor high for a closer inspection before gently setting it aside and continuing to explore the rest of the items. "This piece is rather impressive. I could display it in my room later." Deshawn casually picked up an eagle-shaped artifact, undoubtedly crafted from gold. "No. All these items belong to the household. They absolutely cannot find their way into your room." Ing interjected, shaking her head sternly. "After all, there are so many items here. It wouldn't hurt to keep this one in my room, would it?" Deshawn protested, wearing a pitiful expression. "Household items must remain in the household." "So that is a firm no," Ing asserted, wagging a finger. Ultimately, Deshawn had no choice but to abandon that notion as they organized the items. Ing was not one to engage in mindless tasks. She meticulously checked each piece while simultaneously counting them, jotting down notes. It was evident that the young girl was exceptionally diligent. "There's a locked box here, and it doesn't seem empty," Deshawn exclaimed, having unearthed a black box. The box was indeed exquisite, made of wood with an iron lock. "I remember this. It seemed to be something from the bedside table in Tadu's room. Wrapped so well that it must be valuable, so I packed it up," Ing said, taking the box from Deshawn. After a brief examination, she swiftly removed the lock. Had there been any hesitation for Deshaun, he would have likely resisted, but instead, he watched with bated breath. Upon opening the box, 2 glass vials of liquid greeted them, one transparent, the other blue, accompanied by an instruction manual. Gently placing the box on the floor, Ing opened the manual, and Deshaun couldn't help but leaning closer to see what it contained. Cardona is quite the scoundrel. Who would have thought they harbored such interests? Deshaun remarked coolly as he read the description. Indeed, a scoundrel. It's astonishing that someone so wealthy would concoct such unsavory potions. Ing exclaimed, crumpling the paper in her hand and preparing to discard the box at the door. Seeing this, Deshaun quickly snatched the box back. This could still be worth something, he muttered, rolling his eyes. Look, there's another identical box. Ing pointed out, discovering yet another black box among the pile. She cleared aside the other items and pulled it out. Expecting it to be the same, without hesitation, she yanked off the lock. However, the contents were evidently different. Inside, she found another instruction manual, and after a cursory glance, she tossed it to Deshaun, saying, 2 bottles of perfume. They seem rather nice. Only a lecher would have such taste. You can have it? Oh, Deshaun accepted it, glancing at the perfume. While he found the scent irrelevant, he noted that the bottles from both boxes bore a remarkable resemblance, differing only in color. One set was a delicate shade of red, while the other was entirely different. As he laid out all 4 bottles, he casually discarded the boxes aside. Displaying these colorful bottles on a shelf would surely be visually appealing. Upon returning to his room, Uchiha Kai initially felt exhausted, yet the moment he lay in bed, his wide eyes remained alert, devoid of any desire to sleep. Even when he closed his eyes, his mind was remarkably active. After struggling for some time, he sat up in frustration, looking distinctly different in his pajamas compared to his usual suited appearance. Slipping on the slippers on the floor, he approached the desk diagonally across from his bed. Examining the stack of papers he had been diligently studying and drafting, it had been quite some time since he last focused on ninjutsu. Kai gazed at the thick pile on the table, feeling physically fatigued but mentally stimulated, and randomly picked a paper to study. Summoning technique. As Kai gazed at the peculiar entity before him, he reflected on the extensive research he had conducted over the years. Each summoning had yielded bizarre and extraordinary beings, nearly all conjured at random. Without a binding contract, these entities were deemed inconsequential. The various aspects of necromancy were presumably designed to ascertain a specific location, allowing for direct summons of creatures from that designated area. But what would happen if he were to reverse this process? With that thought, he swiftly grasped a pen and pulled out a blank sheet of paper. Beginning to sketch fervently that in a short span, a meticulously crafted blueprint for a novel necromantic technique unfolded before him. Quite impressive. Let us see what peculiar little creature I can summon. He formed a series of hand seals, bit his finger, and used his blood as a medium for the summoning. However, in the blink of an eye, as a brilliant light enveloped him, Kai suddenly recalled something crucial. His eyes widened in realization. Reversing the summoning technique would indeed result in a form of reverse necromancy, effectively teleporting himself to the entity's location, akin to a reverse summoning. How foolish of him to have overlooked such a fundamental aspect of his research. Who knows where he might end up? It felt as if he were plummeting from the heavens, the velocity utterly unrestrained. Thud! He collided with something, only to immediately plunge into a body of water. Splash! He quickly surfaced, expelling the water from his mouth. Steadying himself, he pressed his hands against the surface of the lake, rising to his feet. Observing the viscous liquid dripping from his hands, he rubbed it slightly, the slimy texture inciting a wave of nausea within him. Now entirely ensconced in this gooey substance, he found himself in a lake that, while resembling a typical body of water, possessed an unusual coloration. How utterly foolish! Kai grimaced, realizing the folly of his own actions. In a reckless attempt at playful ninjutsu, he had nearly undone himself. If such an incident were to occur within the realm of shinobi, he would undoubtedly be the first of his kind to encounter such a mishap. Despite the viscous fluid continuing to drip from him, it thankfully bore no distinct odor. Standing atop the lake surface, he scrutinized his surroundings. Aside from the nearby trees, everything further afield was shrouded in dense mist. It was impossible to discern his environment, and even his senses felt severely compromised. What on earth is this place? Kai pondered, exasperation evident on his face. He then raised his hand, inhaled deeply, and began forming hand seals for wind release. Just as he prepared to unleash the technique to ascertain his location, a sudden voice reached his ears, seemingly emanating from beside him. A chill ran down his spine, causing him to jump back defensively. His eyes widening in alarm as his Sharingan activated instinctively, he was acutely aware of the unknown dangers lurking in this unfamiliar realm, prompting his heightened vigilance. "Apologies if I startled you," a sweet voice chimed in once more. Following the sound, Kai's gaze fell upon its source, and he was left utterly dumbfounded. There, emerging from the water, a figure with flowing blue hair, porcelain skin, and large, expressive eyes fixated on him. The most striking aspect was her adorably innocent demeanor. My sincerest apologies. I didn't mean to intrude. I accidentally found myself here, and didn't realize you were bathing," Kai stammered, cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he stared at her for an extended moment, only to abruptly snap back to reality. Quickly turning to flee, he was halted by the voice once more asking how he had arrived. Pausing in his tracks, he stood with his back to her, feeling utterly humiliated. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, swallowed his discomfort, and replied, "I was experimenting with a ninjutsu technique, but it went awry, leading me to this place that I assure you, it was not my intention to intrude upon your privacy. I hope you can forgive me. Could you please inform me of my whereabouts and how I might exit?" His words tumbled out in a rush, as though he hoped to alleviate his embarrassment through sheer speed of speech. However, the girl in the water seemed unperturbed by the situation, resting her chin on her arms atop the water's surface. Though her expression remained calm, a sense of joy flickered within her as she observed Kai's awkwardness. In response to his rapid inquiries, she slowly emerged from the water, fully exposed, and began to walk toward him. "There is no way out. I have been here for over 1,000 years. I am quite curious about how you managed to arrive," she stated nonchalantly. Kai furrowed his brow at her approach, presuming she might have donned clothing. Yet upon glancing back, he found himself rendered speechless, his mouth twitching in disbelief. "What is your name?" he managed to ask. "Uchiha Kai. Did you say you have been here for 1,000 years?" Even in her unclad state, the girl appeared unaffected by her nudity. Kai, despite his curiosity, diverted his gaze, perplexed. "Indeed, I have dwelled here for a millennium, calculated by the passage of the sun and moon," she replied, her long azure hair cascading down to her waist, complemented by matching blue eyebrows and large, glistening eyes. Her delicate features made it difficult to fathom she had existed for such an extensive period. Appearing no older than 13 or 14. "What is your name?" Kai inquired again. "A name? I seem to lack one," she replied innocently. "Could you perhaps put on some clothes?" he asked, his unease palpable. The implications of her state made him wary. He could not yet ascertain whether she posed any threat. "Something like what you wear?" The young girl waved her hand, and, in an instant, her attire transformed to match Kai's pajamas. "This is merely a manifestation of chakra. I am still effectively unclothed." While he understood the nature of her transformation, it alleviated some of the awkwardness of their encounter. They exchanged glances, and for the girl, Kai was the first person to have visited this secluded realm in over 1,000 years. "What is this place? Surely you must know," Kai inquired, inching closer. "This place? It has no name, but if one were to insist, you may refer to it as the Wet-Bone Forest." "Nanny," Kai's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly processed her words. "ISNT, there's supposed to be a gigantic slug here." Thud! In an instant, the girl's demeanor shifted, and with a swift kick, she sent Kai hurtling backward into the lake. The sheer force propelled him through the water, and before he could comprehend the situation, she teleported above him, delivering a powerful punch to his chest that sent him crashing into the shore. Kai was bewildered. How had a mere statement incited such fury within her? However, the girl who had similarly tumbled ashore seemed to have had her fierce aura dissipate entirely. Yet her face remained cold as she looked down at Kai with her blue eyes and declared, "I'm the slug you mentioned." Despite the immense shock, it was impossible to say that nothing had transpired. Kai had never anticipated that this individual would suddenly launch an attack. As soon as the girl finished speaking, she waved her hand, and a surge of energy enveloped Kai's body, restoring his injured form in an instant. Kai leapt up, his expression contorted in surprise. With his back turned to the girl, the astonishment on his face was unmistakable. He had not expected to strike a nerve so decisively. Such an abrupt turn of events truly caught him off guard. I am not a slug. If we are to discuss species, I am more akin to a slug. The little girl spoke again, her expression transforming into one of endearing innocence as she took small, dainty steps towards Kai. She feigned a look of concern and said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hurt you." In that moment, Kai felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. How could such a charming girl suddenly turn into a violent little creature, only to revert back to a state of sweetness? It left him questioning whether she had been here too long, exhibiting signs of a split personality. Nevertheless, he turned to face her, a smile forming on his lips, and contemplated reaching out to tousle her hair. However, he hesitated midway and withdrew his hand. With a slight smile, he replied, "It's all right. Although I am unsure of the circumstances, it seems I may have offended you first. I shouldn't have referred to you as a slug." Just as he was about to utter the word slug, the memory of her earlier fierceness prompted him to backtrack. This was not merely a matter of strength. He was still trying to comprehend his surroundings. Moreover, he had no desire to engage in combat with such an adorable girl. "After such a long time, you're the first person to come here and chat with me. Previously, I had been in slumber at the bottom of this lake, and I never imagined someone would come to keep me company. That it has been unbearably lonely." As she recounted her tale, the little girl seemed filled with excitement at the beginning, but her demeanor shifted to one of melancholy by the end. Initially sympathetic, Kai was startled as she abruptly lifted her head, revealing a strange smile as she declared, "It seems I won't be so lonely anymore. After all, those who come here cannot leave. I have been trapped here for over 1,000 years. So no one ever escapes." While the environment was indeed pleasant, and having such a beautiful little girl around was a delight, the image of her as a slug caused Kai to widen his eyes in disbelief as he exclaimed, "I absolutely refuse to stay here. Besides, you can't leave either." The little girl pouted, placing her hands behind her back, appearing indifferent. Observing her adorably defiant expression, Kai felt a moment of exasperation, yet wasn't as disheartening as he had imagined. Such blatant falsehoods. I know that at least Senju Hashirama and Senju Tsunade have visited the land of wet bones. How could no one have come here in over 1,000 years? And you must have gone outside at some point, right? Kai leaned closer, questioning her. He found himself less curious about the transformation of the slug into a human. After all, in his recollections, whether it was the Dragon Cave or the toad-filled Mayabuka Mountain, their bosses had all appeared in human form. Thus, there was little to spark his curiosity. In his previous understanding, there was scant information regarding the slug from the land of wet bones. It was merely stated that it had never summoned its true form. However, no one had ever seen what the original looked like. The sudden transformation into such an adorable little girl was a stark contrast to the bosses of the other two sacred lands, leaving Kai quite astonished. Nevertheless, he recognized that she was a being of bug-level existence. He never expected to encounter her. Regardless, this unexpected visit seemed to hold promise. Stumbling upon this place while attempting to play with summoning techniques had led to an intriguing encounter. In response to Kai's remarks, the little girl did not rush to reply. Instead, she continued to walk leisurely with her hands clasped behind her back. After covering some distance, she turned to Kai, who remained stationary, and with a hint of annoyance asked, "Why are you still standing there? Don't you want to know the answer? Follow me." "Ah," Kai replied, puzzled, yet he felt compelled to follow her, intrigued by her intentions. However, after a short while, the little girl halted, and dense mist obscured their vision. She stood there for a moment before blowing forcefully, causing a powerful gust of wind to sweep through the area. As the mist cleared, the scenery that unfolded before them was undeniably breathtaking. "Why have we stopped?" Kai inquired, curiosity piqued. "I can't go through," the little girl said, raising her hand to gently gesture forward, revealing a transparent barrier that appeared before them. This seemed to be a small space, though its origins were unclear. "Over 1,000 years ago, I became trapped here while attempting to steal a morsel. Little did I know I would be confined in this wretched place for a millennium. However, the natural energy here can flow out, and my spiritual essence can extend beyond. Thus, over the years, I created a spiritual entity, which coalesced with the natural energy outside this barrier, known as the Land of Wet Bones, AS, for the little Senju Hashirama and Senju Tsunade you mentioned. They've ventured into the outer realm. No one can enter this place, and those who reside here cannot escape. Seeing her dejected expression, Kai considered offering comfort, but a different thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask if outsiders cannot enter. How did I manage to get in? All right. The little girl's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Kai. If I can get in, then surely there must be a way to get out. Kai grinned broadly, nearly stretching his lips to his ears. I could see this realization. The girl seemed to regain her enthusiasm. Gazing at the barrier before them, Kai's mind raced with possibilities, and he quickly formed a promising plan. After all, he could still see the surrounding area from here, providing him with a clear target. So, does that mean we can leave? The little girl murmured, Of course. Then can you take me with you? She asked eagerly. Don't you dislike being here? Kai felt a surge of curiosity at her question. After being confined in one place for over 1,000 years, I imagine you'd want to leave. I've visited the ninja world a few times, and I'm eager to taste the delicious food there. Unfortunately, the spiritual entities I've created cannot savor anything, so I long to escape. Stop playing the pity card. Kai rolled his eyes at her exaggeratedly sorrowful expression. She was clearly an ancient being, yet she presented herself as a cute little girl, which was inherently unsettling. Now, she was feigning weakness to elicit sympathy. It was utterly incomprehensible. However, as he contemplated this, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he said, You mentioned being a slug, so doesn't that mean you could teach me how to harness natural energy? If that's the case, I could take you out as a trade. What do you say? Though his arrival here had been unplanned, meeting this little girl was also serendipitous. Regardless, the unexpected outcome seemed quite favorable. This could indeed be a tremendous stroke of luck. This moment. Neglecting to take action would be a missed opportunity. Moreover, Kai suddenly recalled the girl's abilities, with her self-healing and restorative powers. She was undeniably a healer. If he could persuade her to accompany him, he wouldn't have to worry about his own safety by that time. The anxiety over the disconnection would be a thing of the past. The mere thought of it filled Kai with an overwhelming excitement, making him eager to take this girl outside immediately. Really? A head full of questions, the adorable little slug asked. You mustn't tell me you can't do it? This thought abruptly crossed Kai's mind. If that were indeed the case, then it would be quite troubling that I seem to genuinely be unable to. The little girl still wore a dazed expression, as if she had stumbled into a realm of knowledge that was completely foreign to her. How could you possibly not know? How would I know? That was something he practiced himself. It appears that blending two components in equal proportions is all that's required. Then, naturally, one could enter the sage mode. And I would merely assist from the sidelines that as for absorbing the excess natural energy, one must prevent an overabundance from causing bodily mutations. Therefore, you can certainly attempt this, once you have absorbed a sufficient amount of natural energy. I will help guide it out. The only method the little girl could conceive was this one. Indeed, it was so. Kai sighed, but then seemed to recall something, suddenly asking how to sense the natural energy from this location. I won't have to bite like that giant snake in the dragon cave, will I? A giant snake? Have you been to the dragon cave? How could that be possible? I simply know a lot of things. Kai thought of the situation in Myaboka Mountain. If that were the case, perhaps here too, it only required a different approach. This lake is a manifestation of condensed natural energy as for the other two so-called sacred lands you mentioned. Their natural energy likely pales in comparison to the more than 110 here. You merely need to immerse yourself in the lake's waters, and you will naturally sense the immense presence of natural energy. The rest is simply for you to absorb and merge. I will guide out the excess. The little girl twirled her hair, appearing utterly confident as she spoke. It seems you don't have a name yet. Shall I bestow one upon you? Kai inquired, hardly awaiting a response before he began to ponder. And within mere seconds, he suggested, How about calling you? I find that name quite fitting for you. After all this deliberation, he had only recalled the name he used when traveling to the Land of Waves. Nevertheless, it was indeed a suitable choice. You? Quite delightful. The little girl accepted it with a smile, radiating cuteness as she beamed at Kai that if one were to purely discuss the cultivation of natural energy, residing here offers an unparalleled advantage. having only just arrived, and not to mention the two of them still getting acquainted. Yet Yu, eager to leave, appeared even more impatient than Kai himself. She could hardly wait for him to begin his cultivation of natural energy, as it would expedite her escape from this wretched place. Within the lake, Kai sat cross-legged atop the water's surface, eyes closed, beginning to attune himself to the surrounding natural energy. This necessitated fully submerging his body in the lake before emerging to absorb the colossal influx of natural energy information. Bare-chested, clad only in a pair of sleep shorts, he had a pair of sizable slugs resting on each shoulder. Although the sensation was initially quite repugnant, these creatures were undeniably essential for the cultivation of natural energy. Even with Kai's meticulous control over his chakra, confronting such a vast reservoir of natural energy could swiftly lead to dire consequences should he merely entertain the thought of absorption. The purpose of the two slugs was to mitigate this risk, preventing an overwhelming influx of natural energy at once. Taking a deep breath, he felt the natural energy surge rapidly into his body. However, the quantity retained within him was relatively modest, as most had been absorbed by the slugs perched upon his shoulders. Under such circumstances, the amount entering his body remained within a manageable range. By controlling his chakra levels, maintaining a 50-50 ratio between the two, many matters would naturally fall into place in this desolate expanse. One could accurately say that even the birds could not venture here. A colossal slug loitered about, utterly idle. There were no structures in sight, not even a specter. This realm lacked sunlight, akin to a perpetual overcast in the ninja world. However, the cycle of day and night mirrored that of the ninja world, suggesting it was merely a small pocket within that larger realm. During his stay here, initially brimming with enthusiasm to learn the methods of harnessing natural energy, Kai soon found himself confronted with a grim reality just hours later. What on earth would he eat here? Ultimately, he was left with the disheartening conclusion: grass, tree leaves, bark. Under such conditions, one could hardly hope to practice natural energy cultivation. Staying here for too long might very well lead to starvation on the third day. Unable to withstand the hunger any longer, he ventured to taste, only to be met with a nauseating sensation. Yet, he reasoned that it was likely more palatable than the insects the protagonist from his memories had consumed in Mayaboka Mountain. Circling the entire area, he noted that while the space wasn't particularly vast, it was almost entirely occupied by the lake. Surrounding it was a layer of intangible barrier, allowing glimpses of the outside, yet preventing any escape from this area. Kai, what are you wandering about for? Didn't you say that once you learn to use natural energy, you take me away from here? You suddenly appeared, questioning him loudly as he meandered around the place. I'm searching, aren't I? Kai replied with a hint of annoyance, eager to leave this dreadful location. However, the benefits of being here were innumerable, despite the gnawing hunger that he could only begrudgingly accept. Opportunities to find oneself in such a place might only come once in a lifetime. Thus, Kai was in no particular rush to depart. Although he had already grasped the natural energy with the aid of the two slugs, merging it with his chakra without any rejection would allow him to enter the sage mode without risk. All things considered, this was indeed a remarkable stroke of luck. While he lacked certain knowledge, he pondered just how far his abilities had progressed. Having merged the sage chakra, the resulting power was self-evident. What he needed to do now was explore what else this space might hold and why such a place existed. The barrier formed an absolute circle, seemingly a natural occurrence, lending it an air of mystery. Have you found a way out yet? Yu inquired, drawing near and tugging at Kai's arm. While uncertain if it would work after studying for a few days, it appeared that he could only attempt that one method. Kai stated, though he did not provide a definitive answer. He continued, let me soak in the lake for another couple of days. Once I've completely mastered the natural energy, we shall see. The sage body is indeed tiered, particularly the sage chakra. Some can enter it in an instant, while others may require considerable time to build up. Compared to the chosen one of this world, Naruto Uzumaki, who accessed the natural energy in Mayaboka Mountain. The abundance here was almost absurd. Regardless, he would at least possess the protagonist's halo. Otherwise, he would never have found himself in this wretched place. Contemplating the possibility of taking a sage along with him upon leaving, Kai couldn't help but smile. As for the matter of escape, While uncertain if his abilities would suffice to penetrate the barrier, he believed it wouldn't pose too great a challenge. At worst, he would spend a little more time here, eating grass, until he inevitably found a way to leave this dismal place. How much longer do you need? The moon rested serenely upon the surface of the lake, observing Kai, who was immersed in the water. How long will it take? Was it not agreed upon that it would only be 2 days? At the very least, allow me to thoroughly integrate the natural energy before we discuss anything further. As he spoke, Kai lay in the lake, his hair having transformed from its original black to a striking blue, a black inverted triangle now adorning his forehead, while 2 dark lines traced down his cheeks, forming an odd facial pattern. This was Kai in his state of natural energy, and the changes he had undergone were indeed significant. That I recall that Tsunade had some sort of sealing technique. Perhaps I could procure it from her later? I could store natural energy within it, allowing me to summon it in battle. Kai pondered, realizing that in order to achieve Sage Mode normally, it would take him approximately 3 seconds. However, should he remain in an area with scant natural energy, it might take nearly 5 seconds. In the realm of skilled combatants, 5 seconds could easily be reduced to mere moments. Yet, this speed was already commendable. The remaining task was to thoroughly familiarize himself with this newfound power. With additional practice in the outside world, entering Sage Mode instantaneously should not pose a problem. Isn't your Sage Mode already perfected? You have grasped the natural energy. What more is there to linger here for? You tugged at Kai's hair, adopting a pitiful expression, by the measure of day and night. Kai had been in this place for at least 4 days, and thus the little girl was now genuinely growing impatient. Though I have mastered it, I am still not proficient enough. How can I adequately protect you in such a state? Kai tilted his head to look at you, his tone that of a caring older brother, leaving you utterly bewildered. That a sage like you needs protection? Yet, an image of a frog suddenly sprang to her mind, prompting her to disdainfully retort, "No problem. Then I will wait for you for another 2 days. This is a barrier. Are you planning to exit from here?" They had already spent 5 or 6 days in this place, and during these 2 days, aside from consuming a few leaves, Kai had mostly been submerged in the lake. Although the results of 2 days were present, they were not particularly pronounced. If he remained here much longer, he would surely starve. 3 meals over 3 days, each consisting of mere leaves, could hardly suffice, serving only to ensure he would not perish from hunger. With preparations nearly complete, it was time to consider how to depart. This was the only spot that afforded a view of the outside world. Although it connected to the wet bone forest, exiting from that direction was considerably simpler. During this time, Kai had come to understand that by maintaining his Sage Mode for an extended period, his body would gradually adapt to this state. As long as he practiced diligently upon his return, he would eventually achieve instantaneous Sage Mode. The pressing issue now was how to exit. The translucent barrier stood before him, separating him from the wet bone forest, the only obstacle to his escape. The only method he could conceive of for leaving was to harness the power of his right eye directly. In his days here, he had even attempted reverse summoning, but the critical issue was that he possessed no summoning medium in the ninja world. It was uncertain how he could traverse to the other side. In response to Yu's inquiry, Kai calmly stated, "Yes, we will exit from here. Next, I will hold you and attempt to see if we can make it through," he declared, but you, the big baby, seemed somewhat disdainful. "You have been here for over 1,000 years, and you have visited this place countless times. How could you possibly navigate through such a powerful barrier?" "Are you ready?" Kai inquired, and then his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Locking onto the large tree he could see. Only by clearly identifying his target could he hope to utilize the power of his eyes to escape. Though unsure of how it would work, you chose to trust him and hugged him tightly. Space. Kai activated the power of his right eye, and at that moment he instinctively covered it with his hand. Intense pain surged through him, and due to the overexertion, a trickle of blood began to seep from his right eye. However, the damage from 1 or 2 instances was negligible. Kai was puzzled as to why, despite possessing such immense mental strength, a single spatial leap could inflict such significant harm. Yet, Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Kai cautiously opened his left eye and confirmed that he had indeed arrived beside the target tree, glancing back at the situation within the barrier, which was now shrouded in a misty void. "That we truly made it." Kai affirmed his suspicions, signifying that as long as there was a definite target, he could utilize his power to disregard any obstacles. He had attempted this before, but in those instances, any use of ninjutsu could achieve similar feats. Kai, we really made it out. We truly made it, Yu exclaimed, her face radiant with excitement, tears streaming down her cheeks as she turned to embrace Kai. Exclaiming loudly, "Indeed, we have emerged," Kai replied, gently ruffling Yu's hair while keeping his right eye closed. After expending such effort, they had not yet reached the ninja world but had entered the wet bone forest, a mere barrier away from the space they had just vacated. However, once there, the means of departure were astonishingly straightforward. The previous area had been nearly impossible to exit due to the spatial barrier. But here, they could effortlessly leave through reverse summoning. The two remained beneath the great tree, their excitement palpable for a considerable time. The expanse of the wet bone forest was significantly larger compared to the previous space. The humidity in the air was overwhelmingly high, and the sticky liquid could be felt on the trees and elsewhere, coating the ground entirely. Moreover, the slugs, resembling Yu's spiritual manifestations, akin to shadow clones crafted from natural energy, roamed freely. "You, having left this place, where do you wish to go?" As they leisurely relaxed, they found themselves in a region scattered with large stones. The ground was notably flat, the only part of the wet bone forest not covered in the sticky substance. Since they had successfully exited, the most crucial task at hand was to thoroughly engage this sage before them. "Did I want to go out and explore, to savor an abundance of delicious food, relishing the freedom I have missed for 1,000 years?" Yu grinned widely, but as she turned to look back, a hint of disappointment crept in as she remarked, "But I can't be gone for too long. Otherwise, if I'm not here, those summoned slugs won't be able to come to the ninja world. Why not learn shadow clones instead? I can teach you ninjutsu, and you can create a clone to stay here, ensuring both realms remain unaffected." "Really?" Yu inquired, her excitement palpable. It seemed feasible. After all, the method of utilizing natural energy was almost identical to that of chakra. With some control, it was likely she could master it within half an hour. Kai assessed Yu, considering her 1,000-year existence. Her control over natural energy must be extraordinarily refined. Therefore, learning shadow clones should pose no challenge. "Since you have proposed it, I shall rely on you for guidance." With a serious demeanor, Yu raised her right hand and promptly demonstrated a technique, followed by the sudden appearance of an identical clone beside her. After executing this, she remarked, "You can give it a try. Simply channel a portion of your power outward, and you should be able to manifest a corporeal clone that is it really that simple." Initially, Yu thought it would be quite challenging, but after merely observing once, she suddenly enlightenedly inquired, "It truly isn't very complex. Shall I guide you through it?" Kai responded. However, just as he finished speaking, to his astonishment, this woman raised her hand and remarked, "Why exert so much effort?" Following this, she grasped the index finger of her left hand with her right. As Kai pondered what the woman intended to do, unexpectedly, with great force, she yanked her finger off and tossed it onto the ground. Kai's lips twitched, stunned for a moment, before he exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing?" "Ah." You looked perplexed, but within the next moment, the severed finger began to grow back at an astonishing pace. Moreover, even the finger that had been thrown to the ground underwent rapid transformation. In the blink of an eye, it appeared as though a miniature version of you was standing there. Impressive. This phenomenon could hardly be considered a mere clone. It was a true entity. It then dawned on Kai that this girl was indeed a bona fide healer, possessing remarkable regenerative abilities. Conceive of creating a clone in such a manner was truly extraordinary. "Haha, I'm heading out. I'll leave everything here to you. But don't worry, I'll bring back some delicious treats." You chuckled heartily at the sight of the tiny version of herself, pointing at her with unwavering conviction. "I'll be so lonely here by myself. Can't you take me with you?" The miniature you, with an adorable demeanor, articulated this request, clearly demonstrating her independent consciousness. Having such an unreliable original self was indeed quite bothersome. Observing Yu's appearance, especially the miniature version, evoked a sense of sympathy within Kai. He approached, gently crouched down, and placed his hand atop her head, asking, "Would you like to form a contract with me? It's all right. I can summon you directly to partake in meals, and when you wish to return." Simply break the summoning, and you can instantly come back here. What do you think? This idea was rather appealing. You immediately agreed. Compared to the back and forth of delivering items, summoning her would not disturb the operations of the Wetbone Forest and would indeed save her much trouble. Do we need to sign anything, like writing our names on a scroll? Kai turned to you, inquiring. What on earth? Given her reaction, Kai was rendered speechless. Curiously, he wondered what those scrolls involved in summoning contracts were. Oh well, if there aren't any, there aren't. Now tell me how to establish a summoning contract, that we simply need to leave our marks on the summoning seal. Ah, I see. Kai summoned the summoning array, bit his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto it. Simultaneously, the miniature you also dripped a drop of her slime onto the center. The moment the entire array turned crimson, it signified the completion of their summoning contract. What are you doing on my arm? With everything prepared, all that remained was to leave. Just then, however, Kai suddenly grasped Yu's arm and, while gathering chakra, imprinted a mark on her arm. Faced with Yu's puzzled expression, Kai, feeling overwhelmed and exasperated, explained, "You can use reverse summoning to reach that person named Tsunade, but how do I get out? I need to leave a summoning mark on you, because I'll also require reverse summoning to return. Otherwise, how will I leave this place?" "Oh, so that is how it is," Yu responded nonchalantly. This woman seemed like a blank slate, devoid of any markings. Having lived for over 1,000 years, she was essentially a naive, sweet character. Yet, she couldn't be entirely oblivious. She at least understood how to operate reverse summoning. Eagerly, she began to gather sage chakra, and with anticipation, she vanished in an instant. "I'm leaving too, once I'm prepared to return." "I'll summon you," Kai said to the miniature Yu before also beginning to gather for reverse summoning in another location. The atmosphere was lively to the extreme. Before each person lay a set of bone tiles, and a group of men gazed at the woman seated at the forefront with respect and barely contained smiles. That's the first man, without even a glance, flipped over 2 tiles. He merely cast a quick look before beaming at the woman and respectfully exclaiming, "Ah, to think it's 9 o'clock again. Princess Tsunade." Tsunade, with her blonde hair tied in a ponytail and dressed in a green outfit adorned with a large character for gamble, appeared to be in her 20s. Her overall appearance strikingly exquisite, especially her figure. Among these men, none dared to harbor any lewd thoughts that, in all places, if one were to choose a gambling partner, Tsunade would undoubtedly be the prime selection, thus becoming the coveted target of all, having lost continuously without ever winning. Following suit, the other men flipped their tiles over to them. It seemed that no matter how they played, victory was assured, and there was no need to check their own points. Tsunade was the only woman among them who touched the tiles and began to shuffle them. The first tile was inconsequential, but as she shuffled the second tile, her expression tightened. Then, when the 2 tiles were revealed, everyone in the room was left dumbfounded. Even Tsunade herself was momentarily stunned. "Lady Tsunade, you've drawn the King's tile," exclaimed a girl standing behind her, cradling a small piglet. Others, equally incredulous, craned their necks to see. All in, hurry and bring the money." Tsunade remained unfazed, yet was surprised at her own ability to win. If it were just a single hand, it would be one thing, but to her astonishment, she continued to win consecutively. The men were now sprawled across the table, with some even pulling out their last fund from their pockets. Shizen, who had been beside Tsunade, was now so excited that she set the pig aside, spinning around as she collected the money, and in no time, several boxes were stacked before them. "This is too strange. Shizen, pack up. We're leaving." Flipping her card without even shuffling, she revealed yet another king tile. In the face of this winning sensation, Tsunade felt neither excitement nor joy. Instead, she bore a visage laden with sorrow, seemingly indifferent to her recent winnings. Turning away, she directed her voice towards the agitated Shizen, who, despite her bewildered expression, offered no objections. Swiftly, Shizen closed all the boxes, managing to clasp 2 with her arms while gripping another with one hand. It appeared she had indeed garnered quite a sum today. Just as Tsunade and her companion stepped out, an unsettling sensation abruptly washed over her. In the next moment, a summoning seal materialized beside her, followed by a plume of white smoke from which Suki emerged. Although her spirit form had manifested several times, This marked her first appearance in the physical realm. Surveying her surroundings, Suki, momentarily dazed, soon broke into an exuberant grin, particularly upon witnessing Tsunade's astonishment and Shizen's dazed demeanor. Suki momentarily froze before exuberantly exclaiming, "Little Tsunade!" With that, she lunged towards Tsunade, wrapping her arms around her neck. Up until now, Tsunade felt an uncanny familiarity in Suki's aura, yet she was certain she had never encountered this girl before. "Who are you?" Shizen inquired, her curiosity piqued. Tsunade muttered to herself, pondering the essence of the slug, as Suki had just referred to her as Little Tsunade. The steadfast contract with the wet-bone forest further substantiated that this girl was undoubtedly a slug. The most perplexing part was that in all her decades of life and countless summoning attempts, she had never seen a slug that resembled Suki. "Stop!" Tsunade shouted, swiftly pulling Suki down, examining her closely. Tsunade, observing the smile upon Suki's face, inquired gravely, "Are you a slug?" "Indeed, but from now on, you shall call me Suki. I have a name too," Suki declared proudly, raising her head and crossing her arms, all the while watching Tsunade's astonished expression. "Lady Suki," Shizen gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You must be little Shizen, am I right? Though it's been over a decade since I was summoned, I can sense that it must be you." Suki pointed at Shizen, her face alight with anticipation as she looked at Tsunade, who remained in a state of shock, unable to react. "Are you truly a slug?" Tsunade asked. "Absolutely. I've said it. My name is Suki now. So refrain from calling me a slug." The crowd around them had begun to swell, even those from the casino peering out. "Lady Tsunade, this doesn't seem like an appropriate place for conversation. Perhaps we should find somewhere more private?" Shizen suggested, her social anxiety surfacing as the gazes of the onlookers intensified. Boom! Just as Shizen finished speaking, another burst of white smoke erupted nearby, and a figure clad in pajamas materialized before them. "Kai!" Suki exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she turned and leapt towards him. "Can you keep your snotty self away from me?" Suki clung to Kai's neck, her legs wrapped around his waist, squeezing him tightly. In her fervor, she began to envision the freedom that lay ahead, completely disregarding Kai's discomfort as she nearly suffocated him with her embrace. Bang! "Do not call me snotty," Suki grinned, playfully punching Kai on the head. The appearance of one was surprising enough, but now another had emerged. Both Shizen and Tsunade were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. "Kai, I'm starving. Hurry and take me to eat. I want to have barbecue." "All kinds of barbecue," Suki exclaimed excitedly, spreading her arms wide. "Could you perhaps come down first?" Kai replied, his expression one of disdain as he forcibly pulled Suki from his body. However, wearing such attire in public felt quite awkward, especially under the scrutiny of so many onlookers, which greatly tarnished his image. Glancing around, he aimed to ascertain their location, yet the surrounding environment felt inexplicably familiar. "Kai, didn't you say you'd take me to eat?" "I'm about to starve." Once they escaped the throngs of people, the two strolled along the bustling short street, which was bustling with activity, lined with restaurants, hotels, and casinos, not to mention numerous stalls on either side. With Suki still holding onto his arm, Kai pointed ahead. "That barbecue place up there is the most authentic around. But I need to go home and change first. Why don't you two head there first?" "Home?" Suki exclaimed. "I live right next door." Kai had not anticipated that Tsunade would find herself on Short Street, and this return had been remarkably smooth. "That I didn't know your home was so close." "How about I accompany you back?" Suki asked, visibly excited. "That aren't you the one who wanted to eat?" "No way. What if you ran off?" Suki pouted. The two chatted animatedly as they walked ahead, while the other two followed. Utterly baffled, Shizen, burdened with bags, looked at their retreating figures and turned to Tsunade, asking, "Lady Tsunade, what on earth is happening?" "If you're asking me, then who can I ask?" Tsunade replied, her brow furrowed, still struggling to make sense of her own thoughts. Yet one thing was certain. Suki was undoubtedly a slug. Of that she had no doubt. The aura she exuded and her summoning mark confirmed it. However, she was also immensely curious about Kai. Who exactly was he? If Suki had manifested in this form, it implied a descent into the ninja world in a sage state, a phenomenon that was exceedingly rare given the mutual constraints among the three great holy lands. Tsunade had visited the wet-bone forest numerous times, yet she had never encountered a slug that resembled Tsukidara. It's the esteemed Kai. A woman with fiery red hair and alluring attire exclaimed as she rushed out of a barbecue restaurant. Upon seeing Kai, she beamed and approached, but her smile faltered as she took in Suki clinging to his Is this your girlfriend, Lord Kai? Don't get it twisted. I would never date someone like her. Kai retorted with evident disdain, then instructed, prepare us a private room for 7. I need to go change. Lord Kai, you look splendid as you are. I've never seen you dress like this, the proprietress beamed, her enthusiasm unabated, as if she were an unsuspecting victim of circumstance. Please, 2 guests, have some water while we prepare your meal. It will be out shortly. Rather than a private room, they were ushered to a partitioned area in the bustling dining hall. The square table was set to accommodate 2 on each side, surrounded by dividers about a meter tall, allowing them to see the back of the person beside them. The large barbecue restaurant buzzed with a lively din. And bring me a few bottles of alcohol, Tsunade commanded imperiously. Lord Kai isn't yet 18, so he can't drink. I will. As she spoke, Tsunade immediately realized that the proprietress before her seemed to be quite familiar with Kai. Rising from her seat, she draped her arm over the woman's shoulder and inquired, Are you well acquainted with someone named Kai? You mean Lord Kai? The proprietress responded, her expression one of surprise. Aren't you 2 friends? Well, I suppose we've only just met, Tsunade replied. However, I'm curious about who he really is. Without hesitation, Tsunade produced some money from her pocket, demonstrating her adeptness in social dealings. After slipping it into the woman's pocket, she fixed her gaze intently upon her and asked, What a generous gesture. The proprietress showed no sign of resistance, promptly taking a seat across from them and lighting a cigarette, after exhaling a puff of smoke. She continued, Kai is nearly known by everyone around here. After all, he is the first person to have won against all the casinos, prompting them to issue restrictions against him since the establishment of Shortbook Street. I am not privy to much of his past information. He arrived 5 years ago with 2 others. One was of similar age to him, while the other was a little girl who seemed to be only 6 or 7 at the time. Suddenly, they appeared here, and regardless of the circumstances, they were quite wealthy. Each time they entered a casino, they would walk away with tens of millions in less than half an hour. Over the years, I suspect they've taken away at least several billion. The house they currently reside in was also purchased through my recommendation. What I want to know is, who are they? Tsunade asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. That is something we have no knowledge of. Despite being merely in his teens, Kai conducts himself with the finesse of a seasoned veteran. His every word and action surpasses even those of our age. He is notably ruthless and possesses considerable strength. Though he appears young, he has indeed committed acts of robbery. 3 incidents in total, one of which involved him killing nearly 20 people in broad daylight. Hence, everyone refers to him as Lord Kai. Upon reaching this point in the conversation, the red-haired proprietress licked her lips in a manner that suggested intrigue, leaning forward to remark, that young man has grown increasingly handsome. Were it not for my age and marital status, I might have found myself drawn to him. All right, I understand. Please bring me a few bottles of wine. Though Tsunade had not acquired all the information she desired, she had gleaned enough to understand that Kai was a person of mysterious identity, yet formidable strength. Despite his youth, she would not underestimate him. Nevertheless, the multitude of questions swirling in her mind was overwhelming. Is this your home? It appears rather impressive. After being away for several days, and having not greeted anyone, Kai finally returned to the threshold of his abode. In response to the question posed by you. He simply nodded as he approached the door, ready to open it. It swung open abruptly. Kaiji, Daxian and Ing rushed out, with Ing, in particular, bursting into tears and clinging to Kai. Honestly, Lord Kai, could you not leave without a word? Daxian remarked, his face a portrait of exasperation, dark circles under his eyes revealing the strain of the past few days. Seeing their distressed expressions, Kai felt a pang of guilt. After all, since leaving Konoha, they had never been apart for so long, and no matter where they went, they had always traveled together. It was only natural for them to worry after a sudden and prolonged absence. That I'm sorry. I left unexpectedly. Kai gently patted Ing's back. Kaiji, where have you been without even a word? We were so worried. Ing sobbed as she clung to him, tears streaming down her face like a river breaking its dam. "I'll one tea do it again, tea the very least. I will be sure to say goodbye before I leave next time." Kai raised his hand to ruffling S hair, speaking with a tone of affection. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Kai raised his hand and linked his pinky with Ing S, thus making a promise. Seeing Kai's earnestness, Ing wiped her eyes with her sleeve and finally noticed the young girl beside him. "This is you, an exceptionally capable individual." Kai introduced her to Daxian and Ing, then turned back to them, saying, "Daxian, Ing, these two are my family. Pleasure to meet you. I'm you." Kai chose my name. The little girl, with her runny nose, introduced herself, and without hesitation, she hugged Kai's arm affectionately. This display of intimacy caused Ing's eyes to widen, and her lips twitched as she clenched her fists, nearly ready to confront the girl. "All right, enough of that. Ing, take her change into one of your outfits. You both should tidy up a bit. We're going out for barbecue shortly," Kai said, taking a whiff of his own scent and stepping through the door. Returning as two individuals, they now entered as four, and upon crossing the threshold, they immediately spotted Tsunade and another person already indulging in drinks at the table. Kai calmly took a seat opposite them, while Ing initially intended to sit beside him. However, she quickly realized that you had already occupied that spot, clinging tightly to Kai's arm. This scene ignited a flare of frustration within Ing. Yet, given the presence of outsiders, she could only silently accompany her brother at a different side of the table. Once changed into a fresh outfit, you appeared particularly adorable, with her sky blue hair, bangs, and delicate features. Complemented by a white short skirt, she looked absolutely charming. "Tea last, you've arrived. If you hadn't tea, I would have surely drunk myself into a stupor," Tsunade exclaimed as they settled down, resting her chin on her hand. Her head propped up as she addressed Kai. Her gaze slowly drifted toward Daxian and Ing, having learned of their existence prior to their arrival. "These two are my family, Daxian and Ing," Kai reiterated. Tsunade merely waved her hand in acknowledgement. After Kai finished speaking, he raised his hand, prompting the waiter to bring out plates of pre-sliced barbecue, arranged on several tiers, 6 in total, each laden with an assortment of grilled meats. The platter before them was impressively large. "I sincerely apologize for making you wait," Kai said. "Let us eat first." Currently dressed quite casually, Kai wore a blue checkered shirt paired with black athletic shoes and pants, presenting a rather sharp appearance. "Kaiji, who are these two?" Ing whispered, though her voice was low enough that it didn't go unheard. "I'm Shizen, and this is Lady Tsunade," Shizen replied with a smile, her eyes narrowing slightly as they were seated closest to each other. "Familiar? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before," Ing wondered aloud, struggling to place at point one of the legendary 3 shinobi. "Lady Tsunade possesses the finest medical expertise in the world," Daxian elucidated to his sister. "What a surprise! I didn't expect this little one to know about me," Tsunade remarked boisterously, her gaze fixed on Daxian. "I've only heard of you. It's truly an honor to meet such a legendary figure today," Daxian responded politely. "Could we please stop chatting? Can someone tell me if this meat is ready to eat?" The moon's stomach had long begun to grumble audibly. Gazing at the sizzling meat already placed on the grill, saliva could hardly be restrained from pooling on the table. "Just wait a moment," she exclaimed. However, curiosity got the better of her. "You are, after all, a slug. Shouldn't you be a vegetarian? Why do you appear so eager for meat?" Kai asked gently, but as he nearly referred to her as a slug. The instant change in her expression prompted him to amend his words. "I also eat meat. You know, it's just that I have never had the opportunity to indulge before, so this time I intend to savor it thoroughly." Stretching out her hand, drool dripping, she eyed the still uncooked meat, eager to dive in, but her outstretched hand merely ended up knocking against the chopsticks. "Use chopsticks? How troublesome." The moon displayed a pitiful expression. "Would you care to join me for a couple of drinks?" "Drinking alone is simply too lonely." Tsunade, sensing the lively atmosphere, lightly tapped the table with the bottle and inquired of Dajan and Kai. "Forget it. We are not yet 18, so we won't be drinking." Kai replied, staring at the well-endowed woman before him. In the eyes of most, Tsunade was undoubtedly the epitome of perfection. Her figure was exquisite, and her beauty striking. Setting aside age and personality, she was undoubtedly the object of many people's desires. Little Tsunade, Is that drink any good? The moon, unable to restrain her curiosity as she watched Tsunade drink with such delight, expressed a desire to try some. Just eat your meat. It's ready now. Kai timely placed 2 pieces of meat onto the plate in front of the moon. If given the choice between alcohol and meat, faced with something she had never tasted before, the girl preferred the grilled meat before her. Delicious! The moon's exaggerated delight was evident as she took her first bite. Tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. This Navi display left Kai, seated nearby, with an utterly speechless expression. However, others found the scene rather entertaining. Tea wasn't tea until the plates piled high beside them that a sense of regret over the vast amount of meat began to settle in, most of which had been consumed by the moon alone. The remaining few could only sip water while watching as her plate became a mountain of meat. This meat is so good. I want more, she exclaimed, pointing as she continued to eat. Kai could only wave his hand in resignation, beckoning the waiter for more. Lord Kai, the total for this meal amounts to 2,120,000 Rio. We'll round it down to 100,000 for you. After the meal, their table was surrounded by towering stacks of plates. The cost of the feast was unfathomable. As they approached the front desk, the others had already left, leaving only Kai to settle the bill. Unexpectedly, the red-haired proprietress leaned closer, exhaling a puff of smoke, and playfully quoted the price. Upon hearing the amount, Kai's expression turned to one of disbelief. Despite having amassed considerable wealth, he had never imagined spending so much on a single meal. Nevertheless, he obediently handed over the money. Stepping outside, the remaining few were already waiting. Slug Sage, will you join us? Tsunade inquired, observing the moon rubbing her stomach with curiosity. Although she hadn't been summoned by Tsunade in many years, the moon was well aware of her situation. Considering the future, she envisioned life with Tsunade might mean going hungry more often than not, so she quickly turned and waved her hand. Forget it. I came out with Kai, so I will stick by his side. You can stay with me, but you must work? Kai approached, tilting his head to look at her. What? The moon placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Kai with an air of authority. Before he could respond, Tsunade interjected. If that's the case, we shall remain here for the time being. I wonder if you have any vacant rooms? Really? Little Tsunade. Kai's home is so large that it could easily accommodate us all. The moon exclaimed excitedly upon hearing that Tsunade intended to state, I haven't agreed to anything. What are you agreeing to? Then it's settled. I will stay here, and I hope to count on your care in the days to come, Tsunade asserted without a hint of dissent in her expression. Lord Kai, we are genuinely concerned that Tsunade may disrupt our way of life, Dajan expressed with worry. After all, as members of the Uchiha clan, they had lived here for many years. Their life, though not without its challenges, had been quite pleasant. However, if Tsunade were to join them, it would undoubtedly alter their dynamic. Dajan, typically someone who preferred physical training to mental exertion, had already considered this aspect. Meanwhile, Hikari, who had assumed the role of housekeeper, had her gaze fixed intently on Kai. Judging by their expressions, it was clear they were reluctant to have her stay. If she wants to stay, let her. Hikari will arrange it when we return. In the past, Kai would have worried about this. Endless conflicts could easily disrupt their peace. However, times had changed. Now, as long as he wished. Kai was unafraid of any threats, at least for the moment. There was little left to fear in the ninja world. Despite her obvious reluctance, Hikari sighed in resignation, responding, Understood. Thank you, Tsunade replied grandly, her tone implying that Kai was merely fulfilling his duty. This is your home. Upon returning to their residence, they had rushed back to change clothes and shower before even stepping into the vast living room. Now, with everyone gathered, the sight before them was simply astonishing. Did you do this? Kai mechanically turned to Jean for clarification. The two siblings promptly lowered their heads, with Hikari shyly admitting, I didn't expect guests would come. Tsunade gazed at the scene before her, which could only be described as a dazzling array. Kai himself had not anticipated that in just a few days away, the living room would have transformed, with 2 rows of towering wooden shelves added along each side. Each shelf was crafted into multiple cubicles, filled with an assortment of items, predominantly golden artifacts. The rightmost section of the living room prominently displayed a golden armor, an unmistakable display of wealth. Anyone with a modicum of sense could see that this was a blatant exhibition of affluence. If these golden items were to be sold at market value, they would likely fetch nearly 2 billion ryo. What incredible wealth! Surely, this could cover the debts owed to you, Lady Tsunade. Shizen pondered, counting on her fingers. Initially feeling pleased about winning a substantial sum earlier, she now felt like her winnings were but a drop in the ocean compared to the wealth before her. Moon, let me take you to see your room. And you can choose the style you prefer. There's still plenty of time before nightfall. If you're unsatisfied, we can have someone come over this afternoon to rectify it, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness. Ing, regardless of the circumstances, was the one who had orchestrated these arrangements. Thus, she promptly took hold of Yu's hand, not waiting for a response before leading her towards the outer areas. Lord Kai, I shall go tidy up now. Should you require anything, feel free to call for me, DSHN politely stated before vanishing in an instant. The expansive living room was now left with just the three of them. However, this presented an opportunity for Tsunade. As for the dazzling array of golden artifacts before her, she felt no envy, merely a momentary surprise at the ostentation of one's lifestyle. Yet her curiosity was piqued by other matters. Kai, who exactly are you? Tsunade inquired with newfound seriousness. Upon hearing this, Shizen immediately stepped back a few paces, beckoning the swine that had been trailing behind her, and turned to head in another direction within the courtyard. Thus, the vast living room was left solely for the two of them to converse. Kai had long anticipated such a question from her. He settled into the couch, which he hadn't visited in several days. The plushness offered an exquisite comfort. Despite the decor bordering on the gaudy, an undeniable elegance remained. Crossing his legs, Kai gestured and said, "Please, have a seat. I sincerely hope you can provide me with a clear explanation, and also inform me how you came to be in the Wetbone Forest. What is the situation with the Slug Sage?" He continued, "I am willing to answer your inquiries, but even if I were reluctant, what could you do about it?" Observing Tsunade seated obediently, Kai asked leisurely, "You?" The woman suddenly clenched her fists, her brow furrowed, exuding an air of dominance. Kai had no intention of escalating matters, instead chuckling. "Who I am is of little consequence. It will not affect you, nor will it impact Konoha. I am merely someone seeking a tranquil life. Therefore, I hope you, as the forthcoming 5th Hokage, will refrain from disturbing my peaceful existence." "What 5th Hokage?" Tsunade appeared momentarily dazed, gazing at Kai in confusion. "I've said too much. My apologies. I have no further comments on other matters. If you wish, you may stay here for a while. Of course, you are welcome to leave at any time." "You insufferable fool. Why do you always leave your statements half-finished? It's truly infuriating." Rising abruptly, she unleashed a punch towards Kai. Boom. "You truly are something else. Everything here is quite valuable. Can you afford to replace it if you break something?" Kai simply extended his palm, dispersing the force of her attack across the room. The entire space trembled slightly, but thankfully, nothing was damaged. Such formidable strength. Tsunade was inwardly astonished, although she had suspected as much. The sheer power she felt upon contact was something else entirely. Lord Kai, sensing the clash within, rushed in. With his Sharingan activated, he immediately entered a combative stance. After all, during their meal, he had discerned Kai's identity as one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, a being of absolute might. If a confrontation occurred now, without giving his all, he feared he would be no match for Kai. Initially unperturbed by DSH's sudden entrance, Tsunade's expression shifted as she caught sight of his eyes. Her brows knitting in surprise. A member of the Uchiha clan? She withdrew her hand, scrutinizing DSH and closely before shifting her gaze to Kai. "So, does this mean you are also of the Uchiha clan?" "Indeed. As for being part of the Uchiha, we merely bear the surname now. The so-called Uchiha clan has long been extinguished by Konoha." Kai's demeanor remained unchanged as he sat there, his fingers lightly tapping on the adjacent coffee table. "DSHN, please prepare some tea." "Lord Kai, it's fine, no need to worry." Kai understood DSHN's intent. "Sanadano, the sofa is quite comfortable. Shall we sit and converse for a while?" A slight smile graced Kai's lips as he watched DSHN turn to prepare the tea, before once again focusing on Tsunade. "How surprising. I never imagined there were still others from the Uchiha clan remaining." Tsunade, still grappling with disbelief, found it hard to accept. It seemed few things could astonish her. But this indeed ranked among them. Isn't it rather poignant? Kai reclined on the sofa, plucking an orange from the coffee table, peeling it while gazing at her. Once, the two great clans that dominated the shinobi world. And now, who would have thought only a handful remain? The illustrious Senju clan, in the end, has withered to just you. The Uchiha clan, long hailed as the strongest in the shinobi world, now barely counts on one hand. He chuckled. How ironic. His words cut deeply in Konoha, who dared to speak such truths before her. Yet, this was an undeniable reality. The once mighty Senju clan now dwindled to her alone. It meant that upon her demise, the clan would face total extinction. Though some might have chosen anonymity, the name Senju was on the verge of vanishing from this world. I've heard that the Uchiha clan was eradicated by Uchiha Itachi. How did you survive? Tsunade, shedding her earlier bravado, now spoke with a hint of despondence. When people meet us, their first question is often like this. If the Uchiha clan is dead, why are you still alive? But how many truly understand the intricacies behind it? The destruction of the Uchiha clan was hardly unexpected. Even if that day had not come, similar events would have transpired sooner or later. It's not worth discussing or analyzing. What is your view on the current Konoha? Despite her disappointment in the place, Tsunade regarded Kai with caution, for it was the village her grandfather had founded. I have no particular opinion. I am no longer a citizen of Konoha, so there is no need for you to worry. As long as Konoha does not provoke me, we can coexist peacefully. That I do not concern myself with other matters. However, before you ascend, as the 5th Hokage, I hope you refrain from disclosing our whereabouts to Konoha. Should they approach with hostility, each assault would deepen my disdain for that place, and I fear one day that hatred might lead me to consider annihilating it. Observing the calm demeanor of the youth before her, Tsunade felt no hint of jest in his words. Drawing a deep breath and exhaling slowly, she pondered why she should still concern herself with such matters. Leaning back on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling, the atmosphere suddenly fell into a serene silence. In the ensuing moments, it was evident that Kai belonged to the Uchiha clan. Had this been a few decades prior, the Senju and Uchiha clans would have undoubtedly been in a state of enmity. Yet now, Tsunade showed no hesitation in choosing to reside here. Surprisingly, Kai and the others did not object. They continued their training regimen as they always had, without any attempt to avoid each other. Each morning, even while still groggy from sleep, the three of them would embark on their weighted runs. Initially, Tsunade and the others were taken aback, but as time passed, they naturally grew accustomed to it. For her, Short Street was nothing short of a paradise. Aside from returning here to sleep, she spent nearly all her time in the casino. However, given her luck, the outcome was predictable. Kai, lend me some money. During dinner in the courtyard, Tsunade suddenly slammed her hand on the table, the force of which startled the others. It was unexpected for her to speak so assertively. Lady Tsunade, Shizen exclaimed, feeling somewhat awkward. However, Tsunade paid her no mind, merely casting a glance that silenced Shizen's objections. It seems your funds have run dry again. Tsukimi remarked with an expression of anticipated confirmation, as this was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded. Kai continued to eat without revealing any stance, but beside him, Hinata expressed her discontent. Lady Tsunade, in the 4 months you've been here, you've borrowed money 22 times, totaling nearly 500 million ryo. I wonder how you plan to repay this. What else there to worry about? I will definitely win next time, so lend me another 10 million and I'll recover my losses by tomorrow, Tsunade declared, as if this were merely routine. Didn't you say the same last time? Daesan remarked, his words laden with skepticism. Even the wealthiest of families would struggle to accommodate such extravagant losses, averaging a loss of 100 million ryo per month. One must consider that this amount, within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, would barely suffice for annual military compensation, which is less than 300 million ryo. Losing an entire year's worth of funds in just 3 months is utterly absurd. This is the last time. I have a premonition that I will win tomorrow, Daesan continued, unsparingly revealing her history of gambling failures. Yet all decisions rested in Kai's hands. Consequently, the two could only voice their frustrations without any intent to refuse. Is that a yes? Just give me an answer. Tsunade exhibited no signs of hesitation regarding her request. Sure thing, but what if Lady Tsunade cannot repay? Kai gently set down his chopsticks, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired. You decide, she replied, adopting an indignant demeanor as if unconcerned with the implications. How about this? I'll grant you 100 million, but you must choose between two options that, if you cannot repay, you either divulge the method of your seal, or you repay with your body. What do you say? Kai had already envisioned the scene of this woman spending her days cleaning and cooking for him. As she possessed remarkable skills, if he could merely have her assist him in earning money, it would surely be repaid swiftly. Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned towards him, disbelief etched upon their faces. Even Tsukuyami, who had been eating, paused mid-bite, astonished by Kai's audacious suggestion. What is wrong with you all? Kai asked, perplexed by their expressions. Are you serious? Tsunade responded, her excitement palpable. Initially unaware of how much money Kai possessed, her first request had been somewhat arbitrary, considering the valuable items displayed in his living room. Thus, she had boldly asked for 20 million. To her surprise, he had immediately acquiesced without hesitation, perhaps out of embarrassment. She had subsequently asked for only a few million each time. However, for someone who had never won, such amounts were negligible. Now, unexpectedly, he proposed such a request, merely a seal. So what if he granted it? It was ultimately inconsequential. Kai, what are you thinking? Hinata's face turned as red as a ripe fruit, her indignation palpable. Huh. Kai responded, utterly bewildered. I support you, Tsukuyami exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as she began to envision the two together. Thus, it was resolved. She would indeed win tomorrow, and following Kai's suggestion, she would stake 100 million. Tsunade was already eager, practically itching to receive the money and engage in a night of gambling. No, Hinata protested, rising to her feet, her lips pursed as she glared at Kai. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fists and asserted, you can give her the money, but if you truly desire her body, I can offer mine. At this, the room fell silent once more. Daishan's jaw dropped, food tumbling from his mouth, while Tsukuyami's eyes widened in shock, as if she had heard something utterly outrageous. As for Kai, he finally grasped the implications of her words. Think they had interpreted his suggestion in such a manner. What he had meant by repaying with her body was simply having her work for him. Yet the conversation had taken an unforeseen turn, leaving him utterly confounded. What are you thinking? Kai queried, his expression a mix of disbelief and confusion as he faced the standing girl, setting aside the fact that Hinata was blossoming into a beautiful young woman. Her words were utterly beyond his comprehension, that he had always regarded her as a younger sister, harboring no inappropriate thoughts whatsoever. Lord Kai, if it were Hinata, though she is a bit young, given it's you, such a thing wouldn't be impossible to accept, Daison mused, chewing thoughtfully. Kai was taken aback by how far their thoughts had strayed. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap Daison down for his brazen expression, which was utterly unfathomable. You all have issues, Kai said, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Kai, eat something, Hinata urged, picking up her chopsticks and delicately placing a piece of meat in his bowl. However, faced with this situation, Kai could not help but inwardly scoff. What else with your blushing? Thus, it was settled. She would bring him the money first thing tomorrow morning. Tsunade paid no heed to the circumstances. For her, securing the funds was paramount. The rest could be resolved in due course. That night, Tsukuyami lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Reflecting on the conversation from dinner, she propped her pillow higher, pulled back the curtains, and gazed at the moon outside. Little Tsunade had never had a boyfriend. What if she were with Kai? Ha ha ha. As she murmured to herself, the girl could not help but reveal a perilous expression. Her lips curling into a grin. In an instant, she sprang to her feet, donned her slippers, and swiftly opened the door to her room. Clad in a flowing white nightgown, illuminated by the moonlight, her disheveled hair cascading around her, she appeared like a wraith as she hastened towards the living room. The pitch-black space was soon illuminated as the moonlight began to explore the shelves. After a considerable time, she finally spotted 4 bottles resting on a shelf. Quickly seizing one of the transparent bottles, she scrutinized it closely, murmuring, "This seems to be the one, doesn't it?" The terror etched on her face was unmistakable. Just as she was about to leave, the living room lights abruptly flickered on. Witnessing this, she hastily concealed the bottle within her embrace. What are you doing here? Deshawn inquired curiously, having turned on the lights and recognized her figure numb. I just came to get a drink of water. You replied, awkwardly turning her back, resembling a girl caught in the act of wrongdoing. Oh, it seems there's no hot water left. You should head back to sleep. I'll bring some to your door shortly, Deshawn said, devoid of any suspicion. After all, they were now comrades, but that camaraderie was limited to you. He still harbored significant reservations toward Tsunade and Shizen. Thank you so much, Yu exclaimed, hastily making her escape. Once back in her room, she let out a heavy sigh. Peering through the window, she confirmed that Deshawn had turned off the lights. She then lay down on her bed, basking in the soft glow of the moonlight. However, unsettling thoughts swiftly began to infiltrate her mind. Even while lying there, her wide eyes remained alert. Before long, there was a gentle knock at the door, followed by the sound of something being placed on the floor. You leaned slightly out from the window, watching Deshawn's retreating figure. In a flurry, she sprang to her feet, disregarding the water bottle left at the door. She opened the door a crack, closing her eyes to sense the presence of others. As a sage, some abilities could be effortlessly executed if she simply willed it. Stealthily, she approached Tsunade's door, masking her aura to render herself completely invisible. Reaching for the doorknob, she seamlessly slipped through the crack without even opening the door. Tsunade's sleeping posture was rather difficult to describe, but you paid it no mind. Extending her hand, she unleashed her power, enveloping Tsunade before she could register any awareness. In an instant, Tsunade's position shifted, one eye fluttering open before she succumbed to slumber once more. How do I use this? Drink it? You pondered, gazing at the transparent glass bottle in her hand. Standing at Tsunade's bedside, her thoughts wandering that if all else fails, one bottle each will suffice. A cunning smile crept across her face as she leaped onto the bed, pinching Tsunade's mouth to pour the entire contents of the liquid down her throat. Though a bit dribbled out, this was not the moment to concern herself with such trivialities. With a gentle lift of her hand, she levitated Tsunade, using her earlier experience in the living room to teleport back and snatch the other bottle filled with blue liquid. Employing the same method, she made her way to Kai's room. Unlike Tsunade, this woman indulged in her meals to the point of inebriation, often consuming far too much. With her sage powers, she could easily enter the room without detection. However, the moment she revealed a sinister grin, Kai's eyes flew open. Realizing her scheme was about to fail, you felt a jolt of panic and immediately summoned her full strength. Throwing herself on an overwhelming surge of chakra enveloped Kai, and within moments, she gradually slipped into unconsciousness. You scared me to death, you exclaimed, patting her chest to calm her racing heart. Soon, the lewd smile returned as she carefully retrieved the blue potion from her pocket. Without a second thought, she pried open Kai's mouth and, with the assistance of her chakra, ensured that every drop of the potion entered her body. Having completed her task, you raised her hands and pressed them onto the bed. In the next moment, Tsunade, who had still been in her room, suddenly appeared there. Hee-ha! I can only assist you up to this point, you remarked, observing the two women, then snapped her fingers with the sound. She vanished into thin air, and the power enveloping them dissipated. You scoundrel! Boom! Accompanying the morning's furious shout was a tremendous explosion. The sky had just begun to brighten, and Deshawn and Ing had already risen, their daily routines ingrained in them. Although they were curious as to why Kai had not joined them for training, they decided to set out on their own, considering her strength to be why this time. The siblings had already traversed several kilometers from their dwelling. Not only did they miss the shout, but they were also oblivious to the massive explosion. Meanwhile, back at their residence, the scene had transformed into a chaotic spectacle. Hearing the commotion, Shizen hurriedly emerged, dressed only in her nightgown, eager to assess the situation, but all she saw was a figure wrapped in a bath towel.